All right, baby, we in here. I don't care who's looking. I don't. I really don't. I don't care who's looking. We are back. We are live. We are in here. We are energized. We shoveled our driveways. We have a shit ton of snow outside. But Merry Christmas to everybody, even though it's not Christmas. Today is the 23rd, 2022. We are enjoying the last couple days here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody that is in here. Make sure you smash the like button. It's free 99. We are going to start this day off. We're going to have a pretty decently long stream. Damn, I can't even catch up to the comments. I do want to shout everybody out for being here, though. There's a lot of people in here. I see we got Brittany, Skittles, Lady A. Montgomery. We got a shit ton of snow. I was just shoveling. Brittany, Joelle, what's up? What's up? Judy, Miss 911, Shelly Jenkins, Angie, Debbie. What's up, Debbie? She says, hello, T. What's up? Crispy Critter, what's going on? Leah, what's going on? Mike dropping mama. I love that name. I don't know why I love that name, but we dropping mics around here. No, I wasn't doing no damn makeup. I just was talking shit. I ate breakfast. My beautiful fiance made breakfast, so that's what I was doing. I was eating breakfast. I went out, shoveled. We shoveled the sidewalks, the driveway, the backyard. We had to make a path and all that other good stuff. You know what I mean? And then I went and bought me, I like to do it all the time. I probably got about, to be honest with you, I got about 100 hats in the closet or more. I collect hats, so I went and bought me a couple new hats. You know what I mean? And also went and bought me this one. I don't care who's looking. You know what I mean? I went out and did a few things, bought groceries, got us some stuff before we get hit with the next batch of snow. Justice for the Idaho 4. You're absolutely right, Andy. Shout out to Remy Stuff. Andy Kane, what up? How you doing, brother? Mike, what's going on? Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Who else we got in the building? Jenny, Laura, Karma, what's up, Karma? Gemini in the building. We got my brother Brian in the building. Been rocking with me for years. OG, DC. Who else we got up in here? Okay. T-REV to 20K by the end of the new year. Can we get to 20K? That's cool. Is that a goal? Nah, I never intended to hit 20K, but do I care? No, not really. I just want justice. I'll take justice and delete my YouTube channel. If the killer would turn himself in right now, I'll delete my YouTube channel. Dead ass. L. Anders. Let's see. Two ladies. Shout out to you. Deep Dive Tribe. What's up? I'm just trying to shout as many people as I can get in before I start going, because as soon as I start going, we get locked in. No Name Jane, Jesse Crib, Historic Wolf, what's going on? Chris, what's up? He said, I'm catching up from last stream. Randy Fur, what's up? I was supposed to come back live last night, but you know what? I passed out. I can't help it. I passed out. I went in there and I literally sat down. I was talking to my fiance, and all of a sudden it was lights, camera, action. I was out like a light. What up, Hunter's Moon? That's seen by a subscriber. Brandy Ann. Maldi Mama in the building, Malika in the building, Chris Dohaney in the building. I see you, brother. I see everybody. Crypto Cougar. All right. So now I'm gonna start. All right, let me catch back up real quick because I see a lot of shit. Yo, shout out to Venus. What's up? Venus in the building. Cynthia, Gina, Jennifer Taylor. Truth Matters. I passed out too. I know, man. We were tired. We were live for 10 hours or 11 hours. Let's just say the Idaho live last night was 9 hours and like 51 minutes, and then we did a little wind down afterwards. But we did straight 9 hours of podcasting and phone calls. Thank you. I appreciate that. Life After 50. Thank you. Michelle Mouse, shout out to you. Holly, shout out to you. Teresa Thompson, shout out to you. God, I'm trying to get through this as fast as I can and say what I need to say because we got some stuff to get into. Oh, yeah. And we might have some new stuff. I mean, do we got some new stuff to talk about, or are we going to keep circling around the same shit? We'll find out. I mean, in my opinion, hold up. For everybody who's complaining about like the chat flying by, I'll put on slow mode, but I think I'm going to leave it at 15 seconds on slow mode. 15 seconds, because I feel like there's people that are chatting and they're trying to say things. I'll leave slow mode on at 15 seconds. We'll start it at 15. I don't think I want to move it. I don't like putting slow mode on. I hate putting slow mode on. I really do. Thank you. I appreciate that, Remy's. Thank you for the 5, by the way. I do appreciate that. No Chains, two ladies. That's you. What was that? Hey, dude. What's up? Death Wave, Miss Thing. What's going on? Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. I appreciate you guys. But you know what? Let's catch this fucking killer. Daz Libra, thank you. I appreciate it. 25 to life, true crime, Shane B. Barbara Bazin. Shout out to my guy that was in here last night too, man. Paul. Shout out to Paul. He's the real Santa. Type faster, Danny said. All right. Is that fast enough? I could probably type 1,000 words a minute. You never know. Dead ass. All right, so let's jump in. Let's check out a few videos. Hey, what up, John? There's my man, John. Hey, he's been rocking with me from day one. When my channel had 900 subs, John was there. John was there. Shout out to my brother, John, man. Shout out to John. Love you, John. Uncle John right there. All right, so let's dive into these videos. I want to check this out. Experts on incel theory in Idaho. This dropped 3 hours ago. We got to watch this. Let's check it out. I will be opening up the lines here. And hold on, let me see which one I want to put up. Reaching out to the Idaho. Here we go. All right, so I got that.
It is the question that has yet to be solved. Who killed
Make sure you
those
hit the like
four
button. It's
students
$3.99.
in Moscow, Idaho?
We'll put up a poll too.
Behavioral analysts from the FBI are, as we speak, trying to profile the murderer. And while their work is a secret, the theories aren't.
I hate slow mode.
Is it possible that the killer was acting out of some kind of hatred of women? We talked about the subculture known as incels. And there are two people who know that topic best. Chris Mohandi is a forensic psychologist with more than 25 years of experience in assessing and managing violent behavior. And you may well know him from his popular investigation discovery show, Most Evil.
Thank you, Daz Libra. I appreciate
and Sarah Daly is a criminologist who has dedicated much of her life's work to studying incels and mass violence. And welcome to both of you. I couldn't have two better experts on this topic.
What's up, Shane B?
Dr. Daly, can I begin with you? Women have rejected men since the dawn of time. What all of a sudden has changed? Why is there now all of a sudden this strange subculture that is bonded together?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Ashley. You know, some but not all incels believe that increases in women's rights and opportunities allow them.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now.
Thank you. It's Macca. Thanks for your time and attention to this T-REV. Let's get this killer. Let's get it. I will be opening the lines. What, baby?
She wants you to fill this.
She wants me to fill it?
Yeah.
You come in during the middle of a live like that? I'm just playing, baby.
I asked her what kind she had. She said Reg's the one who can do it.
We'll tell her. Here. Give this to your mom right here. I know exactly which one she has because this is the one. Here you go. Hold up. Sorry, guys.
Hi,
1 second. Here, give this to her.
So
Puppy can stay with me.
He wants to come
You want to stay with Daddy? Come on. Here.
Can he stay?
Sorry, I gave you the wrong thing. Yes, he can stay, baby.
Okay.
I didn't know he wanted in. He's gonna be
at the door crying.
We'll see if he's crying. Oh, he was at the door crying. Come here. Come. What are you doing? Eat the puppy. I love you. Good boy. Pup wanted to come in here. All right. Anyways, I need a few other mods. When people say dumb, ignorant shit like that, troll, T-REV says the N-word and all that other stuff, or disrespectful to the callers. This is for my mods, by the way. Anybody who's disrespectful to the callers or just don't, like regularly talk about what their theory or whatever, like you can argue somebody's theory. Like that's not what I'm saying here. This is a freedom of speech, but freedom of speech ain't speaking out and disrespecting the shit out of people. No disrespect is allowed here. You can pretty much say what the fuck you want, but when it comes to disrespecting people, oh, this woman sounds like she's on perks, or oh, this woman is this, or this guy is fucking out of his mind, he's a fucking retard, like shit like that. A trigger warning. Get him out of here. But there we go. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's Mac. I appreciate you. But anyways, I'll be ignoring trolls for the rest of the day. I'm going to acknowledge one more. I just had to put that up there and say stop the cat. But let's get back to this. I missed a little bit of this. Let's jump back.
There are two people who know that topic best. Chris Mohandi is a forensic psychologist with more than 25 years of experience in assessing and managing violent behavior. And you may well know him from his popular investigation discovery show, Most Evil. And Sarah Daly is a criminologist who has dedicated much of her life's work to studying incels and mass violence. And welcome to both of you. I couldn't have two better experts on this topic. Dr. Daly, can I begin with you? Women have rejected men since the dawn of time. What all of a sudden has changed? Why is there now all of a sudden this strange subculture that is bonded together?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Ashley. Some but not all incels believe that increases in women's rights and opportunities allow them to be pickier when women select partners, or that modern online dating is mostly based on looks. My research, though, focuses on incels' experiences, and they face these masculinity challenges, which in turn affect the way that they're treated, which is often like subhumans in their minds. It affects their self-esteem and their self-worth. So these online communities can provide a sense of support for them as they find shared identity and victimization. So in my research, I've found that online interactions are the social experience.
Hold on, I had to pause that because I hear a voice coming through my. All right, maybe it's her camera or something
For them, and they say that much of the heinous content is a bonding mechanism.
So I've heard this expression,
you,
Dr. Daly,
Randy.
called the black pill. What's the black pill? What does that mean?
Comment again, Randy, first.
Yeah, sure. So it's based on the reference to the Matrix, about the blue pill and the red pill. But the black pill is this notion that looks and one's appearance are the defining characteristics for your success in life, whether it's professional, whether it's platonic or romantic. So for men who are very short or who are physically unattractive, there's nothing they can do to fix it short of plastic surgeries. So it's really kind of a very bleak outlook for what their future happiness looks like.
Well, they should maybe go and check out Beauty and the Beast,
Lindsay,
on Broadway.
Instagram.
It's a theme that has run through most people's lives as they've grown up. It's not about what you look, it's about what you're like. So, Dr. Mohandy, you were one of the earliest, actually, to speak out and say that we shouldn't be ruling out the incel theory in the Idaho murders. Tell me why you think that.
Well, you have a number of things that are reminiscent, if you will, of Isla Vista and other events. You have,
I got you, Lindsay. I'm gonna check
several people, the victims, three
to
attractive females, the involved male, all of whom are attractive, socially visible, very, up and coming, at the prime of their lives, participating in, what college students participate in terms of living their lives to their fullest. So that's going to evoke feelings of envy.
Thank you,
and hate among those that perceive that they're on the outs. Somebody that's alienated, and in that environment, that could very much be, somebody like this. It also is reminiscent of Isla Vista in that event started with a multiple stabbing at the offender's apartment, and, a deeply personal, hateful act, and so forth. So the context, the victimology, and the violent attack that it characterizes this event made me think that's a possibility. It's not the only possibility, and I'm sure investigators are looking into it. But that was what I associated to it.
Right.
And part of a successful investigation, is keeping an open mind to a number of possibilities. And I'm sure they're looking at this and other theories. But that's kind of what I flashed to, when I saw some of the fact pattern of this case.
When you mentioned the Isla Vista, that's the UC Santa Barbara case where the killer said, "I'm after the hottest sorority of UCSB." It's chilling to actually just see it in plain writing. So, Dr. Daly, what does the FBI do about this? Like, how do they track the incel community? Do they troll them online? Is there more surveillance that goes on? And in particularly with a case like this, how would that research all of a sudden get very focused and change?
Yeah, the FBI and other agencies are absolutely aware of incels, and they've probably experienced a lot of training to understand their online activity. So I would suspect that when they're looking for leads and identifying suspects, they know the channels, they know the forums and the sites that they want to look for and, follow this information. If this is something they're considering, which I'm sure that they are, they have the skills and the resources to monitor these sites and hopefully be able to parse out the really extreme trolling that happens on there, and any potential legitimate leads.
Hey, Kathy.
But do killers really insert themselves like that very often into crime scenes? Do they revel in this? And how would police?
Yeah, actually, killers do that. I mean, it's happened in the past, right, guys? Like, how many times? Name in the chat. All right, so for everybody that's in here right now, you've been in a true crime your whole life. Name one person right now off the top of your head, the first person you could think of that inserted themselves in a crime and was a serial killer, or you get what I'm saying? A killer that inserted himself into the crime and literally came back around, all that. Name one. I want to see somebody. Killers come back, known fact. Jenny says. I want to see if anybody. I want to see who y'all name. Ted Bundy. There we go. Right off the rip. There's one. I just want to see where everybody's at with it. I emailed you details on breaking news case. Read immediately. I got your suspects. Okay, I'll check that. Scott Peterson, Richard Allen. Delphi murder recent. Yeah, but hold up. Did he insert himself on that case, Richard Allen? Chris Watts, Zodiac, Peterson, BTK. I see a lot of the bridge guy. So everybody's saying bridge guy inserted himself. I followed that case for a long time. What do you think that Richard Allen inserted himself in that case? Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? At the CVS, handing the family the post or the when they printed out the posters and shit. Yeah, absolutely. Richard Ramirez, Aries. I said, hold up, Gary Ridgway. Sis says Jack Unterweger. Okay, I get what I haven't seen that case. Hold up, Jack. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Charles Hardison. Damn, y'all know all these shit. We got a lot of people in here that know a lot of shit. Joe Biden. Oh my god, I won't even. I read it, but I ain't gonna post. Sick bastard. Gacy. Stephen Colbert. Yeah. Weren't they saying they were trying to say that old boy was the hold on, Stephen McDaniel? Yes. Stephen McDaniel, the dude on there with the fro and shit. Yeah, most definitely. California State Killer, Ian Huntley, Jodi Arias went to the funeral and acted like yep. I remember that. I watched that all on Dateline. A lot of sick pups. Dahmer. I appreciate you guys naming that. I don't know. The slowest I'm putting chat today is 20 seconds. I won't go no higher than that at some point.
Please tell the difference between a killer and a crime tourist.
I just wanted to see if y'all got
watching now. I want to bring in Chris Swecker. He's a former assistant director of the FBI Criminal Investigations Unit. So what about that, Chris? It's sort of a new thing that we're starting to see a lot more crime tourism, people coming to these locations than maybe they used to. It's not that it's new, it's just becoming very popular. Do the police stake out and watch carefully to see who are the tourists and who has, maybe a different behavior?
I agree.
Yeah, I think they should, Ashley. I don't see any evidence that they're doing that in this case. What I have read and heard is that there's a private security guard sitting in a car in front of the door there, and you see that on a lot of the video footage of the crime scene, that are more current. I don't see any other, and I don't think they have the resources to stake out the house and the premises.
We'll check that
24/7. I don't think it's practical. And I just don't think they have the resources to do it. But they should be videoing. All you have to do is to put a camera up and you can video everyone who comes.
Hold up. I got an email that says, please watch them, call me. And then they gave their phone number, which I won't reveal that. I've emailed the attorney of Steve Goncalves because the FBI won't help. Thanks. And then she put her name. Why would I call the FBI and try to get a hold of the lawyer? I ain't crazy. I work at the community college in Washington State and I'm a professor. I won't reveal her identity, but that's what she said. She also said, Mr. Gray, I believe I have some information to help you to the police. Okay, so she sent in that. I'll check it out. Breaking news on the real Idaho 4. Here are your. Okay, I'll check this out. We'll check. Do you guys want to check that video out? This was sent by somebody. She goes, I think I solved this case. You guys want to check that video out? Light the comments up with ones. This video you're seeing on your screen right now is what the killer turned to the crime of the scene. But let's see. Do you guys want to get to that or you want to get to the phone calls? We're doing the phone calls regardless. But emailer said this right here. I think I solved this case. Please watch them and then call me. Blank, blank, blank. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to read her number out. That's very rude, as that would be a dickhead move. Why would I call the FBI and try to get a hold of the lawyer? I ain't crazy. I work at a community college in Washington State, and I'm a professional. I said professor before, but professional. You guys want to watch it? That's what the titled video is that was just sent in, or I'll say titled video, but she said, watch them. Please watch them. So let's see where she's at with it. Hold up. What music do we got playing in there right now? I don't know that music, but we'll check it. Somebody said, what? Hey, Mel. Hold up. I kind of don't want to play that music right now. Let's check it out, though. Here we are. Yep, it's riding all right. There we go. This is it right here. Mods, the music isn't striked. Okay, let's see. Run it back then. Oh, okay. The new St. Andrews College. All right, so let's pause this. All right, let's go ahead and pause this so you can read it. Moscow, Idaho. While some may not like what was posted or how it was posted, the constitutional right for free speech prohibits the government from using ambiguous and unused ordinances to punish opposition. Hold up. Lawyer Sam Creason said in a press release Monday. City Attorney Liz Warner has charged a father and his two sons with the 13 misdemeanors each, according to the press release. Rory Wilson, 18, a student at a new St. Andrews College, and his younger brother, 14, were stopped by Moscow police for posting stickers on poles around Moscow which read Soviet Moscow, enforced because we care. They posted them in protest of the arrest that took place at a peaceful palm sign or a palm saying outside City Hall in September 2020. My man says Skid Row. Yeah, Skid Rowed up. I don't know, but there's the truck. I mean, we don't need the music, to be honest with you. Let's check it out. I mean, I see you. What do you guys think about this? What's the relevance to this? What do you guys think? What do you guys think, guys? I turned it down. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that. Dylan boyfriend truck. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, she said she thinks she cracked the case. That was the email. She thinks she's cracked the case. Would you guys argue that? We'll open up the phone lines and we'll talk about it.
And goes around the whole perimeter of the house. It wouldn't take more than 2 or 3 cameras to do that. But you know,
yeah, you know what? They did that at Brian Laundrie's house. They did that. They did it from the neighbor from the back. They put up a camera to see if anybody came in and out the back. I think they were looking to see if Brian himself was going to come in or leave, but they've done it. So you're right. And can I just ask you, what would they?
Hold on. I think there's one more video. I think there's one more video. Let me look. I'm going to look at it on this side of the screen over here so we don't. Same video. All right. Confused. Let me see what you guys are saying. I'm not going to attack what she sent me. I mean, she needs to explain. Nothing in my opinion. Hold on. I'm gonna put up a poll right now. Let's go ahead and start the poll. The poll's been smashing every day. Yesterday was like 48%. You know who? Who do you think? Young. And I'm going to put allegedly on this. Hold up. I'm putting up the poll right now. Allegedly. Everything on this channel is allegedly in speculation. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. We are theorizing theorists. Whatever you, however you want to say it, theories. Listen to me. All right. Allegedly. Okay. Here we go. Jack. So here we go. People hate these when I put them up, but hey, it is what it is. Now my pup's crying at the door. He's like, let me in, Dad. But then he wants to run right back out. They'll open the door for him. I'm going to open the door for him. Other SK / Enan / etc. All right, here we go. Get your vote on the poll. What do you think? Who do you think? I'm going to open up the lines here in a minute after we're going to watch this video real quick.
I have no idea what kind of signs we'd be talking about. What would the behaviors be of a crime tourist that might actually be the killer?
I could call, but I mean...
Yeah, I don't know. The behavioral scientists would be the best to answer that question.
I can't call.
But I would say it's probably someone who's by themselves and someone who's male and who doesn't fit in, to the neighborhood, if you will. It's someone who is a loner, and you can tell from a distance.
All right, so should I call her? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Should I call her? I'm gonna let the community decides here. Should I call her? Thank you for the gifted membership, Steven. I appreciate you, brother. Should I call her? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Should I say screw the videos that we're watching right now and give this lady a call? I'll give her what? How long? How many minutes should I give her on the call to explain this? Community decides around here. Rap Gang family decides around here in the chat, guys. Like I run with the majority. I want to hear this. Okay. I'll give a time limit too, because I don't want to keep the line. I don't want to keep the lines clogged up. 5 minutes to explain. 7 minutes. I see 7 minutes, 5, 15, 10. I'm looking for the reality. 10. I see 10 right here. So if you think 10, put 10. 6 minutes, like you give callers. Miss 911 has said, to be fair, 6 minutes. 6 minutes, 7. I see a lot of 7s. 5 minutes. All right. Look. 5. I see 10, 10. I see a lot of friggin' 10s. I will say I see a lot of 10s. I'll give it that. I see a lot of 10s here. All right. So you know what? I'm leaning towards what is it, JD? I want everybody to call in that possibly wants to call in today. 10s. All right, 10 it is. I'm gonna put 10 on the clock. I'll give her a call. I'll put 10 on the clock. I want to be fair and get everybody in on the phone calls. She says that she cracked the case and that she knows who did this. Allegedly, speculation. Period. Disclaimer. Make sure that that's known. All right, so here we go. I'm going to put her on the clock. I'm getting her number out of here right now. We're going to give her a call. Hold on, let's see. I checked her out. She's been watching for a while. Let's check it. I want to hear her out because you never know. Let's see what she's talking about, all right? They are big words. Uncle Benny, I agree with you. Those are big words. Them's big words for sure. Everything is allegedly. Here we go. I'm going to shoot her a call right now. Let's go ahead and shoot that call over, and let's get to it. All right, here we go. Enter number. Here we go right now. It's on. Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
I played the video and all that. Now everybody's like, all right, give her 10 minutes to explain what she's talking about. I'm like, all right, we'll do that.
Yeah, you got a bunch of haters on there.
Okay, don't worry about them. This is just me and you talking. Don't worry about anybody who is people are gonna question everything. I want to hear it. So I'm ready. You ready?
All these people are talking about some Jack D or Jack S. Those people that I'm showing on there are not even those people that they've been talking about.
Yes, ma'am. No,
it's Douglas Wilson and his son.
Okay. So, all right. I put it on the clock. Go ahead. You can explain everything right now. This is yours. Your time. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Michelle. I live in Washington State. I'm a mother of a 19-year-old son and a 21-year-old daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't need haters. And I've sent the attorney this morning an email.
Yes, ma'am.
After I've done the extensive research because we haven't been getting anywhere. And that's what I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I respect what you do. Thank you for everything that you do.
Made the video. It's clues. It's not, you guys are used to watching these videos that tell you every little freaking detail and people break stuff down and got boards up and shit. Okay. No, I can't post all this shit out there because it's totally doxing and saying, hey, you're the killer.
Right. Which will get your ass sued. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You guys don't know who I'm fucking with here, man. This guy rules the town of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
He's been there since 1969. That town has unsolved murders since 1969. People are going to think I'm crazy. I don't care. I don't care. Watch it. Watch what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening. You got all ears for me, and I'm not.
I don't care what people in the chat think I'm crazy. They're going to be calling me names, thinking I'm off my rocker. That's fine.
Hey,
I'm a 47-year-old woman.
Ma'am,
guess what? I've been through it. I'm from Los Angeles. I can take it. I want
to tell you something real quick before we move on. You're gonna get that. I get that all the time. Don't pay attention to them, and just I personally, I'm interested in hearing what you're saying because you could be right. And
Douglas Wilson.
I want to give you that fair chance to explain it.
Douglas, Rory, and Nathan Wilson. You guys want names? I just dropped the names. Look them up.
Okay.
Do your research.
I'm writing that down. Let me get my notepad out. You can keep going. You said Douglas what?
Douglas Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Rory Wilson. Rory Wilson.
Yes, okay.
Nathan Wilson. A father and his two sons.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys need to look. You gotta stop looking. You gotta stop looking at what the massive media is feeding you people.
I'm with you. Fuck mainstream media.
Okay, because we know what's going on already, and we know the little details aren't matching up. And the reason I'm going to tell you guys the reason why this isn't going down and they're not investigating this. Well, the reason why they're not investigating this guy is because he's in a situation with the police right now because of that arrest that I just showed you on the video that was recent. Okay. The reason why they wouldn't question the black truck, you want to know why? Because if they question him in the murder, then this guy, he's already admitted on so many of his videos that he's got a stash of cash in case the FBI investigates him. You guys don't know who you're fucking with.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening to you. I'm all ears right now for everything that you're saying.
People are going to think I'm crazy. That's
I
fine.
I absolutely do not think you're crazy. This is research. This is stuff that you know what I mean? I do not think you're crazy at all, ma'am. I promise.
I appreciate it. I'm sorry. I'm freaking out, but I've
you're
put a
fine.
lot of work into
you are
this.
absolutely fine. Your heart is in this. You're passionate about what you're saying.
I was crying when I got off the phone with the FBI last night, you guys. I stood on hold at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I think she hung up. Should we give a call back? Let's call back. Should we call back? I think we should call back. I think she's serious about what she's saying, guys. I think she really believes with her heart, and I don't hate on her for that. You know what I mean? I don't hate on her for what she said. She's done some research. I want to hear what she's. You know what I mean? Like I really do want to hear what she's saying. Let's call her back. You're gonna get people that hate. I get people that hate all the time. Mike Jetson said they cut her line.
Please leave your message for
Said, I guess she's done. Guys. I don't know. Man, ma'am, I do want to say something to you. And I'm not hating on you whatsoever. And this is just me giving you advice. We get when you come onto platforms and you post stuff and you put videos out there, you got to have thick skin, because if you don't have thick skin, this community will chew you up and spit you out. There's going to be haters, trolls, all types of different things, and they're going to come at you left, right, front, and center. You got to learn how to rise above them and keep moving forward. You know what I mean? You get stuck on some comments coming out of chat, people are going to question what you got to say. I'm questioned every day, but I like it. I like when people question it, because you know what? That means they don't think like me, and that means they think different. So my suggestion to you is you got to be open to what other people say. Even if people are saying you're off your fucking rocker and you're crazy and all this other shit, you got to overlook that to go your inner self. Like you said, you're professional, right? If you're professional, you can't let these comments eat you up like that. You can't. You just can't. You can't let the comments eat you up like that. I want her to be able to speak. Don't look at chat. If it bothers you that much, please do not look at chat. Have the conversation with me. Yes, we're live on the air, but have the conversation with me. The chat will chew you up and spit you out. If she doesn't answer right here, this is my last time calling back. I don't want to keep wasting my time on calling her if she's not going to speak and get worked up. I want to give her that respect and that floor to talk.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. I think I lost you. Did you? I don't know what happened.
Connection here is kind of fun.
Oh, okay. The connection's fucked up. Okay, you're good. Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm just in a part of the apartment where I can talk.
Yes, ma'am. You're fine. It's okay. It happens.
I'm sorry, you guys. I don't want to, cause like some kind of weird commotion about this whole thing. To continue, like I called the FBI last night, and when I got off the phone, I was crying because I feel so strongly about this. Like,
yes, ma'am.
If I didn't feel strongly, why would I? The reason, like, if I didn't want the parents to see this, my work, I wouldn't post. You know what I mean? This is for the parents.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
It's for those moms and dads that lost their babies.
I'm with you, ma'am. I'm with you. I'm 100%.
And we need to honor that, not the hater stuff, because this is real. It's not funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nobody's listening.
I hear your emotion. I am listening to you. You got all ears from me, and whatever support you need from me, I got your back.
And I'm scared. I'm scared because of who I'm outing. I'm really scared because I've done more research about what happens when you out him.
Don't be scared.
And I'm scared. He threatens people.
Your back. I will call you off air. I got your back. Nobody will touch you. If I got connections too, so I'm not scared. Whoever this is, we can dig into it.
Douglas Wilson, Rory Wilson, and Nathan Wilson.
Okay.
They need to be investigated, and we need to know where they were at the night of the 12th through the 13th, morning of the 13th. And we need to know who drives the black truck and who was that in body cam. And if that person's been questioned in the footage, why they were driving at that time in the morning, going away from the house on Taylor.
Okay. Well, yeah, we need to check into it. I wrote the names down, and I'm gonna definitely dive into it. I got some apps and stuff that I work with I don't know. I don't know these people. This is the first time I heard their names. You bringing them up.
If you do the research, they're buying up properties all over Moscow right now with under David LLC.
Yes, ma'am.
I got a lot of information. I can't really get all this outed online right now because it's a lot.
Yes, ma'am. Connect with me. I mean, if you want, we can make a video about it together. Like when I'm off air this weekend or something, maybe after or maybe after Christmas, or right after Christmas break or whatever, or right after Christmas.
That's fine.
The next day.
Yeah.
If you
have my email,
I
can send you information. I think that's probably the best way is just to, I sent you another email because I was mad about the whole about being chatted about, but that's understandable. I understand people are really skeptical about people that call in and that may know something, and that's fine. I get it, you guys. But you and I can email back and forth if you'd like. I'm happy to do that and happy to provide the information. And I hope the attorney gets a hold of me too, because I have information. I have evidence. That's the only videos that I've even posted on YouTube. I haven't said anything about who I think it was up until this point.
Okay. Yeah, that's it's crazy. I mean, I've never heard of them people ever. I don't think I've heard of them at all.
The town of Moscow knows them. They all know them. Ask the town of Moscow. They all know who that guy is, but they won't say anything.
So are they like super? So I'm guessing their pockets are super deep.
Yeah, and deep in with the right people in school, in the police department, in the prosecuting, and the court system. They got their hands in all the pockets, man.
Now I want to ask you, what do you think their motive would be?
It's a revenge, and it's like I said, this guy's been killing since 1969. So he taught his sons how to do it.
Allegedly,
they're hunters.
They're
hunters. They're military. They're military. They're hunters. You guys, all of the speculation. Yes, he's military, and he taught his sons how to do this.
Wow. So who would they be getting revenge for? Do you think? Allegedly,
he owns the rivalry school, St. Andrews College. He's the owner. He's the owner of everything in that town.
Do they steal cars? That's what asked by somebody who just.
Yes, they steal cars. They burn them on fire just to make videos on their Canon press. Canon press is a huge indicator of who's involved. But that's not just it, you know. There's a lot of deep stuff. You don't want to go down rabbit holes. You want to read reputable articles, and you want to go to the right places. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, no doubt. I was just worried about like motive and evidence, like you said, revenge. So I was just trying to think, who they do. They
don't like the police. They don't like the police, and they don't like kids that are into partying.
What did they do and why?
The son's got something to do with they know that son knows them. Something's not coming out about Rory Wilson. Rory's the young one. Nathan works at the school with his daddy. Okay, Rory Wilson just graduated high school a couple of years ago in 2020. He's now going to his daddy's college. And the college is right downtown off of Main Street. And those, they're around there a lot. Those boys are around downtown a lot. They watch people down there a lot. And I can guarantee that they've had encounters with them girls.
Okay. So I definitely want to check into it and look into it more myself and
the picture of the young one in my video, that's not what he looks like. That was him in 2020, you guys.
Okay.
He's grown up a little bit. So I can't really find many pictures of Rory. I have a couple of him playing basketball. He's a basketball player.
Uh-huh.
Okay. He looks just like Jack S. If you look at his face, he looks just like Jack Showalter, almost identical. They look like they could be brothers. So that's maybe part of the mix-up of the hoodie guy. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I am. We're gonna do. We definitely need to talk. Behind. We definitely need to do a little deep dive on this, even and make a video on it. Maybe we can team up together behind. I'll invite you and I'll link on StreamYard when you have a good connection. When I'm offline and I'm not doing a podcast, and we can do a deep dive on it and search up everything that we possibly can and collaborate on a video together and see.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I'm definitely listening to you. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're a psycho. I don't think none of that shit. I really am listening to you because what happens in a lot of these cases, who comes back tied to it? People we don't even fucking think of or who we never heard of, right?
Right.
So I mean,
that's why I named myself Joan of Arc. That's why that's my moniker. Because I'm not playing. Like, I know that I said I'm scared of this guy, but you know what? If he wants to burn me on the cross, I'll take that for them kids.
Absolutely. I mean, this
I'll
is
take
about
that.
justice.
I'll take it. You can burn me for telling the truth. I don't care at this point.
Well, we'll talk. Stay close. We'll talk. Stay close, and you're gonna be safe. Don't worry about it.
I will. I posted another video I have of unsolved murder since 1969.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send it to you.
I'm gonna text you personally, and we'll get up from there, and then maybe we could. Hold up. Today's Friday. Maybe we can do it. So we got Sunday's Christmas.
Just let me know. I work.
Maybe we could do it. Maybe we could do it tomorrow, actually, and do it quicker. Cause
whatever you need, I'm available. I got Zoom. I got all kinds of shit. So whatever.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I definitely want to do a deep dive on it with you, and we can plug your channel in and stuff like that. I know that's not why you're doing it. I know
not at all.
I know that's not been. I feel you're authentic. I don't feel you're reaching here or nothing. I feel like you really care about these kids, and I can feel your emotion coming through just the way speaking. And I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not one of those that I think she's fucking crazy. We need to really deep dive on this and see what we come up with, what we can find, who we can tie them back to, who are they friends with, and you know what I mean? Who are they friends with around this brat? Who are they? You know what I mean? That's what we need to do, and I want to do that. We could do that together. I can invite you on StreamYard backstage, and we can start diving.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, and stay blessed. Stay in the chat. You're protected. Don't worry about that. Like I said,
you guys stay blessed too. Thank you for giving me the time of day. It's hard when you're not really a YouTuber and stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't really. I found the black truck 2 weeks ago, and that's when I started posting. I'm like, somebody needs to investigate this.
Somebody put a super chat up and said, tell her not to say more. Read about their religion, please. So I don't know what they're referring to, but it must be some serious shit.
Yeah, it is, you guys. That's why I'm scared.
Yeah, we'll dive into this. I'm with you on that. I feel why you're scared. Especially if they're the type of people you're talking about. I see because burning cars and all that in the video that you dropped. So
what's the sign of a serial killer? I'll leave you with this. What's the sign of a serial? I'll leave you with two things. Sign of a serial killer is arson. Second thing, when Diane Sawyer interviewed Charles Manson, and he asked him why Tex went to the house to kill those people. To kill them people in the Sharon Tate murder?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason why he went to the house is because he knew the house and he had been there before.
Okay. Well, let's not say much more because, there's a bunch of people listening and they'll go deep dive on this and try to rob you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want nobody to go.
Yeah, well, the attorney's got the information, and I called the FBI. So if anybody wants to rob me, I'm glad you did that.
I'm glad you reported it because that's the most important part. Now we can deep dive on it and show people what you know what I mean. I want you to present it. So if I could help you out by helping you present it, then I'm cool with that because I want the same thing you want, and that's fucking justice.
I'm not sure if I'm great at presenting. I'm pretty creative. I enjoy making videos. I'm an artist.
I will help you present that. I do editing.
If you want to help me, you can.
Yes, ma'am. I do. I edit and all that. I got you. I don't want no money. Don't want shit. I'll help you do that. We could deep dive together and we'll do, you know what I'm saying? So we should do that. We should do that probably tomorrow or later tonight or something like around there. I got your number. I got your email. Okay. I got it saved. So I'll be getting in contact with you soon.
Okay. You guys have Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, too. Guys.
Bye. Shout out to her. We'll definitely check it out. How old are the kids? I was trying to read you guys' comments. They're flying by so fast. I want to definitely talk to her and get into this about these people. I wrote down the names on my notepad, and I want to, you know what I mean? I want to talk to her a little bit. Nada said, oh, she's promoting her video. I want to look into it a little more before we go out on the limb and just throw it deep. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk. That's why I said I want to bring her backstage when I'm not on and we'll dive into it. Chat. She is not first to discuss. Oh, okay. Okay. So he's already out there. So she reported it to the FBI. So, I mean, hey, Cassie says important. I am sending you a video. Look for it now. Plunder just put out more body cam. Neighbor almost got car stolen. I'll check it, Cassie. I'll check it for sure because I'm about to open up the lines here for people to call in. And we'll be running 5 minutes like yesterday. We got you, caller. Thank you, Cassie. You didn't have to do that for me to read your message. I mean, even chat's fucking flying by fast, but I'm slow. I slowed it down myself so I can read. Let me see. None of us think she's crazy. Yeah, she's not crazy. She's deep diving like a lot of people do. Shit, she got farther than me. Especially with the outer circle, you know what I mean? I'm still looking inner circle. Me, I still believe allegedly, speculation. If you haven't heard it from the police, it is not true. Allegedly and speculation. I still think JD. That's just me though, as of right now. Change my mind. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm willing to look elsewhere too. I am so lost right now, says Chelsea. The Lord will protect you, caller, for being truthful. Like my hat says, I don't care who's looking. I really don't. This is definitely a whoa moment. Hold on, let me scroll down here. Hello, gang. What up, pal? Welcome. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Make sure you hit the like button. It's free 99. Let's hit the algorithm. Let's keep this justice ride going. We need justice, period. So let's see. I love you, Rev. You're good with callers. Thank you, Mitch. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support, too. Shout out to you, Dark Horse. I see you, Dark Horse. Can you share the evidence that it's them? I'm not understanding why this is for sure 100%. That's what I'm saying. The 1 minute video that she made, it really doesn't give me enough. So I need more. You know, that's why I said I wanted to invite her back there and we can make a video. I'll present it. I'll do the editing. I'll do all that. I'll do all of it for her. All we got to do is sit back there and I'll help her dig too. We'll dig too. You know what I'm saying? Let me get down here. Whoa, I am so behind in chat. Holy shit. You guys are making me go. Hold up 1 second. Do you think damn, you guys got a lot of questions. I see them. I'm scrolling through. I'm still not at the bottom of the screen yet. I'm stuck 20 minutes up in comments, damn near. Check email important, Cassie says. She must be talking about. See how far I was behind, Cassie, when I read that? Please be respectful. You're awesome. Damn, do I really need to slow chat down? Is that why people say slow chat down? Because of the comments like this? Is this why you guys say slow chat down? Please let me know. Like, honestly, is this why you guys say slow chat down? I'm at the bottom now. I'm waiting for you to say. Great to see you, man. Thank you for becoming a member, Chris. I appreciate you. The girl seemed upset when said, what did you tell Adam? Yes. Slow chat down? Yes. Okay. I'll slow chat down, but it sucks because people can't speak, man. That's why I hate slow mode. But hey, the chat is flying. I can barely read any comments. I guess I'll slow it down to, I'm going to have to keep it at 40 and it's still slow then. Or it's still fast. Oh my God, I can't see. All right, I put it at 40 seconds. I mean, I fucking hate slow mode, man. I really do. I really hate it. All right, let me go ahead and just open up some phone calls because Cassie's saying, watch this new body cam. I'll check it out. But this is the last one I want to check out video-wise because I want to get to the phone calls. I want to hear what the people have to say. Who found what? Who has recently found what and where's it at? I want to check that out. So why am I getting this? Hold up 1 second. Why is it giving me this? Give me 1 second, guys. Let me do this real quick. Go over here, hit that, bring that up. Bang. I don't know why it's doing that to me, but here we go. All right, guys. Here we go. Let's check it out. She's saying, watch
From the
this
Moscow Police Department in Idaho. And this footage is a little disturbing based on what it reveals about a would-be criminal. In this body cam footage, we're going to see a neighbor of the 1122 King Road house, the infamous house where the horrible slayings of 4 University of Idaho students happened on November 13th, 2022. So I'm filming this Thursday, December 22nd, and what I've seen, I've taken notes on, and I'm about to play for you the entire body cam footage, and you'll see what you think. I requested from Moscow Police a lot of body cam footage related to the 1100 block of King Road, because sometimes that's the way incidents appear in the police log related to 1122 King Road. Well, today they sent me 3 videos. I have more to come of other incidents, but today I wanted to go over this with you. One you will see playing nearby is just the dash cam footage of the officer on March 2nd, 2022. There's not much conversation caught in that video, so I will let it play as I talk. But I'm going to play uninterrupted the next 2 videos, the officer's body cam videos. I was attempting to see what calls happen at 1122 King Road, but this incident that happened in March of 2022, right nearby the 1122 King Road house, and I won't give this person's exact address. I'm not going to give her name or anything like that, but I'm wondering, could it be related to what would happen just 8 months later? I don't know exactly what day the victims moved into 1122 King Road. Zaina, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. I do remember seeing Kaylee in a TikTok video exactly 1 year prior to the slayings. So that would have been November 13th, 2021. And it's a funny video where some guy is going behind others and making like a weird faces and stuff. And you can see Kaylee in that video, and it looks like she's in the infamous house. I believe Kaylee lived there previously, perhaps with Maddie too. I'm not sure with Zaina. I know that the newer surviving roommates, I believe, moved in a little bit more recently, perhaps the summer of 2022. Now that we know the details of this crime that happened only 8 months prior to the murders, showing that 1122 King Road house in the background, the cops reveal what they say about an uptick in people stealing cars and prowling through cars, and what this victim says in the...
Oh my God, this is deep. This is a 39-minute video. Where's the part about that?
Body cam footage. It kind of paints a portrait of perhaps a local madman. Let me know what you think. And again, I don't know if it's related at all. I don't want to be one of...
Allegedly, the police meet up there every time, like on shift change or whatever. 9 police or whatever. That's what I heard.
Those sleuths that's trying to conflate this with that. It just gives us more information about what occurred prior to leading up to this horrible, horrible crime in November. The call was for an unlawful entry. An unknown person entered this sorority girl's vehicle. It was sometime between, she wasn't sure, about 9 p.m. on March 1st. That was the last time she checked her vehicle that night. Sometime between 9 p.m. March 1st and 9:30 a.m. March 2nd. So what you're going to see are cops responding to that call. The girl had just driven home to King Road near the infamous house from Boise. She had arrived on March 1st at that house. She had arrived about 5 p.m. And so she went out later about 9 p.m. to get her TV out of her car. She had some pillows in there too. Everything was fine by 9 p.m. She is going to tell the officer, as you'll hear, she heard some weird voices coming from the direction of the 1122 King house. It creeped her out. And that's not the only thing that creeped her out. The officer said, yeah, it's kind of a bowl. We heard that like a fish bowl, and the way the noises perhaps echo. We heard that same sentiment during the September 1st, 2022 noise complaint body cam footage. I received that body cam footage as well, and I plan to put that in an upcoming video. But for now, let's watch this video where the girl is going to point in the direction of the 1122 King Road house, talk about how the voices that night freaked her out. She went back in her house. The next morning she came out and someone had rummaged through her car. Not only that, they had taken different items from her car, put them inside of her suitcase, zipped it up, and put the suitcase somewhere on the road. Her roommate found her suitcase. The odd part about it is this person, I'm assuming it's a man, what he did was not only take like different tickets or whatever she had, random things, put them in her suitcase, zip it up, leave it outside in the road somewhere. He was probably planning to steal her car because her fuse box, something was going on with that too. But she tells the officer she found her underwear still in her car, somewhere shoved in a cup holder. Now that kind of made me go, Whoa. Because if this person took the time to gather up all of her things, put them inside of her suitcase, leave her suitcase outside of the car, probably attempted to steal it, monkeying around with the fuse box, and the cop is going to say maybe he was trying to hotwire it, but maybe the guy couldn't figure out how to hotwire this girl's car, so the car was still there. There was a footprint on the seat. You'll see a footprint on her front seat. On her driver's seat, you'll see a footprint. But why would he take the time to gather whatever else she had, you know, her parking tickets or her parking pass or I don't know what stuff she had. He had enough time to gather all of that, put it into her suitcase. It's pretty brazen of this person to do this. Probably late at night, maybe in the middle of the night. They don't know what time. They didn't have a Ring camera yet, but she ordered one that exact day, March 2nd. She said, I ordered one. So maybe she has some Ring camera footage that maybe helped the November crime. Who knows? But why would a person take all that time to go through her stuff, put it in the suitcase, put the suitcase out on the road? That makes sense if he was attempting to steal her car and he didn't want any of her identifying items or anything perhaps with him. But why take the time? She made it sound like he took her underwear out of her suitcase and stuffed it in a cup holder as if he were going to take it with him. This makes me think if this person is related at all, and I know this is a leap, this is just conjecture and speculation. If this is the type of guy we're looking for with the 1122 King Roadhouse, could he be some kind of deviant? I know the victims showed no signs of SA, none of that type of assault at 1122 King Road. But what kind of a person not only attempts to, you know, invade someone's property, their car, like this girl's car, mess around with the fuse box in an attempt maybe to steal it, or what else would be the reason? Harm her? I don't know. She did say she started her car, she put it in reverse, making sure her brakes still worked. But why specifically take out her underwear? Now that makes you think you're dealing with, I don't know what professional profilers would say, but that's kind of creepy. That's a thing that really creeped her out. You'll see, she'll tell the cop, I found my underwear shoved right there. And he's asking, in the cup holder? Her fuse box was messed with. You know, if it was a car theft gone wrong, why would he put all that other stuff in the suitcase and just leave her underwear? So this car would-be thief, the prowler, took everything else and put it in her suitcase, left it outside on the road sometime between 9 p.m. after she arrived back at Boise that day at 5 p.m. until 9:30 a.m. the next morning, when she came out and she noticed her car had been rummaged through, only because her roommate and their sorority girls, they talk about the sorority type of house it is. Ironically, the cops see her sorority on her pants. She was like, how'd you know that? How'd you know what sorority I was in? And of course, the cops, they're trained to know.
All right, here we go. I had to skip through it. It's like 39 minutes. I don't want to hold up from callers calling in. I want everybody to be able to call in. A lot of people are used to my video streams. So it says generally the first 30 seconds of body cam footage has no audio. I appreciate Plunder too. I have no problem with Plunder whatsoever. She makes lovely content. What kind of car at the top of the hill? I can't tell. I'm sure somebody will say that's a launcher by the end of the stream. There's FedEx delivering a package. Let's see what's going on here. By the end of the stream, that car will be a fucking Elantra. That's the one we're looking for here by the end of this stream. I'm telling you right now. Absolutely, sis. Thank you, Faye. Shout out to you too. Shout out to everybody from the UK, man. Shout out to all of you. I love you all. I'm serious. By the end of this stream, that car on the hill will be a fucking Elantra, and it'll be the one. She says you can see people on the balcony. I hate that it's so blurry. Yeah, you'll turn it into a launch, I'm sure.
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay, so this morning I just got home from Boise yesterday.
Okay.
And this morning I walked upstairs and my suitcase was inside, but I remembered leaving it in my car.
Copy.
I asked my roommate to just open the door. I was like, hey, did you bring my suitcase up? And she's
Does anybody know what relevance this has to the case? This was a year ago, right? What relevance will this have to a case? to the case in general? I'm just curious.
Like, yeah, I was in the middle of the road, and I was like, that's weird.
Oh, your suitcase was in the middle of the road?
Yeah, it was like back over here, and I had it in the back of my car.
Oh, interesting.
I was like, maybe I forgot and just left it out.
Hold up, is that an Elantra, guys?
And I was like,
is that an Elantra? I don't know. It looks like a Civic to me. I don't know. What is that? Is that an Elantra, guys? Anybody turning that into an Elantra? She says she put up cameras. I don't know, but I could. Isn't that Jack's place across the street? That's what they say. I guess I showed that they were creepers. No, it's a weird thing that happened next door. Okay, that house to the right is what the car allegedly where Jack D lived. Okay. Thank you, Carrie, by the way. Nothing but weird. A crime, creepy one near them. Hold up. A crime, a creepy one near them. Okay, L. Dot. Thank you. Many serial killers like to invoke fear. The underwear thing is common. Very common. Let me go down. That's Jack D's home. No, but isn't that Jack D's house? I don't get what that's showing me, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this showing me?
That's weird.
Oh, your suitcase was in the middle of the road?
Yeah, it was like back over here, and I had it in the back of my car.
Oh, interesting.
I was like, maybe I forgot and just left it out. And
right.
So then I take it inside, and I open it, and all the stuff that I had, oh, I locked it. I should have my keys. But all the stuff I had up here, all my pay stubs, the stuff I had in the center console, my sunglasses I was literally wearing yesterday were all shoved inside my suitcase, and like it was like zipped back up. And
so everything that you had in your front seat was now in your suitcase? Okay.
And then there's like a shoe print over here, and then there's like my fuse box under my steering wheel is like opened. I'll go get my keys. I just left it like
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just trying to steal it. Why would you open the fuse box? Hot wire? I don't know.
I need some orange juice. I don't know.
That's odd. Because we've been having those vehicle thefts.
That is super
weird.
There's
obviously no way you wouldn't pull prints off this anyways.
That house there. That huge red flag.
No. There's no cameras here.
I agree.
You guys don't have
it is a huge red flag
camera or anything like that.
I just ordered one actually.
Oh, really?
That's smart.
I don't think any of our neighbors do either.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
But we have like a Facebook page, so I was gonna ask on there. But like, they didn't take anything. Like I had this ring up there, and they didn't even take it.
He said they've been having thefts in the area.
Was, like, opened, and then there was a.
Is there any damage inside of it?
No, not that I can tell. I don't really know, but I'm just.
Is that your shoe print?
No.
Do you have your phone on you?
Yeah. I sat on it though, so hopefully I didn't like mess it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much we can do with it, but it could. We've been having kind of an uptick in vehicle prowls, and say we find the suspect,
big accusation.
And they find say he's wearing something that matches that tread. It just kind of. Now, I mean, it'd be really hard to. Unless the person admitted and said, "Yep, I was there." I mean, which is highly unlikely. But so when did you get back from Boise? You said
I got back last night at like 5 p.m.
Okay, so 5 p.m. last night. And did you lock your car?
No.
Okay.
But I came back out here about 9 because my TV was in here and my like pillows. Except that I don't know. I like heard like someone like talking over there. It was really weird, and then I just grabbed it and went back.
Yeah, because it's kind of a bowl right here. It's people could be up in their backyards talking, and
it freaked me out.
So 9 o'clock is when you last saw condition.
We got all these crimes going on right by somebody's house that we know.
And your TV wasn't stolen?
No, because I grabbed it and I brought it inside. And
okay.
The only thing in here was my suitcase.
Where was your suitcase originally at?
By the way, guys, we're about to.
So it was in the back.
It was like right here, and like this stuff was already in here.
Okay.
And they didn't touch it, but it was like right here, and so someone took everything from up there, put it in the suitcase, and then left it outside.
Yeah, that's definitely odd. It's odd because your fuse box is open. Yeah. However, I'm not trying to like scare you or anything, but maybe they were trying to steal your car.
That's what we were thinking.
So we have had
leave me my stuff.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So when your roommate came out here and found your suitcase in the road, was the hatch opened up?
I don't think so. I didn't ask her.
Okay.
I can call her. She's inside.
Or if the doors were open. I mean.
Talking.
Okay. And then, did they say what time that was?
Yeah. Hey, a few questions. When you grabbed my suitcase, did you see, like, were any of the doors open, like the hatch or anything?
No, just the suitcase was sitting outside of it.
And what time was that?
I said around 9:30.
Okay.
Last night?
This morning.
This morning. Okay, so between 9 o'clock last night and 9:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Circle, right?
Is there any damage to your vehicle?
What about
the fuse box? The little lid for that?
I don't know what it's like. The only thing I kind of know is like my hood thing. Like if you look down here, it looks like it's like bent.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's JD's car though. Allegedly, speculation. And also, I've heard that JD and a teacher are suing YouTubers, right, or a TikToker right now. They didn't say allegedly and speculation.
Like the other way a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Steven. I appreciate you, Steven Jackson. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, they might have been.
But the fuse box, like, lids on the ground.
Did you look inside the hood to see if anything was tampered with?
I don't know what cars are supposed to
Welcome,
look like.
Henry.
So.
Okay, I mean, it's okay. Do you want us to look and check?
Yeah, you can look.
You want to pop the hood there, Chris?
I just saw it and it just looked like a lot of wires.
Nope, it sounds like to me someone who might have been trying to maybe take your car, but.
And I started my car already and it started, so.
Nothing wrong with it?
No.
Did you drive it?
No. But I put it in reverse first so I can make sure the brakes will work.
Right.
And it works. I mean,
You know how to open your hood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so I ain't no mechanic, but obviously engine, your batteries here,
Everything
2 batteries.
Normal, I thought.
Your alternator's there. I don't see anything of
the same fucking thing.
notice.
That's good.
I don't know if there's supposed to be a cap here. It looks like your oil filter.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I have a Subaru too, but I've never looked in the motor.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's normal.
what we are, so we'll document everything. Like I said, there's kind of been like an uptick recently, and like we've had a couple vehicles stolen. We've had people's cars getting broken into. Of recommendation always is lock it. Yeah. So
they're crimes of opportunity. More often than not, sometimes, very rarely do they break windows and actually break in. More often than not, they pull door handles until they find one that's unlocked.
Yep. So that's probably what they did.
What is that white car?
But she hasn't even.
Well, if they were trying to,
what's up, go girl?
If they're trying to take your car, I mean, your car is right here.
Thank you, Elisa. I appreciate you, Elisa.
And because these cars don't look like they were messed with at all, there's nothing's in a disarray. It just goes to show me. So,
all right. So Running Bear says framing neighbor again. It's the cop, bro. Allegedly. I didn't say that. That was a commenter, not me. Allegedly.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll document everything. I'll give you my card with the case number on it. Yeah. Like Chris said, so I'm assuming you're a student, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, anywhere near the UI campus, it's a hot spot for people to burglarize crap because there's lots of cars. There's a lot of people that aren't from the area. You know what I mean? So, it's a crime of opportunity, big time. So,
all these body cams speak.
I would just tell all your roommates to make sure your doors and everything are locked. And the Ring doorbell is definitely going to help you guys out. So
Probably put it like
yeah, you could probably put something right there. Other than they do sell the doorbells. I don't know what a doorbell is going to really do with you so much.
Like we wouldn't see anything.
But you can get the cameras.
Also, because like this little walkway goes right back to my room, so I'd like to see who's going back there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let me. I'll give you my card with the case number. Did you take photographs of that? Cool. So we took photographs of that. We'll kind of.
I didn't take photographs of the fuse box.
Yeah, you want to just. You said it seemed bent a little bit.
Yeah, it's like the hood. The thing that opens the hood.
Was there a little lid on it before? Oh, it is there though. Okay.
Still overdose.
Was it damaged?
No.
Okay.
For the fuse box?
Yeah.
Yo, there's a Sentra, or I said a Sentra. There's an Elantra, huh? Yo, tell me that ain't an Elantra swinging the block right there though. Tell me that ain't an Elantra. Now I think maybe possibly that's an Elantra behind that FedEx truck. Is that homie committing the crimes right there, chilling? Is that homie in the area like, yo, let me see real quick. Hold up. Let me see what these cops are doing real here. Just driving around real nonchalant? What do we think, guys? I don't know. I can't tell. It kind of, you know what I mean? It's hard to see from here. Is that an Elantra? This white Elantra is crazy for real. There you go, Rev. It looks like a white Elantra, but it's hard for me to really, I mean, that's a distance thing. Do we think that's a Elantra? Let me see what y'all think. Some say yes. Some say it looks like a Civic. Did I see a Civic? A Honda? Looks like a Honda. Looks like it's a Civic. Okay, it's white. It's white. Maybe it's white. I get it. I get it. It's the FedEx driver. The FedEx was swinging up the block, right? He was up at the top of the hill at the beginning. I thought so earlier. He's just delivering his packages, guys. But hey, what the FedEx driver do recently? He ran over a young kid and literally threw her in the car or threw her in the vehicle and got rid of her body. Fucking idiot. I hope he rots in that cell forever. Little bastard. I wish I could zoom in. I can't zoom in on this video. I mean, the most I can do is, you know what I mean? That ain't zooming in. I'd have to screenshot it, then zoom in. Which I can. I can screenshot it. You know what I'm saying? Let's screenshot it. Let's screenshot this little section right here. I'll say Elantra. Let's call it a possible Elantra, which is probably not. I just seen a white vehicle, so. All right, I saved that. We'll look at it in a minute.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So it clicked.
You want to zoom it? All right, hold up. We'll zoom it then. Fuck it. Damn, that video is playing right there. Oops. I'm running up a lot of resources on this PC, but let's check it out. Do we think that's an Elantra, guys? What you think? T-REV constantly on the car. I got it right here. Boom. What do we think, guys? What do we think about this vehicle right here? What's your thoughts? Elantra? I mean, that kind of looks like maybe a Chevy emblem, but I can't tell. I can't tell. Honda. What do you guys think? I'm just looking here. Yes, it is. Yup. The teacher things. TikTok. Sleuth. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. That's definitely it. Could be, I don't know. Generic white car, Toyota, need better angle T. Let's see. All right, so we exit there, go back to here, hit here.
Back in.
About that one. All right, so let's check this angle right here. Let's try this one. Why won't it let me put that? Elantra, maybe? I don't know. All right, here we go. Let's check that. Let's see. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Grill all wrong. Let's see. Go to the beginning of the video. Go to the beginning of the video. White cars are killers. Yeah, that's a little going. That's a far stretch. That's a Honda. Kia Optima. I was thinking for Ford Focus. Kia Optima, Google stock photo of an Elantra. No, I'm just saying, and I'm asking in general because there's a crime. They want this white Elantra. There's is that white vehicle just parked there? I think it is.
No,
it's backing up. Where did this white? Let's watch where this vehicle came from. Hold up.
You want to just
so this vehicle is down.
You said
it turns in. Let's check it. Here it is, right here. Boom. Turns down the block.
Was there a little lid on it
Turns
before?
down the block
Oh, it
right
is
here.
there though. Okay. Was it damaged? Okay.
The fuse box. Yeah, I put that back in.
Oh, there you go.
No, that's
okay.
a FedEx driver.
Yeah, it clicked back in. And I mean, obviously the.
That's because of the FedEx driver. That's why.
Moscow.
Freaky though. I don't know why they shoved everything in my suitcase.
Thank
Can I
you,
get my
ladies
number?
and the ghost. I
Honestly,
appreciate
I think
you.
you're right. I think
I do see.
If I took a wild guess, maybe they were trying to take your car and they were like,
"We don't need these clothes."
Copy.
The stuff they put in my suitcase is so random.
Thank you, Heather.
There's no chance someone's playing a prank on you.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't see why anyone I know would ever do that.
Yeah.
This call.
Oh yeah, then I found my underwear like shoved right there.
In the cup holder.
Yeah, and I took it out. It was in there, and I was like, "That's really weird."
and you said nothing's missing of your knowledge.
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
Oh no, you're good. Like. This side either.
Yeah.
I'm about to open up the lines after this one right here.
We'll probably take. I know it's not much, but we could take one more picture of maybe the footprint next to a ruler.
I took it next to my flashlight. So
Okay. Perfect. So this is my card.
Okay.
If you happen to say, "Oh, my pink cell phone case is missing," you can just send me an email and just say, "Hey, this is missing. This is how much it's worth, and this is what it looks like." So, here's the case number here. Yeah, I'm sorry that this happened. It's definitely.
It's just freaky.
Yeah, no, it's definitely eerie.
Yeah.
You know, knowing it's kind of like an invasion of personal privacy. Totally get it. It's happened to me before, and it's definitely not something fun to go through. So, yeah, just tell your roommates, tell people to keep their eye out, lock your guys' cars. I know we tend to forget it. I tend to forget to lock my car. People think, "Oh, it's Moscow."
Yeah.
They know
it's safe, but there's always
I'm just glad I took my TV out. That would suck.
Yep. You have any questions or anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Is this an alpha fee?
Yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
How did you know?
Alpha fee on your pants.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we work on U of I. That's our main spot. So.
Officers.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know if we haven't done a cop talk with you guys yet in a while. I don't know if you guys are wanting to do one.
What is that? Oh, like at the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should do one.
Yeah.
Actually.
Shoot me an email and let me know.
We'll set it up.
Cool.
We come there. And
I'll send it to our president.
Perfect. We have them, and I remember Aaron Agidius from OCRI comes, and yeah, we just do a little talk, and it's good for, especially, a lot of people have been here for a few years. They've done them, but new people, it's good to just refresh and get some of that information out there and answer any questions and stuff. So
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a fun time. So we are there to answer whatever questions you guys may have. So
well, thank you.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Cool. Take care. Yep.
And I had it in the back of my car.
Oh, interesting.
I was like, maybe I forgot and just left it out. And so then I take it inside and I open it, and all the stuff that I had, I lost it. I showed my keys. So all the stuff I had up here, all my pay stubs, the stuff I had in the center console, my sunglasses I was literally wearing yesterday were in my suitcase, and like it was like zipped back up. And
so everything that you had in your front seat was now in your suitcase?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's like a shoe print over here, and then there's like my fuse box under my steering wheel is like opened. I'll go get my keys. I just left it like
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to steal it. Why would you open the fuse box? Hot wire? I don't know. Because we've been having those vehicle guys.
I had to try to steal it.
Well, there's obviously no way you wouldn't pull prints off this anyways.
I'm not seeing any cameras. You guys don't have a Ring doorbell camera or anything like that around?
I just ordered one, actually.
Oh, really? Smart.
What do you got? I don't think any of our neighbors do.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any.
But we have like a Facebook page, so I was gonna add on there.
What do you guys think, though? I mean, honestly,
Like, they didn't take anything. Like, I had this ring up there, and they didn't even take it. But like that little fuse box is opened, and then there was a.
Is there any damage inside of it?
No, not that I can tell. So I don't really know, but I'm just.
Is that your secret?
No.
You have your phone on you?
Yeah.
I sat on it though, so hopefully I didn't like mess it up.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much we can do with it, but it could. We've been having kind of an uptick in vehicle prowls, and say we find a suspect, we find it. Say he's wearing something that matches that tread. We just kind of. Now, I mean, it'd be really hard to. Unless the person said, yep, I was there. I mean, which is highly unlikely. But, so when did you get back from Boise?
I got back last night at like 5 p.m.
Okay, so 5 p.m.
And
last
then
night. Did you lock your car?
No.
Okay.
But I came back out here about 9. My TV was in here and my like pillows. Except that I don't know. I like heard like someone like talking over there. It's really weird. And then I just grabbed it and went back inside.
Yeah, it's kind of a bowl right here. I mean, people could be up in their backyards.
Yeah. It freaks me out though.
So 9 o'clock is when you last saw your car in like a normal condition.
Weird.
It wasn't stolen?
No, just like grabbed it. The only thing in here was my suitcase.
Where was your suitcase originally at? So it was.
That's super fucking weird.
Like right here. Like this stuff was already in here.
Okay.
And then it's my suitcase and I just left it outside.
Hold up, guys. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I gotta help them bring in groceries real fast. Hold me down, Mod.
I'm not trying to like scare you or anything, but maybe they were trying to steal your car. So we have had. Yeah, like be nice. Okay. So we make the not here.
I don't think so. I didn't ask her.
Okay.
I think Walker is just inside.
Or if the doors were open. I mean.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any damage to your vehicle?
Not that I can tell.
What about the fuse box? A little lid for that.
I don't know what it's like normally. The only thing I kind of noticed was like my hood thing. Like if you look down here, it looks like it's like bent like the other way a little bit.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, they might have been.
But the fuse box like lids on the ground.
Did you look inside the hood to see if
Yeah,
anything was tampered with?
I don't know what cars are supposed to look like. So
Okay, I mean it's okay. Do you want us to look and check?
Yeah.
You want to pop the hood in first?
I just saw it and it just,
Yeah.
a lot of wires.
Well, it sounds like to me someone might have been trying to.
Mind if I put this fuse box?
Yeah,
cover back on
and
there?
I started my car already and it started. So
Nothing wrong with it.
no,
Did you drive it?
no. But I put it in reverse first so I can make sure the brakes work.
Right.
I mean,
I don't see anything of notice.
looks good.
I don't know. There's supposed to be a cap here. It looks like an oil filter.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I have a Subaru too, but I've never looked at the motor.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
So
it looks normal.
what we are. So we'll document everything. Like I said, it's kind of been like a we've had a couple vehicles stolen. We've had people's cars getting broken into. My words of recommendation always is lock it.
Yeah.
So that's they're crimes of opportunity more often than not. Sometimes, very rarely, do they break windows and actually break in. More often than not, they pull door handles until they find one that's unlocked.
Okay.
So that's probably
And
what
she
they
said
did.
hers is unlocked too.
Well, if they're trying to take your car is right here. Because the cars don't look like they.
Yeah, that one was locked. Yeah.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll document everything. I'll give you my card with the case number on it.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a time of opportunity, big time. So I would just tell all your roommates to make sure your doors and everything are locked, and the Ring doorbell is definitely going to help you guys out. So. Yeah, you probably put something right there. Other than they do sell the doorbells. I don't know what a doorbell's going to really do.
I know. I feel like you wouldn't see me.
But you can get the cameras.
And also, because like this little walkway goes right back to my room, so I'd like to see who's going back there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let me. I'll give you my card with the case number. Did you take photographs of that?
Yeah.
I
didn't take photographs of the fuse box.
Yeah, you want to just. You said it seemed bent a little bit.
Yeah, it's like the hood. The thing that opens the hood.
Was there a little
Yeah, it's
lid on it before? Oh, it is there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. My bad.
Did it damage?
You're talking for the fuse box?
Yeah.
I put that back in there.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I'm back.
So
I'm back. I'm
clicked
back.
in. And in the
I had to go out and help break the door.
hood, it opened. So
Yeah, I don't know. Freaky though.
Honestly, I think you're right. I think if I took like a wild guess, maybe they were.
Is that the vehicle turning in right there though? What is that car doing? Is it watching? Let me see. Is that car watching and then pulls back in? All right, I'll check my email. I got you.
Like a wild guess, maybe they were trying to take it apart.
The stuff they put in my suitcase was so random.
and no chance someone's playing a prank on you.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't see why anyone I know would ever do that.
Yeah.
But like, and then I found my underwear like shoved right there.
In the cup holder.
Yeah, and I took
Try to get a shot of it from my phone.
You said nothing's missing.
Well, my phone's on delay.
There's no other. Oh no, you're good. Like footprints or anything on this side
get
either.
A screenshot of it on my phone, but
okay.
We'll probably take. I know it's not much, but we could take one more picture, maybe the footprint next to a ruler.
I took it next to my flashlight, so we can measure the flashlight.
Perfect. So this is my card.
Okay.
If you happen to say, "Oh, my pink cell phone case is missing," you can just send me an email and say, "Hey, this is missing. This is how much it's worth, and this is what it looks like." So here's the case number here. Yeah, I'm sorry that this happened. It's definitely.
It's just freaky.
Yeah, no, it's definitely eerie.
Yeah.
You know, knowing it's kind of like an invasion of personal privacy. You totally get it. It's happened to me before.
Yeah.
It's definitely not something fun to go through. So, yeah, just tell your roommates. Tell people to keep their eye out. Lock your guys' cars. I know we tend to forget it. I tend to forget to lock my car. All
right, we'll leave it at that. If you want to call in, make sure you call in, man. We're going to leave it at that. It's time to get the call-ins going. Let's get it. All right. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I mean, that is crazy about the whole panties thing and all that, but I don't know. Let's get it. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Be careful, Skittles. Where Skittles go? I see somebody say, be careful, Skittles. I don't know. Just lock your car. Yeah, I don't know like the significance behind that, but let's get to the phone calls. Hold up, let's see. Is it even coming through or am I tripping? I'll do call in. Hold on, let me put this call in on the screen because you know what I noticed? A lot of people don't have the number and they're watching from a TV.
Call from.
Hi, it's Mike.
What's up, Mike? You're live. What's going on, man?
Hi, how's it going? I finally got through. I'm calling from London, Ontario, Canada.
Yes, sir. I'm about to put you on the clock. You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go, brother. Your floor is yours.
Yeah, okay. When I first saw this news come out, without any videos of anything like that, my first instinct that it was a party house. They pissed off somebody in the neighborhood,
right?
And kept them up all night. One of those kind of things. That was before everything. And then you see the hoodie guy at the truck. He did not have anything to do with it. All that guy was doing is to get lucky. He thought he had a chance, and he just got rejected, and the way he went. Now, your other theory on the Jack K guy, I just want to ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
If you kill 4 people in the way that they were killed, would you be able to go up on stage at the celebration of life and hug the mother of a girl, your girlfriend that you just killed? I just do not see that guy doing that murder at all, period.
So your theory is JD also, allegedly?
I say JD Jackass has nothing to do with it.
Oh,
They did not kill those people. My theory?
Yeah. What's your theory? No, I thought you were insinuating that, but then hold up. Run it back. What's your theory?
I absolutely do not think that they had anything to do with it. Especially in the last video when they were walking back from the bar with Jackass. Sir. They were friends. They knew each other. They had no problems with each other. That guy was he thought he had a chance, but he didn't. Okay, he was very poor at picking up a girl. You can tell.
I got you. Yeah, no doubt.
The boyfriend, like I say, if you were to slaughter 4 people like that in the way they were murdered, would you be able to stand up on the stage and hug the mother of the girl that you just murdered and that you probably had a lot of feelings for? I don't see Jack happening. My theory?
Yep, let's hear it.
Okay, it's a party house. Okay, there's drugs in that.
It's a DNA. It's fucking DNA nation in there.
Seriously, huge. Okay, but like I say, people that party and you might say they look sweet and innocent and all that stuff, but they get caught up into stuff when they go to university and stuff like that. And you know what? There's drugs involved. I'm not saying in theory there might be drugs involved, but what makes you think that these people didn't run up a great big cocaine debt with a local dealer? Okay, and I just seen that video of the old video that you just had up on there.
Mm-hmm.
And when you were looking at the white car, will you look up at the wires above that?
Right.
There are sneakers hanging over the wires. What does that insinuate? You go back to that video and you'll see sneakers hanging over the wires when the cops on that body cam. Okay, don't kid yourself. There's crack. There's cocaine. No, you they had a lot of parties.
Yeah, they're partying their ass off around there.
So what makes you think they didn't run up a great big cocaine debt? Which is very easy. I have seen it done. Okay, you know what? You get 6 people,
too, brother. I'm with you. I've seen it.
And you see them 6 people putting it up their nose, and somebody's fronting that cocaine to them, and all of a sudden there's a bill that doesn't get paid, and now it's the end of the year. They're all taken up. Now here's the thing. I've watched the spirit boxes. I've watched mediums, and when I watch them, I look for similarities. And I've seen a similarity on spirit boxes and mediums where they say they bring up the spirit of Kaylee. And I know a little bit about the channeling stuff from way, way back 40, 50 years ago. Okay, whatever. I dabbled in it and I understand it. Now, the similarity that I was seeing there was Kaylee in these spirit boxes and mediums was coming on and saying, apologizing to her father about $20,000. It kept coming up. It was a similarity that I saw. It was $20,000 from the spirit world. That's what she was saying.
Yes.
Which it was a party house. And if they were tied up into that kind of drug and whatever kind of drugs that was there, and they ran up a debt to the wrong people, boom, bingo. And I'm going to tell you something before I leave you. I have a very special friend here in Canada, and she's going through some stuff with bladder cancer and stuff. But that's beside the point.
God bless her.
I know, and you know what? She's been fighting it for a year and 4 months, and she's a fighter. But the spirit thing, through this, she sees stuff. Okay, I'll tell you a very scary thing that she's seen is this lady in the corner when she was almost dead and stuff. But she's told me, and she didn't even follow this case. She was actually angry for me for following this case. And what she saw was a black SUV. The guy went in through the back door. He did what he did, and she described it to a T. I couldn't believe it. And left through the back door, and there was 2 other people in a car. It was a black SUV. This is what she saw.
Mm-hmm.
There was another guy and a girl.
Right. I'll let you finish this up, but the time's up. I got you. Go ahead. Finish it up.
But the interesting thing, I did see some similarities in that I was talking about. Like I seen similarities in the other spirit boxes and stuff that I was like, and mediums that I was listening to. And again, I listened to you the most. And then there's a couple other ones that I've listened to, and all the evidence that I've seen, I don't think it's local. I don't think it's the group of people that you guys are actually looking at. It's outside of this little community of students. Not saying that they're not. Come on, they're all partiers. That frat house, there could be a drug connection, and there could have been a big bill. That's my theory, and I think that is my theory, and I think it does have something to do with the evil of cocaine. Come on, you know what I'm talking about.
No doubt, brother, man. I appreciate you calling in. If you think of anything else, man, hit me back. Shout out to you in Canada, though, my brother. What's your name?
It's Mike.
Shout out to you, Mike, man. God bless you. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, brother.
You too, and thanks for taking my call.
No doubt, brother. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call 219-885-9693, call up. Call up. Toxicology reports will show up in the system, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I know that. I know if toxicologies will show that for sure. Nope, call it wrong.
Call from
Dre.
To accept.
Yo, what's up, Dre?
How's it going, T-REV?
What's going on, my brother? You on the line, my man. I'm gonna put the clock on. The floor is yours.
I appreciate it.
Nope.
I don't know if you remember the last time I called in, but I live pretty close to Moscow, and I was just listening to the last dude who called in, and every 90% of college kids do mess around with drugs and whatnot, but to rack up a cocaine debt that's so large that would make somebody want to go stab for 20-year-olds, basically. I mean, that's super rare. I just don't think anything like that would happen, especially knowing this area. And there is a lot of drugs in this area, but all the dealers in that town, especially, they're all small-time dealers, reeing up 14 grams, 28 grams at a time. They're not going to be able to afford to let somebody rack up a $20,000 drug debt. That's like a quarter key or half a key.
Right.
So that, to me, that scenario, obviously none of us know, so I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't think that scenario holds very much water. And as the last few days, as I've really been analyzing and thinking and stuff, part of me is starting to really believe that this is a serial killer. Not a serial killer as in like he's killed a bunch of times and he just added 4 more to the list. I think this is a serial killer and this was his first time, and it's not going to be his last. And I also just watched another case that was very similar. 3 people were stabbed, and this was in the 90s, late 90s, and there was no DNA. It's still unsolved. There's no DNA. There's no nothing. And then I saw another case because I was looking at cases that were similar. An 18-year-old girl who already lived on her own in an apartment was stabbed in her bed to death. The murder weapon was found on scene in the same bedroom as the girl's body was found. It took investigators 16 years to solve this case. And the suspect, who eventually pleaded guilty and admitted to it and everything, she was a female, and she had been interviewed many, many times. Her DNA was on the knife handle, and the police never even tested her DNA because they thought, oh, there's no way she did it because it's a girl. Not saying the Moscow, Idaho murder is a girl. It's a man for sure. But these are the mistakes investigators make, right?
Right.
16 years. This girl was the roommate of the dead chick. So you think that girl would have been the very first person you DNA test. These investigators, even FBI special agents, they're normal people like you and me.
Exactly.
And they can make mistakes. They can make mistakes just like you and me. The one thing that makes us all worried is the ego that's involved with these guys. Because when I first talked to you, I told you about how the police chief was like, "This is a Moscow Police Department investigation. We are in cooperation with the FBI and the Idaho State Police, but this is a Moscow investigation. We handpicked our investigators, blah, blah, blah." That's ego. Why are you even bringing that up? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a serial killer. I really hope I'm wrong. I feel like it's going to go cold. I feel like the Elantra is the only thing they have. I don't think there's any DNA in this house besides party goers. And of course, they won't really know who the DNA from the killer is because, like you said, it's a DNA party in this place.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a fucking DNA party, bro. There's DNA all over that place. You got people partying there constantly. You got people drinking there constantly. You got people, I'm sure, pissed, drunk, laying around everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So there's definitely a DNA scene, bro. There's so much DNA on that scene. The thing that would help them catch them is if he accidentally stabbed himself, or you know what I'm saying, like blood, skin under their nails, anything like that. Yep. You get what I'm saying? That's what's going to be the nabs this bastard. But if he's not in the system, then they're fucked for a while until he gets in the system.
Exactly. And if he ever gets in the system, I also want to say this to anybody who's listening. God forbid you ever find yourself in a situation where somebody's going to stab you to death in your own house. With your last second of being alive, stick your fingernails in anywhere on their skin. Anywhere. If they have a mask, stick it in their friggin' eye.
Absolutely.
Stick it in, like, get your fingernails on their skin. If they're fully covered in a Tyvek suit and a ski mask, you need to figure out a way to get some of their DNA underneath your fingernails. It's not hard, but you need to touch their skin, period. And my only hope is they said 2 of the victims were found with defensive wounds. I hope Ethan scratched that motherfucker. I hope Ethan did something to him because I think that's going to be our best case, you know?
Absolutely.
And I searched for that video that I was talking to you about that night of the gentleman who claims he's brothers or cousins with one of the lead homicide detectives in Moscow.
Right. Yeah.
And how he said that the police say they have 3 different witnesses saying that they heard a scream that night. And so when I brought that up, I didn't mean like Enan and 2 other people. They left that part out. Who are the 3 witnesses that heard the scream? They left that part out. So we don't know who that part is or even if that video is real. I searched for 2 hours through my history trying to find that video for you, and I could not find it. So I don't know if the person took it down or what, but when I saw it, there was like 2,000 views on it, and that was it.
Hell yeah,
and I wish I would have saved it somewhere.
If you do find it, let me know, man. I gotta get somebody else up on here. But it was a good phone call from you and a lot of good insight. Like I said, scratch that motherfucker. If somebody's gonna kill you or try to kill you, dig in them. You know what I'm saying? In general, but man, I sleep with my pistol. So I mean, if I wake up, the first thing hopefully I can get to it before it finishes me off. You better finish me off fast. You better go for somewhere that's gonna throw me in shock immediately, because I'm shooting.
Right. And one last thing before I get off the phone that I thought was extremely interesting. So I Googled how many murders go unsolved in America. What do you, just off the top of your head, do you know what the percentage is?
I'm gonna take a steep guess. 60%.
In 2020, 50% of murders in America went unsolved.
I know there's a lot
But
to do.
On average, 30% go unsolved.
Yep.
That's way too high for me. I
bro.
don't understand how that's possible.
It's possible when somebody ain't in the system. That's when it's possible. You know, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Nothing that ties them back. And no, you know what I mean? Like when you kill somebody randomly, that somebody you don't know and that you've been watching for days and they have no ties to you and you guys ain't been texting, you don't have no, you know what I mean? There's nothing that can tie you back. You have a chance to get away.
Yep. And even if they do catch you, all you have to do is create enough reasonable doubt. They need to have proof having you there. That's why people like King Von get away with everything that they got away with. This is a completely different thing. That's gang violence. That people who create gang violence, usually they're not psychopaths. They're just gang members.
Exactly.
But yeah, it happens nonstop. Even here, there's unsolved murders in my town. I looked it up. There's a ton of them, recent ones too. So it's like, I just pray to God. I hope I find them. But that's just something I wanted people to hear. If you're ever in a situation, scratch the mother trucker.
Scratch the motherfucker. Yeah, most definitely.
And make sure that I mean, people need to understand that it's not like CSI. 30% of all murders go unsolved.
Exactly. Hell yeah, bro. Well, I appreciate you calling in, my man. I'm gonna get some more people on, be fair. But thank you, bro. I appreciate you breaking shit down and speaking your mind, man. If you think of anything else, call back.
I will, man. Stay up, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. God bless you, and I hope your family has a Merry Christmas, my man.
You too.
Stay
up, man.
Stay up. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. Scratch the motherfucker. You heard him. And I mean, that's for real. Like, real quick. All right, here we go.
Call from Green Dynasty.
Green Dynasty, you're live. What's going on?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on something that someone talked about earlier.
All right.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead. I'm going to hit the clock for you whenever you're ready. Let me know.
Okay, ready.
Okay, go. You're on.
First of all, you know the LE guy, the guy who claims that he's relatives with an LE guy?
Mm-hmm.
And he said the 3 screams and all of that.
Right.
I'm going to tell you why I have I'm doubting what he said unless he just made an error. And the reason why, if you go back to the Daily Mail pictures and you go back to what Steven Gonzalez said, and I looked at the picture and I listened to him again. His daughter never slept in his bed. There's no blood in there. There's nothing in there because the bed was never messed up. It was never slept in. So she could not have come out of that bedroom.
Right.
From sleeping. And she didn't get injured anywhere near that bedroom. And he said, found in the bed together, went quick. I think the guy was wearing a flashlight on his head, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And it blinds you. You can't see. You can't even see to fight. You just wake up to bright lights. And I think that gave him an advantage. Okay. And I think he did stab Maddie. I believe he went there for Kaylee. Mm-hmm. And I believe when he came down, Ethan maybe had been coming out to wash in the bathroom. Maybe he was going to the kitchen to get a drink. I don't think you come home and do nothing with your girlfriend. If you're in your room, the door is locked because you don't want anybody walking in while you're in bed together. And nobody knew her combination and came in there while they were having whatever without them jumping up because they heard someone coming in a locked room.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, someone knew Maddie and Kaylee's combination to get into the room. And because they always say how careful she is. The sister also said she used her camera to take a picture of those guys at the grub truck. She said that right out. And if you think about it, she said they went through all her phone. They got all her text messages. They got everything. So she knows there's a picture of them. And Maddie, Kaylee was the true crime girl. That's why she was always taking pictures, talking about people following her. Kind of had a paranoid true crime feeling. And that's why they said that. But anyway, the other thing is that I watched Brian Inton filling in for Abrams last night. Scary thing. Before he left, he said all the reporters got together and they tried to hit all their people up they have connections with, and they really have no idea. So they left for a while. He filled in for Abrams. The chief was live on there.
Yeah.
And he said they have no idea. And the scary part is people believe him. And there is no FBI spokesman like there is on other cases that talk. There's a state guy and there's a chief. And there is no FBI guy, if you notice, missing. And he said the FBI is involved with certain aspects of this case only. We did 250 interviews so far, the state and the chief. Let me tell you, 250 interviews, that's only 6 a day. That tells you the FBI aren't doing the interviews unless they're out of state somewhere. And I believe they have screwed this up from the beginning. No tape in the back, no booties. And they keep going back to Xana's room. That's another reason. Her dad said she fought till the end. And Ethan and her are the only ones with defensive wounds. That was said very early on. And all this stuff that gets said way after, I think it's like an Enon. I think he would say he did the murder and do a false confession.
You would think she would have to get some nails on his ass. You know what I'm saying?
I know. That's what I said. These people that are coming out with these videos saying I'm related to Ellie. I heard screams. I saw a black SUV. All this shit is coming out like 3 weeks afterwards. That's people that want to talk BS and be inserted and have something to do out of boredom. It's really sick. It's really just sick. But I'm going to tell you, as a mother of a son that died, and I kind of had a feeling
I'm sorry
that
to
was
hear that,
involved,
man.
I screamed at those detectives worse than her because I didn't feel like they were doing what was right. I gave them everything in my phone and did everything just like the Gonzalez's. And I know he has guilt because he thinks the other people died because of his daughter. But I'm going to tell you something. They need the FBI to fix what they have messed up, letting all those people in. I mean, Ethan's brother was the first one called over because that's why he was there, and his truck was impounded because it was his brother. They wanted to believe he was unconscious. I think the roommates heard everything, thought maybe they were fighting. You never think murder when you're a kid. When you get up and you see that stuff, you don't want to believe that someone's been murdered. You want to believe they're hurt. And then other people called, and Ethan brought his friends. By the time the cops get called and get there, all those other people are there. They're at the sorority. They're going, my time's up. But I just believe that look that Stephen Gonzalez gave is the look I gave the friends of my son that I thought were involved.
Absolutely.
And he knows it. I mean, his wife ran interference, which is what a wife does when they think there's going to be a problem. And he left with his son, and his son and him have never said they didn't believe the thing. And now they're saying they're going back and re-interviewing everybody.
You're damn right.
To
They
get
got
the real
to.
handle on what happened in the beginning, to get the real facts. So that tells me they know they screwed up. And only the FBI has a machine that will unlayer all that FBI blood really good. And they send all that stuff to the state lab, and it's taking weeks. The FBI would have had that stuff back. I mean, they found Quentin Simon's body in a landfill. Impossible in 30 days. They can't solve this crime in 30 days because they don't want the FBI or anybody involved. And that's just sick. That's just sick.
It is disgusting.
And he said it with his own mouth. It's an ego problem. I mean, he admitted it to the world. Then he admitted last night on Abrams' show, which Bruce was filling in for. They have nobody. And if you hear him say it, you believe it. And that's what's scary.
Exactly.
And I love those pictures. You're showing that first picture of that Elantra. I wish you would show the second pictures more. The ones with the tail lights, the one where he's at the stop sign. That's the most updated one, and that picture is great. But everybody keeps showing that first one.
I have them. I have them all.
Yeah, you keep showing that first one. I feel like people need to see that second one more.
No, I mean, I have every single one of them that you could possibly think of.
Because that gives a different perspective. That Elantra.
I just have a video playing on here.
Stop sign and that tail light. That is the best picture. That gives you a real insight on what's going on. And I don't always believe this over.
Thank you for calling.
I've seen people. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just want to give everybody else a chance to call in and not take up too much time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want you to take Liz, that 84-year-old woman, call her every day so she knows she has family out here.
Absolutely. She's wonderful.
She's alone, and you're all she's got. and that was so sweet.
She is
Okay.
wonderful soul that she. Oh my God, she is
You're all I
wonderful.
have. You're all I have, and it made me feel bad. I'm like, you need to call her. Okay, thanks.
She is wonderful. You're absolutely. I'm glad. You know that that didn't leave my mind last night. I was thinking about that
She made
woman.
everybody's day. She made everybody's day. Everybody even wrote in your comments about her after the
Yes,
show.
Liz was a sweet soul.
It's
I
like,
hope she calls in.
They all said, call her. We want her part of our family. That's what was left in your comments all day.
Yeah, we need to. We did. Hopefully she calls in and I can reach out. There's a lot of numbers that called since, but we'll definitely get a hold of Liz. Liz, if you're listening,
Yeah, get your
give
back
me a
people
ring.
working. Get your last people working on it. Bye.
Thank you, man. God bless you, and I'm sorry for the loss of your son.
Merry Christmas, y'all. Bye.
Merry Christmas. Shout out to her. Merry Christmas to her. Beautiful soul. Make sure you call in at 219-885-9693. What is your theory? What do you think's going on? What's happening out here? Is the FBI on it? Moscow fucking this case up. What do you think?
Call from Edgar.
Edgar, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
What's going on, brother?
Hey,
you ready for me?
so-
All right, I'm gonna set the clock for you. 1, 2, 3, you're on.
go for it. All right, so hey, going back to that video plunder that you were showing earlier. If you actually stop the video at 24 minutes 57 seconds, you can see a guy standing right outside that house where Jack D allegedly lived with Adam. I was looking on my phone and trying to slow it down, but it's hard to do it on a cell phone. You might be able to do it better on a computer. But if you actually look at 18 minutes 33 seconds, you can see somebody going to the house, and then if you forward it to 24 minutes 57 seconds, you can see the same person come back out of the house, and they're standing there staring, looking to see what's going on with the neighbor.
Right.
But that's all I wanted to say, man. I don't know if you got a chance to, if you spotted that or not, but if like I said, 1833, and then again at 2457.
1833, 2457. You said?
Yes, sir.
1823, 2457. I'm writing that down, and that's on.
That's on that video from I guess it was Plunder.
Yeah, I saved those times just now. I saved them because I'm gonna go back. I'll go back and look at them.
Yeah, 1833 and 2457.
Yep, I got them written down right here.
All right, man. Yeah, that's all.
I mean, where are you sitting at today, Edgar? Who do you what's your theory today? Did it change?
Oh man, I can't. Man, the more shit that comes out, bro, my mind just keeps going a different direction. But I still believe allegedly Jack D did it. But for some reason, I also want to say that this other dude, Enan Harsh, allegedly, did it too. I mean, there's just so many things that keep drawing me back to that Enan guy. It's just hard. My head just keeps twisting, man.
Yeah, dude. It definitely does twist on the Enan dude, bro. Like, he's weird. I don't know, like just the interview that he had, and he was talking to, and he mentioned the night. I don't know. It was just some weird shit in there. I'm with you on that for 100% because, and allegedly, Enan Harsh, if you're listening to me, fuck you. But yeah, never mind. You know what I'm saying? But still, in general, he's a weird ass dude, bro. The dude is creepy, and he inserted himself in that shit, and now he's making weird posts about holding K-bars up his ass and shit like that. If I seen him, I'd love to, I'll just leave it at I'll leave it at that. I ain't even gonna say no more. But Enan Harsh, eat one, buddy.
Yeah, eat two. I'm right there with you, man.
I don't care what nobody thinks, but that Enan Harsh dude is a weird ass POS.
I'm telling you, bro. Did you see them pictures I sent you yesterday?
Which ones? I seen so many pictures in the last 24 hours, bro. I got pictures sliding through my brain right now.
I think I sent them to your personal phone, bro. But yeah, if you look at those, man, compare them. That's what I'm saying. That's why I keep my mind keeps drawing me back to him, to Enan.
Yeah, Enan's not at the food truck for sure, though. 100%.
Man, I don't know, bro.
Enan's not at
video
you listen to him talk, bro. Go to the Twitch. Go to the actual Twitch and listen to it. Enan's not at the food truck. That's not him. It's just a lookalike.
Nah, man, I know that. But listen, when he went.
No,
I'm
talking to the chat. I'm talking to the chat.
Oh, I got you. But my opinion, when he went to get his change, when he was at the food truck, allegedly, I'm saying it was him. When he went to get his change, bro, he makes that same high pitched voice that he does in his little YouTube Shorts videos. He makes the same exact high pitched voice, and he says, "Oh, $13." He does the same exact voice, bro. That's what I'm saying. The more I'm starting to dig into this stuff and go back and rewatch videos and how he talks and all that, man, it's like, oh shit, maybe it was him. Right. You know what I'm saying? And you know, if you find that video where he goes up to the window and they give him his change back, listen to how he says.
Nah, bro, I got that video is on Twitch forever. It's like 4 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. I got that whole video.
Yeah. Just skip to the part to where he's up at the window with that two girls that he's with, and he gets the change back. Listen to how he says, how he repeats how much he got back.
Right.
It sounds just like the voice that he makes on them YouTube Shorts videos that he made.
No doubt. I have to go look into it further. I'll go look into it further.
Yeah, man. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man.
I mean, I've watched it over 150, 200 times, so I'm like, that shit's imprinted in my brain.
Yeah. Keep up the good work, man. Hey, I can't wait for that next album to come out, bro. And
I appreciate that, Edgar.
And man, hey, I'm still working over here on getting us. I might have us a suite, bro, for the playoffs. So
let me know.
We'll keep in touch. We'll keep in touch, man.
No doubt, my brother. I appreciate you, Edgar, and God bless you. Thank you for calling in. I wish you have a Merry Christmas, man. If you think of anything else, call back.
Yeah, man, for sure. You too, bro. Take it easy.
No doubt, brother. You too. Shout out to him, man. Good soul. Shout out to my guy. If you want to call in, look at the food truck, baby. For the church people. Oh, now there's a church. There's a church people at the food truck. I have to check that out. What are church people doing out at 1 a.m., huh? Just kidding. You never know. People are all over the place. I'm in Boise with friends. Hold up.
Call from Sherry.
Sherry, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, T-REV. Hey, I've got a comment about what Michelle said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I used to train at the court system, and I used to train in ethics class. And I come from Tucson, Arizona, which is a mid-sized town. I mean, it's not a little town. So we did a discussion, and a lot of the people from the rural towns in Arizona were at this training, and they said, well, we would never do that. And I'm like, I look at them and I'm like, well, why wouldn't you do the right thing? Well, because, when you have a judge who owns the bar here who, we might fear for our livestock, and our animals. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And, I just didn't realize how people in these small towns work differently. And so I totally was kind of getting what Michelle was saying about that. And it kind of threw me because I think the same way you do, allegedly, about Jack D. Because usually it's somebody,
absolutely.
Well, it's the person closest to that. And another thing I want to say about, but that's something we need to consider. Small town politics. Oh gosh, that throws a wrench into it. But I want to say, too, about Adam. Did anybody think about Adam actually calling Jack D after the little scuttlebutt at the bar? And what did you say to Adam? He may have called him, and maybe that's why he disappeared the next day. He finds out everybody's been killed in the house, but the other two roommates. He kind of disappears because he's thinking, whoa, did what I say to Jack D maybe cause him to react?
Right.
Because of Kaylee?
No, I mean, that's the same question I've been asking for a while.
Does anybody know where this kid went? And, maybe he's thinking, whoa, wait a minute. Let me think, and doesn't want to rat his friend out. Maybe at this point,
maybe at this point he's already gave his DNA. You know what I'm saying? Maybe at this point, there's a lot of people talking about him, and maybe at this point he gave his DNA and he's cleared. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe, you know what I mean? Because a lot of speculation has been there.
You know, does he? I'm not saying Adam did it. I'm saying he may know or have a hunch that his friend did it after he told him what went on at the bar.
Yes, ma'am.
Like he didn't have anything to do with it, you know.
Right,
but he knows. But he knows.
Absolutely. I mean,
he's got a hunch. Living on a hunch, you know. I don't know. I just this thing has had me obsessed, and I'm glad I found your channel. By the way, it's awesome.
Yeah, I'm on. I can't stop coming on and letting people call in and just hearing everybody speak. I mean, I've gotten emails saying I've cracked the case, like 50 million. I'm gonna exaggerate on the 50 million, but over 100 emails. Yeah. People like, I know who did this. And it's like, I look through those and a lot, you know, some people, a lot of the same people, and then some are different people. Then I get some where I've never heard of these people. And then I start looking into these people and it's like, holy shit. Like, damn, I didn't realize how many people think they know who did it. You know what I mean? So that's why I was like, you know what? I need to open these lines up.
Well, yeah. And I think we do need to take that detour. When I was sitting there listening to her, I'm like, oh, small town. Forgot about that, because it opened my eyes to stuff when that happened to me many years ago about what people think about right for ethics and reporting in a small town compared to a large town where everybody knows each other in the small town. And you don't know what's going to happen to you in a small town if you go against the grain of who runs the town. Something to think about, which, oh man, there's another wrench in this thing then. I think there's another little avenue. And I'm really hoping the police have an idea and they're trying to get enough information for the prosecutor to prosecute it, because unless you have all that information, it's worthless arresting somebody. You know, they're going to get off on a technicality, and they don't want that to happen, is what it is. I think there's enough FBI working with them now that the FBI is not going to let that happen either. I mean, that's quite a few FBI working with them in Moscow. So I'm just hoping, you know, that they do have, and every morning, I mean, I wake up and I look at my phone. I'm like, did they arrest him? Did they? I think it's him. I think it's one person. I think the girls were killed first. And maybe because they were both in the same room, maybe the other one wouldn't have been killed, but maybe they would have, depending on what that killer was thinking about what Maddie might have had to do with the breakup.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that Ethan heard something, got up, got out of that room, because if she just had to put a lock on her door, you know, they're a couple. They're going to lock their door when they go in their bedroom. You know, just common sense would tell you that. He probably unlocked the door, went out and thought, what am I hearing?
Right.
And that's my theory. And then they were collateral damage because they could ID the killer. I don't think the two girls in the bottom floor were even going to be touched unless they had come out and were collateral damage.
Right.
Just my theory.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your theory and your thoughts and all that. I'm gonna get some more people in here, but God bless you, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Thank you for calling in.
I hope you do too.
And call back in if you think of anything else.
Okay, I will. Love your channel.
Thank you so much. Bless her. God bless her. God bless her. Granny T, stop the cat, please. I'm just playing. Call in if you want to. It's 219-885-9693. Granny T, I'll be seeing all your comments. She be like, I don't like him, but she be in this thing the whole time.
Stop the cap.
That box is talking air.
Mind over matter.
Mind over matter. What is good, brother? You were on live. You ready?
Yes.
The floor is yours, man.
I would like to say, first of all, you had a few callers that called in. I feel like they kind of link up. I do feel like Jack Gee is still, you know, in this some type of way. But you know how the chief of police came out and he made that public announcement? I don't think it was for the community or the families. I think it was for the people that's really in control of town. What I mean by that is we as people should look at life for what it is. What would provoke him to go out and make such an embarrassing statement to the public and the community upon himself? He come out and he say, Moscow police is still ahead of this investigation. The feds are here to assist. We have everything under control. So who is he really talking to? We as people didn't need to know that. We really don't. We really shouldn't have to know what role the federal agents are playing. I feel like someone told him he needs to clear this bullshit up right now. So he went out and made a public interview, letting people know, letting the people know above him, we have no suspect. Every time he comes out, he's literally telling them the coast is still clear. No need to worry.
Right. So you think it JD too? Allegedly.
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. But my main thing is that the chief of police of Moscow is letting the people above him that runs him know that everything okay. We still have no. So for instance, me and you did something. I tell you, man, it's good. Everything's still good. Don't worry. They don't know who know. That's basically what he's doing when he go on public interviews. He's letting the people that run the town know, hey, they still have no evidence. There's no evidence. We have no suspects. He's letting the people know who did this. Everything's still in the clear. Don't worry. If you get what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. No, I definitely get what you're saying.
It's the same thing. Me and you went on a mission together. I'm sending you signal letting on, man, I ain't got nothing. I ain't told them people nothing. Even though the feds here, they don't know nothing. You know, we looking at it as he's coming out making an announcement, but he's really coming out letting the people know, not us as people, the people above him know that, hey, everything's good. Even though the feds in town, don't panic. We still got this under control. I'm gonna make sure that this goes the way that you want it to go, sir. Because he has somebody to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how the lady came up and said with the numbers, she was telling y'all the numbers yesterday, correct?
Yeah, with the ad of the Sixers.
Yeah. Think about what the lady said today. When she came out and said this is a cult. The church is involved. Church deal with numbers a lot. How she was just saying it's deeper than what we see. Like she was telling us like that house was chosen. It was all set up from the beginning. Like them girls was designed, those people in that house was designed to be punished in that way in order for that particular ritual. Let's say for that ritual to go down like that. Like if we just look at it for what it is, like that's the only reason nobody has it's really no suspect. And the suspect that they're gonna come out with is the suspect that's gonna be framed.
We gonna get a talking that shit. You talking that shit right now. I'm all ears.
We gonna get a suspect. Believe it or not, they're gonna give us exactly what everybody wants, a suspect. But it will not be him. It won't be him.
Okay.
It won't be him. Just if you go, Trev, you just do one thing for me. If you go look at that chief of police interview, he's clearly not talking to us. He's clearly not talking to. He did it publicly. Yeah, we took it and we interpreted it that way. But if you look at what business do me and you having to know what role is the FBI playing? We have none. It's not our position to know, this is a Moscow police investigation. Yes, the feds are here, but we are still in control of this. You see what I'm saying? He's not sending a message.
Oh damn! As soon as it started turning up, that was getting interesting. My man went. Are you on mute right now, brother? You was getting into that. He drew me in he had me draw in like a movie. Come on. I think did we lose our guy? Fuck. I need my man to call back. Come on, man. I gotta call you back, bro. I gotta call you back because we lost you. We lost you, and I need to call you back. Hold up. Let me call him back real quick. How do we get to that? Let me get to this real quick. There's a lot of people calling in. I'm gonna have to call him back real fast, man. Hold up. We lost him. It shows that he's still on, but okay, here he is right here. Let me call him back real quick, guys. I was trying to let him. I wanted to hear what he was saying, you know. Was this it right here? Please tell me this is it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think we lost you, brother. Hold up. I had to call you back. I wanted to make sure you got it.
Thank you. I had put in the chat. I was like, I did not even hang up. It just dropped.
Yeah, that's weird, but I got you. Nah, what are they trying to cut you off from speaking what you're speaking about?
I just, of course, man. You got a channel that's, deeper than. You're not just propaganda.
Yeah, nah.
You get what I'm saying?
Fuck mainstream media.
Yeah, so people will say, "Oh, ain't nobody cutting them out," but you're not propaganda. This is real life. It's real life people on your channel. You're real life. You're doing something that the news will never do. So we have to look at life for what it is.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, I just wanted to say that I really would like you to go look at that. Just if you can, just go back and look at the video that the chief came out when he said that. Trail, we both can play both sides.
Which video is that, brother? Because I'm looking for it right now. Which one? Because there's a few.
The one he came out. The first video when he came out and said, "This is basically like a public announcement." Mouse Scout, because this the same video we was always watching. You was like, why would he come out and say that? That's like so embarrassing to him.
I'm trying.
It's the video where you could just literally tell like somebody told him, "Get your ass up there now and clear it up." It was
Oh, you talking about the one that I've been mentioning about where he goes up and was like, "You have nothing to worry about in the community," and then the next day he comes back on.
Yes. That video right there, Trev. That video right there. I was sitting there watching it when you played that video. I was like, well, I'll be damned. He's not even talking to the people.
Oh, we keep losing our guy. The one where he is defending law enforcement.
You would, yeah. Why do we care as people what part the FBI playing? Us as people want this shit to be over and done with. They have told us nothing, and that's why we're not getting nowhere. It's sad to say, but that one was right. Small town corruption is foolish. Like small town corruption is foolish. That's why nobody really would talk.
You're right.
When people know what's going on. People know what's going on. It's that interview with when that chief of police came out and said that trail should show a lot of people a lot. We just looked at it fast. We looked at it like, oh, they getting something done. We didn't look at it in no type of way. But when you go look at it, what was his purpose? In a situation like this, you do nothing without purpose. Everything. Let's think about the crime scene. Just like you say, it's everything you're saying is fake. They contaminated it. They didn't go in there to get clues. They never went there to get clues. Look how they how they do the tape. Man, that tape poster went all the way up to the street. Because me as a killer, I got to go out the back door. I'm going all the way up to the street to reach the highway to get in the car. If a car involved, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If a car involved, I got to walk all the way up the mountain to get in the car to drive off.
Yeah, on that back. You talk about the Malenta or whatever that road is right behind them.
Yes. But they the caution tape only went around the house. And when you're doing the investigation, that's what they investigate. Wherever the caution tape is, it says do not cross. That's the only part they're doing investigation of.
Damn, bro.
And I see people in the comments saying the cops are involved. I know people probably think that's troll, but when we look at life for what it is, it's always it's a crooked cop and a good cop.
And you talking about this cop right here on the screen. You talking about this guy. I got him. Hold on, I'm about to pause it on his ass. Because this is him. This guy right here. This the guy right here. Allegedly.
That guy right there. You remember he came up in front of the camera.
Yep.
He came up in front of the camera and he said that Broad, that guy is, I guarantee you, that guy right there is the guy who's making this whole investigation go left. Trevor, and when you get time, Trevor, I know you're doing your thing, but when you get time, go look at that interview that he put out. He was not talking to us as regular people.
I called that from the start, and I was like, look, this dude comes off to me like he just don't give two fucks about nothing. Like, because he didn't want to answer. People are asking questions, and then when the community gave backlash, this motherfucker wanted to come back up on the podium and speak the next day, like, and then act like he's ready to take answers.
He gave the whole game away. He gave it away to us, Trev. You know how I see my time people some here and say this. You know how when somebody a boss, they be like, I help my son at your front door. I know where your kid go to school at. You know how this is, but it's just on a professional level. That's
right.
exactly what's going on.
Nah, bro, like you got a good point, and that's the thing that I noticed about him when I watched it first, and I wasn't even taking call-ins. When I had first watched it, bro, I was like, this dude, he just does not come off a genuine.
Yep, it's him, Trev. That is the guy that's making this whole. You got to think he controlling the police. Now, Trev, you talk to Detective John all the time. You like his advice, right?
Yeah.
So if something happens, you call Detective John here, and I only been there 4 years. Who knowledge are you likely going to go with?
Exactly. Follow the drama.
Yes, man. He gave the credit because he said, our leading detective been on this case 4 years. He's a great detective. I'm looking for an expert detective, so I'm going with Detective John. Yeah. I need somebody that can. You see what I'm saying? This never happened. How can I go with his word if this never happened? He's never been in this type of situation. I'm telling you, Charles, when you go back and look at that video, man, and then what's so cool, in the midst of him doing the video, they cut a clip out. That's why it blinked like that. They cut a clip out. It was all pre-planned. It's just propaganda what he's running. He's enticed with the people who did this.
Bro, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch him because I don't know, like I just, I actually like the Delphi. You remember the dude that came up and spoke for Delphi? I know time's up, other people want to call and shit like that, but did you follow the Delphi case?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I followed that joint from day one, bro, and Doug. You know what I'm saying? Doug Carter. I seen a lot of people chew him up, but that dude really cared. I felt like, to me, that's a genuine dude.
Yep.
That's a genuine detective or a genuine sheriff, a genuine stand-up dude to me that cared.
Yep.
He went and spent time with the families. He went and literally, like, that's somebody who cares. This guy in Moscow doesn't come off to me like that. And other people may disagree with me, but he did from day one.
Tradition. He a part of the tradition. He's a part of the tradition.
Right.
Man, I thank you for letting me come up, Trail. I really thank you for letting me come up, man. Please, if you get time, man, just go back and look at that guy. He's the reason nothing's going forward.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna definitely go look. I'm gonna definitely go back and look because I didn't like him from day one, and that's just me. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. I don't know about everybody else. I know you feel in the same way, obviously, and I'm glad you're bringing that back up because I didn't like the way he was smirking. I didn't like the way that he treated people in there trying to ask questions. He just walked, ignored them, was smirking the whole time that he talked, and it just seemed like he didn't give two fucks.
Yep. And we'll see that. And one last thing, I'm gonna let you go because I know it's a lot of people. They didn't go to investigate the scene. They went to contaminate it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's why the Fed's having a hard time right now.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for calling in, man. God bless you, and I hope you have a Merry Christmas, my man. We definitely gonna go over that video.
Yep. Happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Shout out to him, man. Good call. And that's something that I touched up on my panels of how that dude, like from the beginning when I first pulled that dude up. The dude that he's talking about, and I'm glad he brought it back to my attention. And he's definitely been he's been rocking with me for a while. If he pointed that out, so shout out to that man right there. Hopefully he comments in chat. I'd like to see who that is. But yeah, he brought up a good point. Thank you guys. Thank you, Skittles. Thank you everybody who's showing love. Thank you everybody who's here in general. Thank you all. I appreciate you. Let's see. The line's open right now. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure and voice your opinion because this ain't no mainstream media shit going on over here. You can call and say whatever you want. Everything is allegedly and speculation on my channel, point blank, period.
Call from
Ruggles.
What's going on, Ruffles? You're on the line. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, Trev? I called like a few days ago.
Yeah, I could tell your name, right? I could tell you. I noticed your voice. It's Amen.
Yeah,
I could tell, bro. I could tell. I know voices when I hear them.
But yeah, I think that that police chief, he just needs to resign. He's an idiot. He has no idea what he's doing. They have all the evidence, like a police department. They have everything. They have the resources. They could get people from out of state to go into this investigation. And I feel for some reason, I think maybe, I don't know, it's just something that I'm thinking. I think maybe they want the person who did this to keep killing, because, you know, sometimes you have like these people who are in power, like police chiefs, and then they think, oh, if I do this or if I wait it out, they'll make a movie about me or some shit like that, or he'll get a book deal. And I think it's fucked up. I think the parents, Steve, is that the name of the father that's been like public?
Yeah, Steve Gonsalves.
Yeah, I think him and his lawyer should sue the fuck out that police chief. Not just the police chief, but like the whole Moscow department, because they're not doing shit. This channel, I feel like, is doing more than the FBI and just in general, the whole Moscow police department. Because number one, the Moscow department, they do not have the experience. They don't. I think one of them have like 2 years experience in the force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you have 2 years of experience, how the hell are you supposed to like hunt down a serial killer? You know? And I feel like
you're right though, and because he hasn't even seen a murder. There ain't been a murder in that town, so he hasn't even been able to be on one. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So, all he's doing is fucking eating donuts and jerking off to those crime scene photos. I hate to say it, but I think that police department is sick, and I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you, man, I wouldn't be surprised if someone in that Moscow police department did that crime. You know, because you got to think of this too.
You're not the first person to say that. You're not the first person to say that.
This is a campus. You know, there's a lot of parties that happen. This is a popular house, and there's a lot of people who don't like, you know, they don't like loud neighbors or like people partying. And I'm telling you, they've been getting a lot of complaints, and I'm telling you, man, someone in that Moscow police department just went crazy, and they did this. And I hope if the FBI is listening, they really do a background check, because, you know, like a lot of police officers, they're not stable. They're not, and there's a lot of crimes that happened this year with police officers. You know, sick people. This whole conspiracy of like maybe it was the boyfriend. I just don't think it was like the boyfriend or like a college student that did it. Because to do a crime like that, you need to be really, really sick, you know? So I just don't see it. I just don't see how like an ex could do that to like his girlfriend and like the roommates. I just don't see it. Or even a college student for that matter. Because think of it, you have everything to lose. You have your whole career, your whole life, and you think a college student is going to risk that? I don't think it's possible. And you need to be like very fucked up in the head to commit a crime like this. The only people who are fucked up enough to be able to do this is the Moscow police department. They're the only people who are fucked up enough to do that. And just look at it. They did not give a fuck. When they went to that crime scene, they did not wear a hazmat suit. They did not wear any gloves. They were coughing up the place. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't even collect blood samples. You know, these people are sick.
They keep going back to the crib too. Like why they keep going back? Shouldn't you collected all that shit within the first week to the first couple weeks? Why are you going back and getting more and more and more and more and more and more?
You know why they keep going back? Because they're planting evidence. They're moving shit around. They're not there to collect evidence. This thing should have been solved within 48 hours. Within 48 hours, that crime should have been solved. You know?
Mm-hmm.
let's say like, I think now they're like looking at between the 30-mile radius. I'm telling you, man, they should have been looking at every single camera. I'm not a police officer, nor am I a detective, but common sense tells you when someone commits a crime, you go through every business, every gas station there is, and you collect the cameras. You knock on every neighbor's door and ask, oh, do you have surveillance? They did none of that bullshit. All they did was go to the house, leave, come back a little bit, collect nothing. And now they want the public to hunt down the vehicle.
Bro, yeah, there's a lot of shit going on right now with this, bro.
In a state that snows, you know?
Yeah, no, bro, like it's crazy. I'm honestly mind fucked with this one right now. Like honestly,
Yeah,
I am.
I'm telling you, man, someone in the Moscow Police Department committed this crime. I'm telling you.
Like, bro, like I've been on for how long? Like pretty much since around day 3, 4 of this case. I jumped into it, and I'm just like I can't help but get on here. And then I was on panel every fucking day, bro, and I'm like, you know what? Like I just got to stop making content on this shit and literally, I mean, I'm following it. I can make content on everything that's dropped, but I'd be dropping a video I drop 5 videos or 10 videos a fucking day. It's time to let everybody come up here, speak what they feel, speak what they think. What did you know what I mean? Like, who do you think done this? Because I read and see everything, bro. I could literally go right now and keep making videos all day long, but I like engaging with everybody and putting our minds together. Let's figure out who the fuck did this.
Man, I think someone in the Moscow Police Department committed this crime, because to be able to like clean your tracks like that, you need to be able to be in the force, you know? You need to be able to know what evidence to hide. No fucking college student. Look, I go to college. No fucking college student knows how to do this. You know what I mean? You need to be you need to be in the field to be able to commit a crime like this.
Shit, it's crazy.
I just don't see how it will be possible. You know, you have to be in law. You need to be a police officer to do this. And there's a history of like police officers who do shit like this. They're sick people.
I've seen it with the case on Disappeared, where I seen it where the one guy disappeared. There's like in the scene with the same officer, he disappeared, and then he pulled this other guy over by a cemetery. The cemetery worker seen them. The officer put this dude in the back, and he said he dropped him off at this gas station. But both of these dudes went missing and never came up. He was in a white Cadillac. I'm trying to remember his name. I can't remember right now, but they both went missing. They fired the dude from the force. Nobody ever got arrested for murder. And yes, this shit does happen. Do I think it happened with this case? I don't fucking know. My mind is in circles, but I'm gonna let people come up here and speak their theories, and that's that. I appreciate you calling in, bro. It's been like 9 minutes. I'm gonna let some other people get in, but I appreciate you calling in, brother.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and I like the community. You know, there's different ages, young, old. And yeah, it's really cool. I'm glad that true crime brings us all together and we're able to discuss topics, and you give us a platform to discuss it. But yeah, man, you're doing a great job.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to you, brother. Sure, I'm gonna holler at you later, bro. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Let's get this going on.
Call from Kimberly Bryan.
Hey, Kimberly, you're on live. What's going on?
Hi, I was just calling in to comment about it.
Yeah, go ahead. It's your time.
Yeah, I think honestly that they went into this thinking it was going to be one of the kids right off the bat, that they were going to be able to do interviews and know right off the bat one of them. And they didn't look at the whole overview. I think it's a sick person that's outside, no link to them. And that's where they've messed the whole investigation up. They focused in on the kids. And I heard they keep going back to the house just to keep referencing back to stuff as they unveil things. They say that they're going back to like recheck things, and even though they've taken photographs of everything, but I don't think it's necessarily planting any evidence. or anything like that. I think they just know they've screwed this investigation up completely.
Yeah, I feel yes, Terrence Williams. Yes. That's exactly who I'm talking about, little Miss No Name. Sorry to cut you off. You're good.
Oh, that's no. That's fine.
That's the person that was allegedly killed by a cop. Both of them. Both of the people that he named in there, or she named in there.
Oh, yeah. I know the Florida one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't surprise me that, or some sick, military person, that seen the opportunity there with all those girls in the house. The other thing is the car. They have tons of photos of that white car being parked there. They've not said anything about have they checked that car. The exact same car that they're supposedly looking for. There's photos with it being parked there at the house in different photos from different times.
Right.
But nothing's being said about that car at all, if they've checked it or not. So I don't know. I'm with you. This one's got me real confused.
It is. It's super confusing. Like, I mean, you start like, what do you do when a case starts out? You look at everybody that's the closest, and then you move on from there, right? You move out from there. But we don't know who is clear. But I mean, you would think by now that all said people are cleared, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think they focused in on the kids, thinking no matter what, it was going to end up being one of them. So all the evidence and taping off the whole scene up back behind the house, they didn't do any of that. And then when they did, I think it was too late. It was too late to get any evidence. And that's where the families now, I think, are going to be stuck, this thing going cold. And I think that's sad, really sad. So, but that's pretty much it. That's just what I wanted to share about the car that was there. And they did go around and collect cameras. Brian Inton from News Nation, they walked the neighborhoods and asked the stores and all that. And they do have proof that stores have handed over video. But
they definitely handed over video. I mean, you could bet your ass that cops are, the police are sitting there right now tapping donuts, watching camera footage and going through 24 hours of footage, because there is a such thing as hardworking cops, and I believe in that, and I've seen it.
Oh, absolutely.
There is a such thing as hardworking cops. I know some people don't believe that, and there may be some people in here that disagree with my comment on that, but there is. Look at Caroline Mason. Look at Detective Anderson that was on the first 48. Those people, they worked around the clock. Did you see how, like, if you ever watch the first 48, you see how happy those people get when they get a lead on something and they bust the motherfucker and arrest them? There's nothing better than getting justice for a family that literally is broke down and you know what I mean? So there is such thing as good working cops. There's cops that are going to be working this shit on Christmas. I guarantee it. They're going to be sitting there watching video footage, seeing where this white alarm went, seeing if people were watching over the girls. I guarantee it. There is dedicated cops on this.
Oh, absolutely. I agree 100% with that. So, but okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in, and I wish you a Merry Christmas. God bless you.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you. Love that. Shout out to her. I mean, there is a such thing as good working cops. There is a such thing as that. But if you don't think that police are normal, they're normal just like us, guys. They just follow a set of rules at work, just like where you work at for your daytime job. I guarantee you guys have a set of rules that you have to follow, right? Well, they got guidelines and shit that they have to follow also. But there's a lot serious because they got to, go out in the field and enforce shit. Some people let the badge get to their head, and some people don't let the badge get to their head. You know what I mean? So there is corrupt cops everywhere. That's just there's 100% facts behind what I'm saying. Just look around. There is corrupt cops in probably almost every city. There's probably a corrupt cop in every state. I'd be willing to put my channel on the line on that there is a corrupt cop in every single state. Allegedly. I put it on it. right now, and that's why they get fired. But hey, man, I do support cops. Like, don't get it. I support good cops. I just don't support them corrupt pieces of shit. Here we go.
Call from
Detective John.
To accept,
Here we
press
go, ladies
1.
and gentlemen.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Detective John is on the line. Detective John is on the line. What is going on, Detective John?
What's up, brother? I missed the call last night, man. Sorry, I was in the shower.
Nah, man.
Got out, tried to call you back, and then you shut it down.
Yeah, nah, bro. We're glad to have you on right now. So, what do you like? I don't know if you've been listening to the show so far, but not even the show. This ain't a fucking show. This is reality. This is 4 kids that got brutally murdered inside of their house. What do you think about everything that you've heard so far from the callers all the way to anything that you've watched from last night to today? Like, I mean, there's not much out there. They're just going back over everything. So, I mean, where are you at?
Been bouncing around all day. Just walked in. I've caught about 20 minutes of this. Like you said, we respect everyone's opinion. I mean, I respect everyone's opinion. Everybody's got a theory. Sometimes, some of this stuff is a little far-fetched. I mean, you heard me say myself, I worked with many cops I didn't like. Why didn't I like them? Because they were late. But you have that in any profession.
Exactly.
But you have
like a job.
Right. You have what I always called a perimeter rider, which is a cop that just got his patrol car and he rode around the perimeter of the city. He never went into the projects. He never went into where there was real crime because he just wanted to punch the clock and go home and answer whatever calls they gave him. If they gave him an accident, he'd milk an accident for hours. He'd look for a DUI so he could work that DUI for 3 or 4 hours and not go back on the road and get a real case that he needs to investigate. There's plenty of cops like that out there, but there are plenty of cops out there like myself who, I signed up for the job to make a difference and put bad guys in jail, help kids. I coached PAL. I did all kinds of things. My big thing was, I didn't want the kids standing on the street corner watching, somebody they knew slinging crack on a street corner, making $300 or $400 a day or an hour, and and then having that to look up to. So, I tried to make a difference. I was aggressive. I did things that I could never get away with today because of, late in my career we had them, but early in my career there was no cell phones with cameras running around. You can't be a cop today, be a proactive cop and go out there and do your job. It's just impossible. You'll wind up in IAD, internal affairs, and you'll lose your job because to do good police work, you gotta get in the trenches. You gotta get dirty. You gotta chase people down. And what people don't realize, man, is when you see this stuff on TV, where you see a cop pummeling somebody and arresting them, you don't see what happened before that. You don't see all the other stuff that led up to that. And man, I'm going to tell you straight up, if I'm going home at night, if I'm chasing a bad guy that did something wrong and I catch him, it's not like people think that people just throw their hands up. They're like, okay, I give up. That's not the way it is, man. Not the way it is. One little squirrely guy, 5'6", 130 pounds, it's harder to arrest than a 250-pound guy sometimes. It's one of the hardest arrests I ever had to make, believe it or not, was a guy in a wheelchair selling crack. One of the hardest arrests I ever had to make. He had a colostomy bag. I had to literally, he was hitting me, not kicking me, his legs weren't working, but he's hitting me, spitting on me, doing everything, trying to get by me. And, I had him on a, controlled by. But, that was not going to go to jail. And he was strong as an throwing 3 of us off of him. Finally had to flip him backward in his wheelchair. He had a colostomy bag and it busted open and got all over me. Disgusting. People are realists. They don't get it. There's stuff on TV. Oh, he didn't have to act like he didn't have to put his knee on his back. Well, yeah, you guys, people don't see what really happens. This is wrong. What the media is doing, the the graphic stuff they put on after the fact.
So I mean, it was a shit show.
It was, you know.
You're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit. Let's out of the.
But to get to, we'll get off of that because people hate cops. That's just the way it is. You know, like I said, I didn't like probably 2/3 of the cops I worked with. I couldn't stand them because they're assholes. But they're not all assholes. You know, I didn't act like that. I'm like straight up surf from Daytona Beach, Beach. You saw me, you'd never think I was a cop. You know, never. And I don't act like a cop and care just like a cop. I
don't know. You keep breaking up. You keep breaking up. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a service where you're at or what. Like it literally keeps crackling. I want you to be heard. Yes, we're good.
All right. We'll get back to the case. What I wanted to tell you was, did you see the latest interview with the chief?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I picked up on two things that he said. Did you notice the kind of smirk he had on his face? Very confident. All right. He said, A, we're putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Second thing he said was, we're painting a picture. Okay. So that's telling me that they've got a suspect. They're putting everything together. They're making a case. A lot of people wouldn't have picked up on that. We're putting the pieces of the puzzle together and we're painting a picture. What are we painting a picture for? We're painting a picture for an indictment. Painting a picture for the DA to look at and indict this person. Again, we're going to go back to it's not as important to make an arrest right now because I can guarantee you they got 24-hour surveillance on whoever they suspect is doing this. And he's not getting out and running around if they've got a viable suspect. So those are two things I picked up from that conversation. His body language was very confident. I'm telling you, I think they're close. That's just me. I could be wrong. But again, remember the support network that he has. He's got the FBI with boots on the ground. Then he's got 60 other plus agents that were just dedicated just on phone to handle tips. And then he's got what we have FDLE in Florida, which is Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Those are state officers that handle nothing but crime scenes. That's all they do. So if there was a murder in Daytona, FDLE would send FDLE agents to help handle the scene. That's just, every state has that. So yes, this is a small department with 36 officers, yada yada, but they did have a great support network. And although the chief got on and pounded his chest that they were the lead, which I thought was obscene to me for him to do that. We're the lead agency. Just letting everybody know. Who cares? Who cares if he's the lead agency at this point? Should have never done that, and I'll criticize him till the end on that. But his last interview, if everybody were to watch it, they'll pick up on his little smirk that he had on his face that he hadn't had previously. I think they're getting close, and we're putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and we are painting a picture that tells a lot to me.
Now, somebody asked you, who does Detective John think it is?
Well, I've been asked that, every time I come on, based on what, I only have what we all have.
Exactly.
I've only got what we have. So again, they could have, remember, they've executed probably 50, 60 search warrants on electronic devices. So they can tell who goes on to one of those kids' sites or TikTok. They know, they can tell who's been stalking them online, who's been following them. They got warrants to view all the text, all the phone calls, where those phones pinged, where the suspect's phones pinged. Again, I have a serious problem with Jack D not answering his phone at 2 something in the morning when he's supposedly in love with this girl, and I'd be answering the phone if I had a girl that just broke up with me calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning wanting me to come over. My ass would be there. But my thought is, he's not. Anybody knows today just by watching Another 48 or any of these CSI type shows. People's phones hang them all the time. They put them on the crime scene. So if I'm going to commit a crime like this, I'm going to leave my phone at my house. I'm going to go commit the crime, and I'm going to come back. So I can say I was home the whole time. Hell, I could put my phone on Facebook, and I'd say I was on Facebook, or I was on Twitter. I fell asleep when I was on Twitter, and they'd look and they'd say, well, he never left the house because his phone was pinging from the house. So if he did premeditate this, which, and another caller said he doesn't think that a college kid could do this, I'd strongly disagree, man. I would strongly disagree, because this is an emotional crime. There's motive here. There's love here. There's rejection here. The man is losing not only his girl, but he's losing his dog. He's losing an investment of 6 years. The girl broke up with him. She may have been seeing some other dude. It's like we can all speculate. It's like I said before. Sometimes you have to know, and he's not getting education, so he doesn't know why. What's the true reason she broke it off? Is it because she's interested in somebody else? And sometimes you've got to know. So you stalk people. It happens all the time. He probably was there before they got there. He was probably waiting inside her closet or something like that to catch her red-handed about a dude home. You follow me? I don't think he was living next door like everybody says, because he obviously he wasn't there. If he was there, then why wasn't he out with them? Why wasn't he out with the crew that night? Why is she blowing him up on texts? Why is she blowing him up on phone calls? Why is Maddie calling too? Maybe her phone died and she needed to use Maddie's phone. I don't know.
Right.
But these are things. I mean, I'm just trying to be real here, and to say that there's no way a college kid could do this, man, that guy's. I'm not trying to insult anybody. That guy's very naive. Very naive. I had a case. We have a college here called Embry-Riddle, which is an aeronautical university in Daytona. It's actually one of the largest universities in the country. We have an apartment complex. Got a beautiful girl attending Riddle, some other dudes attending Riddle. All these students went to school there, and this guy was infatuated with her. Pictures of her and him at the pool, way out of his league. Well, she was trying to be nice to him, and she got a boyfriend. The boyfriend finally said, "Hey, dude, you need to lay off." The guy couldn't handle it.
Before you finish that stuff, what do you think about somebody saying, "I call cap on this guy being a detective"? What do you got to say to somebody who says some shit like that?
I don't know. He's an idiot. Because why would I sit on here and purport to be a detective when I was never a detective? What do I got? I don't have anything to gain. Nobody knows me.
Right. No, I just wanted to ask you that because I like to, for people who don't believe you're a detective and they say that shit in the comments, I like to pull it up and then bring it to your attention and just, you know what I'm saying? Because I've seen people say, man, this guy Detective John, he's not a detective, man.
I tell you what, I'm not gonna say my name online, but I will send you a message. You can pull up my Facebook page, and there's stuff on there. It says on there, former Daytona Beach detective. It says clearly right there, and I can take you to a website where I'm on there with all my peers. We have reunions. We got a reunion coming up in January.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll be that.
I just, I'm not questioning you. I'm not questioning you. I just wanted to give you a thrown from the left, a punch from the left from somebody that said I call cap on this guy being a detective because you know what I mean.
If they believe that, then I'll throw them a haymaker and I'll knock them the hell out because I can damn sure prove it. But I'm not going to do it on this forum.
Right.
I'll give it to you, but. There's crazy people out there. I'm not gonna You know.
No, I just, it's for people that are challenging that you're a detective. I wanted to know what you would say to that.
Well, then why would they challenge? What have I said that would challenge that I'm a detective? IPTM, I can quote statutes. I can do anything you want. Ask me a question. What do you want? 1802, that's burglary. 893.13, that's drugs. What do you want? 10 codes. I can quote them all. Signal 5 is a homicide. Give me a break. People are just unbelievable, man.
But if I didn't think you were a detective, you wouldn't be up on me.
Everybody's got to be a hater. Everybody. It's unreal to me how obtuse people can be.
Absolutely.
I am not a negative person, but somebody like that getting on your forum is a negative asshole. Sorry.
Man, that's your opinion back, and I respect it 100%. I just wanted to throw that at you while you were breaking down a story, and I read some comments, I read comments to the right, and they're like, man, I call cap on this guy being a detective. He's not a detective. He's not a detective. But in general, when I talk to you, I get a good consensus from you that you're real.
John wants to know why you think he's not a detective. Tell him to articulate to me why I'm not a detective. I'm not a detective anymore. I was a detective. I'm 54 years old.
Damn, you don't sound 54, brother. I'll tell you that much.
Right? I'm 54 years old. I don't look 54. I ain't counting, but I am 54. My old is 32.
Yeah,
I've got 5 children. One of them's in college right now to be a school teacher. And I've got a 14-year-old that's straight A student that's going to be a doctor.
I'll tell you what, brother, 90%, or I'll say 85, 90% is saying they want to hear the rest of what you got to say about the Idaho 4. They are here for that. They are here for that. 90%.
Well, again, I mean, we only know what we know. And from I'm just telling you who my prime suspect is. My prime suspect is Jack D, only because I don't have anything else. Jack S, like I said, we went back, we reviewed the video at the food truck. The food truck showed him he's clearly getting dissed. Yes, he walked all the way to the food truck with them. I believe he probably bought those girls drinks all night long. No one has come out and said that he was ejected from a bar. He doesn't appear to be, somebody that would get it, just based on what I saw there. He's a friendly guy. He talked to that Joe guy. He doesn't look like he's a jerk. Doesn't look like he was. I mean, would those 2 girls be walking down the street with a guy that was just kicked out of the bar because he's creepy? I don't know. I don't know what his mindset was. But at the end, when they dipped and they got that ride and they left him standing there looking like a fool with Joe, and Joe actually points over and he's like, "Look, your girls are." I don't know what he said, but I'm just speculating. He said, "Your girls, look at them, they're gone." And he's like, he throws his hand up like, "What the hell?" And then he walks to the light pole and stops and looks at them. And I believe he flipped them off right then. You can't really see. It looks to me like he flipped them off. And then he hastily walked toward the corner of the building and disappeared. That's probably where he had his car parked. And he could have very well been so mad that he flew there. He nosed the house. He parked behind, went down, went in, and waited on him. Again, that's all speculation. And Jack could have done the very same thing. He's had a lot of time to ponder why this girl has broke up with him. He's hurt. I mean, I'm not being mean or anything, but he's like a howdy doody looking cat. He's not, she's pretty good look. She was a pretty good looking girl, and I'm sure she had some suds on her, and she's probably been tied up him for 6 years, and her friends are pressuring her to cut loose and have fun before she joins the real world and starts working. I don't know. Her parents apparently loved the guy, and mom thought that they would get married, but that may not be what Kylie wanted. She may have wanted something better. I don't know. We need to find out more about how much time she spent in Texas too. Hell, there could be a suspect in Texas, man. She could have been seeing somebody in Texas while she was getting her, applying for a job. She could have somebody, maybe she took somebody's job. And, there's all kinds of variables here. I'm only basing it on what I've seen and what they've let us know. And the prime suspect to me is the ex-boyfriend. He's got the motive. He's got the means. He certainly has the ability, even though people think that he's some skinny nerd. That kid's a hell of an athlete. I mean, there's pictures of him juggling tennis rackets, standing on a ball. He's pretty ripped up. I saw him without a shirt on. This kid's an athlete. He's ranked number 1 in tennis. He can throw a tennis racket with velocity and hit a ball up the line past somebody and hit smashing overheads. He can damn sure wield a knife. I'm a real. I don't have to be to figure that out, Mister. Whoever doesn't think I'm a detective.
No, actually, I think it was a lady that asked that, or that said that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're gonna have people that say that shit. That's just like,
It doesn't bother me, man. I mean, it doesn't, because that's like pissing in the wind to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me. I could care less.
Absolutely.
But I am going to defend myself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you can sit here and spit out every code, I mean, you're over here throwing codes out, and
I'm not trying to, if I was an egomaniac, I'd be spewing my name right now.
I like point of views from a detective. Like when you hear point of views from a detective, bro, I mean that you're pretty much getting, that's as close as the case you're gonna get to. Is hearing points from a detective.
When I first reached out to you, I think I tried to send you a message first. Hey man, I'm a former detective. I've got a perspective, and I can quash some of these theories about investigative techniques and what they're doing and why they're doing what they're doing and what they're doing wrong, in my opinion. So like I said, I don't believe that, at another show I saw last night after you, I swear they're watching you, dude, because this guy's saying exactly what I said, almost verbatim. This former detective, and we all kind of think the same, but I mean, almost verbatim, he said what I said on your show. So I think you got some trolls out there, not just ordinary people. I think you've got news outlets that are watching you, that got interns watching you, and what better way to get leads than to have your show and them off of your show and go, where they got the big dollars, they can do things, set up cameras, get paid to do it. I tell you, that's what I would do if I was this Brian guy. He's taking your show all day long.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up a little. I heard mostly what you said, but you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know.
If I was Brian Enton, I'd be listening to your show and snaking in on your show all day long.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good point of views that come up on here. I've heard people come up with some stuff, but I mean, I don't think they're crazy. They're digging.
Exactly. Everybody, like I said, there's some of the stuff is. I mean, you could write a book off of some of these theories. You could write a nonfiction book. About a serial killer. I've actually been writing a book since 1994. I just never finished it.
Banfield's watching right now. I mean,
who's watching?
Shout out to you, Ashley Banfield. Appreciate you.
Yeah, the Ashley Banfield. I mean, she's had some good interviews, but I
love Ashley Banfield, man. She be,
yeah.
She's good. I like her as a reporter, man. She took over for Nancy Grace when she left HLN, and she's great. I thought, I was like, who is this girl at first, and I was mad that Nancy left, but then Ashley did a great job. I got to give her much respect on that. But man,
Ashley doesn't get quite as emotional as Nancy. Nancy gets a little too emotional sometimes, I think. But she's a prosecutor, and that's how prosecutors are, to be emotional. But sometimes I think I disagree with some things she says. But Ashley's pretty, she's very professional. I think she's done a good job. I love watching her.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if there's any other. You guys have any other questions you want for Detective John on this on the Idaho 4 case? I mean, I'm looking for comments right now to pop up.
Ask me anything. If I can give you an honest answer, I'll give you an honest answer. And I'm not biased. I agree with some of the things that they're saying about the police. But you want to hear something funny? I've never had a cup of coffee in my life. Never even drank a cup of coffee.
Damn.
I don't eat donuts. I don't eat donuts, you know.
Damn.
You know, there's that perception about, you know, and I worked a lot of, you know, most of my career I worked midnights because I was in narcotics. That's when we execute search warrants.
Bro,
And
that's crazy. You never had a cup of coffee? That's
never
crazy.
had a cup of coffee, bro.
I'm blown away.
Never. Yeah, that's true.
I'm blown the fuck away right now.
But if you saw me, you'd probably think I was a stoner. Because I'm a surf rat from Daytona, man, and I've never smoked weed in my life, never smoked a cigarette, never done any of that stuff. I don't care about weed. I don't care if anybody smokes weed.
Okay, so here we
so-
go. Here's one right here. All right, here we go. Where's it at here? Blood evidence, how hard since it's all mixed, JD, DNA everywhere. How do this? I tried to say it the best way I could. I mean, that's a couple typos or something.
Well, when you see them swabbing, they're getting evidence, and then, you know, they have blood gas machines that pull, you know, they pull DNA and they pull things from blood, and you know, an A positive, an O positive, AB negative. You know, those chances are those four aren't the same blood type. They might be a couple that are the same blood type. So that's where you start. What blood type is Maddie? What blood type is Kaylee? What blood type is Enan? What blood type is Xana? And then, you know, when you have a mixture of two bloods, then, you know, it's like I said, when they're going to know who the first victim was, because there's not going to be transfer from the knife. You know, chances are, I'm 100% sure that he wiped the knife off every time he stabbed. He didn't, you know, this is something that he probably didn't plan on killing all four. I don't believe that. I don't believe that he went in there planning on killing four people.
Do you think that when he stabbed these people, and this is just a question for me, do you think that when he didn't wipe the knife off? So that's how they'll be able to tell who was first killed, is because they won't have the other victim's blood inside of them.
Right. So if he killed, let's say Kaylee, they're speculating that Kaylee was the target. So she's the first kill. So Maddie's blood is not going to be with Kaylee unless he was simultaneously, you know, flailing back and forth if they're laying on the bed together, stabbing one and the other stabbing one. I believe, since Kaylee's allegedly, I haven't heard this for fact, but allegedly she had the most brutal wounds. So when you take a knife like this that has a guard, and a guard means that your hand doesn't slide down, it's the parts that stick out of either side of the knife. You know, people are like, how could this guy do it without getting cut? Well, A, you wear gloves. B, you have a knife with a guard, and you have a strong grip. The guy playing tennis has a super strong grip, dude. Super strong grip. So, you know, I think that if it was as personal as I believe, and he was hurt, if it's Jack D, and he's sat in his house and he's pondered what's going on, who's she with? Maybe this Adam dude, who was his ex-roommate, found out from Maddie. She told him everything. What did she tell him? And then he relayed that back. Hypothetically, let's say he just, you know, he probably called Jack and said, hey, the girls are out. They're in the bar right now. We'll talk to her, find out what's going on. I'm just speculating, but that's the way this little world. This is how men think. This is how women think when they're hurt in a relationship. So he might have picked Maddie's brain, and Maddie told him everything. So now Kaylee doesn't want to hurt the guy any more than he's already hurt. She's upset with her, and decides, you know, I'm going to call him to try and you know, dispel whatever she said. You know, I'm going to tell him to come over. Well, he's probably already made his freaking mind up. He's probably already left his phone at his house, and he's on his way there, and he's there waiting.
Somebody said, if someone is in the force is guilty, what happens? Who gets them convicted? Same people that convict the person, if the same people that convict the person if it's not a cop, right? Or am I wrong?
It's not a cop. I mean, come on. cop's not going to walk in there with a knife either. A cop's going to walk in there with a gun. If he wants to kill him, he's going to shoot him. He's not going to stab him.
And he'd
It's
get a
not
gun
cop.
totally separate from the force too.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably got a plethora of guns. I mean, it's not a cop. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone's theory.
No, we all respect each other's opinion in this. In my community, I respect opinions regardless if I disagree.
Yeah, and another thing, you know, a noise complaint isn't going to aggravate a cop like somebody was saying. They're so tired of going there, they're just going to come on, man. It's a noise complaint. Who cares? Nobody cares about a noise complaint. That's an easy call. You clear that call and you knock on the door. Okay, turn it down, fellas. Turn it down, ladies. You know, if I have to come back, then you know, I'm gonna start writing citations, or I'm gonna do a city ordinance violation. I'm gonna start towing cars. I'm gonna start doing this and that. You know, that's how you handle that. It's not a big deal. Moscow County is not answering a plethora of calls every night, and I guarantee you, the calls they are answering are in that community, around that college. On the weekends, it gets crazy with parties, and people are. Not everybody's a student that lives there, and people are like this person that called in the noise complaint that you see the officers at. You know, somebody obviously was tired of partying. Hell, that could be assessed. You know, just a resident that's over it. You know, we could speculate all day long on this, but it's not a cop. I bet everything it's not a cop.
Questions.
This is a crime of passion. This is over. This is.
Can you read chat? Can you see chat right now?
Yeah, but you slowed it down a little bit.
Yeah, slow. Like if you could take your hand and slow it down and answer some of the questions. Answer some of these questions here. Because you know what I mean. This is the Detective John segment.
I'm watching on my start TV. I can't do that.
Okay.
I'm not watching on my phone.
All right, so hold up. Let me see.
But pick them out and throw them at me. I'll answer. You know, people may be tired of me though, dude. I don't want to take all your time.
No. There's no.
I'll sit here all night long.
This is the Detective John segment, man. This is I get what you're saying. This is the Detective John segment. This is a small Detective John segment. It may be 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I mean, it may not even be that long. Ask a couple questions. I'm trying to get a couple people because people really do want to hear what you got to say about certain things. Okay, I just seen a question. K Lady says, Detective John, how much attention should cops pay to skinned animals? That's a great question. Lots of red flags in Moscow. I like that question a lot.
Don't have a lot of details on how the skin off of what a rabbit. Okay.
Yeah, they skinned the rabbit and then the dog right after.
Okay, so and was this at the same house?
Yeah, the lady said on the interview it was at the same house.
Okay, was this rabbit a pet rabbit or a wild rabbit?
That I didn't see as much. I think.
All right. So let me tell you something about that. I live in Florida, and I have in my backyard. I can go out at night. I've got 2 owls that are in the trees above my house. I've got hawks flying around, and I had chickens. You know, I'm not a redneck, you know, so don't get me wrong, but I live in the country, and I had chickens. I love my chickens. The hawks killed all 4 of my chickens. They just ripped their heads off and left them there. Didn't eat them. Didn't do anything. Coons did the same thing. An owl actually attacked my neighbor's cat and ripped his skull back. Well, not a skull, but the skin. Pulled the skin off the skull, and totally all you could see was his skull. That was from a bird of prey. I mean, I don't know. I didn't see these animals. It takes, to skin an animal is not as easy as you think. You know, you're not going to use a knife like as was perpetrated in this homicide. You know, you're going to have to use, there's special knives to skin animals. I don't know about the dog. Didn't see any pictures. Don't know. These people think the dog was skinned. I don't know. Is it connected? Hey, man, it could be. It could be. Serial killers often start killing animals first, and then they move up. But that's usually very adolescent. It doesn't happen. You know, whoever did this is clearly an adult. It's not a kid. But, you know, I don't know. That's, to me, it's a little far fetched. It is coincidental or ironic, but I don't know. I don't read too much into it, but it could be something. Everybody's saying that the 13th has something to do with it again. And then there's somebody that's got numbers, that's adding up numbers. We could kick this dead horse all day long, and until we know, we're not going to know. There's just speculation.
Let's see.
But there could be a serial killer out there that he's trying to send a message by skinning animals, and leaving carcasses, and that wasn't attention enough for him, and he moved up to humans. Yes, that could certainly be what happened.
Somebody said, why didn't Jack D have any injuries if he was the killer?
All right. We covered this, and not everybody's heard it. Remember what time of the year it is. Okay, it's what is it in Idaho right now? It's got to be below freezing because there's snow everywhere.
Bro, it's negative 21 here. Hold on, I'm about to run to the car.
So,
you can talk to him for a second. Looks like I gotta grab.
Right on. So audience, what I say to that is, he was probably wearing a heavy coat. At least he's wearing blue jeans or something even heavier than that. He's got gloves on. He could have a hoodie on with a drawstring stuck around his face, like actually saw Jack D in the video. Could have a hat on as well. I could go in right now and stab 5 people and walk out without a mark, especially if they're drunk. These girls were highly, especially Maddie. She was very inebriated. Kaylee was inebriated too. They were both inebriated. They get home, they got some food. They probably stayed in the kitchen or in the living room and ate that food for a few minutes, and then both went to the bedroom to talk and crashed, laid back on the bed together. And if it's a lay in wait where Jack D is laying wait and he's thinking that she's going to bring some guy home, he wanted to see for himself, and then he was going to, he's angry, he's upset, he's hurt. These types of crime can drive people that wouldn't hurt a fly normally to murder, 4 people. That's the reality of it. People sometimes forget about the human factor here. We have all at some point in our lives been in a position to where most people that go through a divorce, I'm going to be honest with you, most men that go through a divorce where they're being antagonized by their ex, or their ex is seeing somebody else and there's children involved, they would be lying, 150,000% lying if they said they didn't contemplate killing her. I'm just telling you, they would be lying. Now, whether they would actually do it, no, but did the thought run through their head? Absolutely. I've been through divorce. That thought had run through my head. It had run through my head at one point to where I actually gave my guns to someone else because I was so bent over this guy that was actually a pedophile that was dating my ex. So all I could think about was my daughter being around. It wasn't about her. It was what my daughter was exposed to. Fortunately, that ended. But, there was a time where I had some dark thoughts. And this is a kid with quite an investment in life with this girl that he probably planned on, spending the rest of his life with. And she didn't want that. She ended it. Why did she end it? Again, I'm not saying he did it. And I feel bad for saying it, but I'm only going on what we have. We, the police are tight-lipped, so we only have the video. The video is really all we have, and circumstantial evidence is all we have. So we can all speculate whether it's a serial killer. I don't think it's a serial killer. I think it's, it's obviously, again, it's someone that knows these girls and had an axe to grind, pardon the pun, or a knife to grind. Are you back yet, Trev? But as far as me being in law enforcement, trust me when I tell you, Spent a long time in law enforcement. I was in what's called Jump Out, which is a street crimes unit. Guys you see with black T-shirts that say police across the top. And I was in narcotics I was in persons crimes, homicide, and then I wound up in the narcotics DEA task force and everything. So yes, I've been around the block in law enforcement. See you back, Trev?
Yeah. No,
I don't know. Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
No, I know you went to your car though. Did you hear what I was saying about, this is a crime of passion and what I believe?
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think it's a crime of passion, but I also think it's somebody who actually knew the girls.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I'm
And
not
they
saying
happen to take it out on the girls. You know what I'm saying?
I think if you watch the video, and again, I'm not talking bad about these girls. Please don't get me wrong. But if you watch the grub truck video, Maddie goes over and she's talking to this dude, and then she walks in between these three other people, and it's like she's like rude. If you watch her walk in between them, she just kind of get out of my way, walks in between them. I'm sure she was, she may have been nice and sweet and all that stuff, but I'm sure she had a snob side to her. And, I think I heard testimony that she was, she didn't take anything from anybody. So, and again, I'm not saying anything bad about it. People are like that. She's a beautiful girl. She was very, very attractive, and, she probably carried herself with confidence. And it's just the way she walked through the crowd there. If you notice, if you watch it, she walks in between, a group of three after talking to that one guy with the jersey on. And she just kind of like, get out of my way, like goes through them like nothing, doesn't acknowledge them or anything. I don't know. It's, again, we can kick this around all day long, man. I'm just trying to give perspective to those that don't have any from the law enforcement side, and try to be real and be someone with the experience I have at the same time without being a cocky, typical cop like people think we are. Anybody have any questions? Hit me. Trev, you there? You there, man? Hello?
Yep. Crazy shit, dude. All right, I'm back.
All right.
Christmas running crazy, but we don't care that we no days off.
Well, hopefully I didn't bore anybody to death. If you want me to stay on, I'll stay
good,
on.
bro. Somebody called me into the living room. I went to the living room real quick. Christmas running crazy, no days off. There's just no days off.
No, I got you. I still got shopping to do, but I ain't doing it today. I'm doing it tomorrow.
Shit, I ran out earlier and did shopping. I got people calling me. Can you grab this for me, babe? Can you get this? Yeah, I'll get it for you, baby. I'm still running the show. I'm still in here. We're not stopping. It's
It's funny as
bro.
I can just buy gift cards now. My kids are older now. They don't want stuff. They just want money.
Trip has left. Detective John, you are the host. Trevor, ask him why we didn't see bodies removed. And that is a question. That's one of the biggest questions I keep seeing in the chat, or not biggest, but I'd say that's one of the most asked questions I've seen is,
first
bodies
of all,
removed, or we didn't see it on camera or whatever.
First of all, they can widen their perimeter and keep people from getting closer at any point, and they may very well have done that. We would probably see it, but if they reached out to the media that was there and said, "Hey, we're going to remove bodies. Please don't, respect families and don't, post these pictures." Maybe they were lucky enough and that happened, but also, it can be covert about it. They could actually have roped off the entire back of that house and gone through those sliders right there that you see in the kitchen and walked up the left side and not been seen. because there's foliage there. There's trees all on that backside, so they could have easily, carried the bodies up the hillside. It's not that steep of a hill, and loaded them in the wagon and taking them off. I think that's probably what happened. That's what I'd do. I wouldn't bring them out the front door.
Yeah, dude, it's.
I get it that people are like, we never saw any bodies. Well, does that mean it didn't happen? It just means that they didn't get them out. I mean, they got them out without being seen, which is very, very likely. I would make that happen. I can assure you, I would make that happen.
Yeah, dude. That.
In the crime scene, people are saying a lot of things about the way they process the scene, and why is there no blood on the outside? Well, how do you know? How does anybody know that there was no blood recovered on the outside? Yes, they put markers out.
I said that. That's one of the things that I said last night. I said, bro, I said, man, why? How do we? Somebody said there was no blood detected outside, no blood trail out. How would we know that? We're not seeing the evidence list. We only know how much they got. Yeah. Like they put out the number, but we don't know that.
Yeah, you think they're going to come out and say, "Oh, we had a blood trail running up the back." Blah blah blah. They're not
going to tell you that. Yeah, exactly.
They're not. Most of the stuff that has come out, a lot of it was spewed out by Kaylee's dad. That's probably why they're not giving him much more information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but they're speaking with Maddie's stepdad. They haven't spoken with Kaylee's dad since Thanksgiving. Well, who was on the line and who's doing the interviews bashing the investigation? Kaylee's dad. So, I would have handled it differently. I would be updating him every day, but this chief is obviously an egomaniac, or he wouldn't have done that the next to last year where he's reporting and pounding his chest that they're the lead on this case. So he's probably like, don't talk to that guy. It's making us look bad. So don't give him anything. Yeah, who knows? Who knows why? But frustrating. I can only imagine, man. I can't imagine. But if this one of these girls were my daughter, I'd been incensed. I'd be down there every day as well. But knowing what I know as well, I would use a little tact. I would try to understand. Hey, the big picture is we've got to put a case together. That's why I encourage the viewers to go look at his last interview and catch the puzzle where he says we're putting the pieces of the puzzle together and we are painting a picture. So they're putting everything together. They've got interviews. They know a lot. They know. Remember I keep saying, follow the drama. There's some serious drama that has led up to this, and that's the picture he's painting. So he's painting the picture for the motive, and the motive is going to lead him to the suspect and hopefully a conviction.
Now, another question I got is, okay, so somebody asked, not a question I got. Michaela Nicole, hopefully I said that right. She said, question, does he believe everything Steve says, or should that be looked at as speculation too?
Steve, the father, correct? Is that who she's talking about?
Yep, Steve Gonsalves.
I think Steve's highly emotional. I think he tried to walk back some of the things he said in another interview because he was kind of, he wasn't as abrasive toward the police. And I believe he said that his comment wasn't directed at the police when he called them cowards. He said that it was directed at the city attorney. He was calling a coward by taking the advice of the city attorney not to release certain information. Like, they believed that it was a male suspect, which, if this was a female, she's an Amazon, and I doubt it's a female.
And another question: why was the bottom floor victims left alone?
Because they weren't intended victims. They weren't intended to be killed. Neither were Xana and Ian. Those two weren't. And this is just my opinion. I believe, you're talking about an upstairs apartment. It's very loud. Just walking across the floor sounds like a herd of elephants. I'm sure they probably complain a lot about the girls running and bouncing around. But you've got a guy wielding a knife, killing two girls upstairs. I'm sure there was a lot of noise. I mean, this isn't something that just, he didn't walk up and slice their throats. He plunged knives into them, and they were, I'm sure one of them put up some kind of a struggle. And, I believe as he was leaving, or actually, Ian came out of the room, as a man should, and he probably was at the base of the stairs, and he encountered whoever the suspect is, and he's a victim of just wrong place at the wrong time. He wasn't even supposed to be there. From what I read, him and his girlfriend were supposed to go out of town, and they changed their mind that night not to go. And maybe if it's Jack D, maybe he knew they weren't supposed to be there, but if he did a drive-by, he would see the cars, so he would know they were there. Which I'm sure he did.
Now,
again, there's.
Yeah, go ahead. No, there was another question that said, I've been under the impression that motive isn't a required standard to meet for a conviction. Is this true?
A required standard? I don't know if I follow the question,
Yeah, I know that it says, question, I've been under the impression motive isn't a required standard to meet for a conviction. Is this true?
No, because a lot of homicides are committed without a motive. They're spur of the moment. They're emotional. You have perfect strangers that kill perfect strangers without a motive. So no, it's not a requirement, but it's a standard when it comes to, proving a case on somebody that's deeply involved with the victim. There's always a motive. It's not, there's rarely going to be an instance where the guy or the girl kills the person that they love without a motive. It's either money, love, sex, jealousy, all that combined, kids. There's all kinds of factors that weigh into, getting a conviction, and it's always nice to be able to prove a motive. But again, like I said, there's, I've had cases where, a guy opened a door for some other guy and he didn't say thank you and he shot him. There's no motive there. The guy's just freaking ass.
Now,
looking for a.
Well, I get it. Here's another one. Does he think this was done by one person or more? If one, does he think the sus had told someone like a relative or close friend?
I definitely think it was one person.
Yeah,
I don't believe in a multiple suspect theory. And do I believe he told anyone? I don't think so. I believe someone knows. I believe this Adam cat knows that if it's Jack D, based on everything that we know, if Adam has been interviewed, I guarantee you multiple times he's been put in the box, and they've squeezed every bit of info they can. That's why he's not around. He's dipped, and they probably have a gag, asked at a gag that he not respond to the press or anybody, but he knows if that's his best friend, as everyone says, and people have to know, like I said, and if Jack D is that obsessed with her, as everyone seems to think. I mean, I've been following this not since the very beginning, but I saw some texts that were kind of off the cuff, from a guy that looks like he's an Opie Taylor. He didn't talk like an Opie Taylor when he was talking to his girl. He was very disrespectful to her. Actually, at one point, insinuating she was fat. So he's probably got this girl beat down a little bit, and her friends are probably over it and saying he's being a jerk, especially if he's fearing that she's going to dump him. People tend to treat people like crap and get treated good by the other person involved in a relationship because they're beat down. That's very common. Right. But looking at the text that I saw, or the Facebook or whatever it was, Snapchat or whatever it was, I don't remember now, but he responded to a picture of her standing on a boat, and it was not something I would appreciate, someone saying to my daughter. I mean, I would be pretty pissed. And she didn't respond. I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was. Now,
another question. It was the car at the house is white Chevy, similar style. I heard it was Jack car there, allegedly. Question again is it likely that Kaylee and Jack were just kind of oddly matched? Maybe matched? I don't know. Allegedly.
Well, I don't know. It is. Everybody can love everybody. You don't have to be a prom king loving a prom queen. I remember in high school, one of the hottest girls in school was with one of the, in my opinion, one of the ugliest dudes in school. But he was popular. He had personality. It's not always about looks. Jack may have had personality. Again, we're judging a book by its cover. He looks like he's just a geek, but reading those texts, that guy's not a geek. He's an athlete. He's probably very popular, and that's what attracted the two of them together. There might have been some other link, maybe church or I'm speculating, but I don't know. Very possible. What's your last, what she just said?
Now,
just oddly, opposites attract.
Right. Quite another question was this done by a person that's killed before? Do you think this is a first time killing?
Yes. Now, has he killed animals? Yes. Has he killed humans? No.
So he's taken a life of wildlife, but this was his first time. You think this was a first time graduation? And he just happened to go, he happened to go all out, and he met Ethan at that door down there. I feel like, in my opinion, allegedly. Right. I mean, maybe it'll come out of that. Maybe it'll come out he was the first. I mean, what? Who's going to protect the man?
Right. My theory. Remember, my theory is he left his phone wherever he was resting his head to create an alibi. Again, it's Jack D. And by doing that, he missed all the phone calls. He missed all the texts. He missed everything. So he doesn't know she's trying to reach out to him. All he knows is, what did you tell Adam? Whatever Adam was told, if my theory is correct, it had something to do with the two of them and their relationship and what her plans are. And I don't believe that he even knew she was going to be in town, because that was kind of hush hush from what I've read and heard. She just got a new vehicle. She came there to kind of have a last hurrah. He wasn't invited. You follow me?
Now another question here: Would law enforcement, would law enforcement update the public if they found the Elantra they've been looking for?
Not necessarily, because again, you don't want to spook anyone involved. So if they want to know what happened and they want to know the truth, and this guy is cornered and he knows he's about to get popped, he knows an indictment's coming, he knows they got him, they've identified the car, and he could very well take somebody else out and kill himself, and then we never get the answers. But if like I said, if they have a viable suspect and they're building a case, then he's under 24-hour surveillance. And That's unlikely to happen. He could still kill himself. Don't get me wrong. But again, I'm going to go back to the chief's last interview that I saw, where he's very cocky. He's got that gleam in his eye. He's got that smirk on his face. We're putting the puzzle pieces together, and we're painting a picture. So we're painting a picture for the DA so we can get an indictment and we can hook this guy up. But we're getting all of the statements that we can get. We're getting all the video that we can get. We're getting all the evidence from the electronic devices we can get. Getting every conversation with everybody that could potentially be a player and this player that we suspect. And we're putting the picture together. We're painting the picture for a grand jury to look at for an indictment.
Now, here you go on this question. 6 student deaths in 2022 alone in Moscow with links to each other. This could possibly be the puzzle mentioned by the chief. Runs deep in 4chan post by a non-frat boy might be correct. What do you think? That was a question I'm assuming.
Might be correct. This isn't a big university. University of Idaho is not a big university. I mean, it's a close-knit society. That whole area where where all the frat houses are and everything, that's in like a valley. They all the kid that drowned, from what I understand, was friends with some of them. You've even got a girl that allegedly committed suicide because she was bullied by Kaylee. Again, this is just stuff that same stuff you've seen, I've seen. Whether it's true or not,
it turned out to be that she overdosed, and her dad verified it. She overdosed from sleeping medication. But yeah,
right. Was she bullied? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Was she bullied? Did she commit suicide allegedly? I have no idea.
Was there a note left? If there wasn't a note left, it probably wasn't a suicide. Sorry. I mean, I've done this for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that look like suicide that were totally accidental. I mean, I've worked masochistic cases where someone was not to get graphic, but hanging a rope over the corner of a door, sitting in a chair, and tying the rope off on the door handle, and would lean forward while he was masturbating. And what happened was he did it so many times that the rope frayed and stuck to the corner of the door. And instead of falling on the pillows that he had in front of him in the chair, it's sadomasochism. Instead of falling on the pillows, the rope frayed in half. It was a braided rope and caught on the corner of the top of the door, and he hung himself. And I had detectives arguing with me that it was a suicide. I said, it's not a suicide. He's done this. Look at this. Look at the marks up here. Look at this rope. And the ME agreed with me. Said, yeah, this was an accident. This was a total accident.
Now, question here: why did law enforcement impound Hunter's SUV? Hunter being Ethan's other, brother triplet, part of him, SUV that was at the house.
Because it was at the house
during that time.
There were what, 5 or 6 vehicles there. So out of the 50, 60 plus warrants that they had, each one of those vehicles had a warrant on it. So you can knock six of those 50 warrants off, knowing that they're the vehicles. So they're going to go through each and every vehicle because we don't know anything. We don't. Everybody should be a suspect, even his own brother. Everybody's a suspect until we get evidence to point us in a different direction. That's the way I was trained. That's the way I operated.
Okay,
that's why
John. Oh yeah, no, go ahead, elaborate.
No, go ahead.
No, Detective John, is it true that they could possibly know who it is, but can't make an arrest yet because they feel they don't have a strong enough case? Which I think I can answer that. I think yes, but I'll let you elaborate.
100% correct. 100, because again, I'm going to go back to what we talked about. The arrest is not important. If they know who it is, they got them under surveillance. Getting an indictment that's going to stick, because remember, this is a very high profile case. So what they're going to have to do, this guy's probably not going to say, "Oh, I did it." He's got too much that he could have for defense now. A, that was a party house. B, if it's a part of the clique, he's been in and out of that house multiple times. His DNA is all over the house. Unless they get blood DNA, it would be hard for him to fight blood DNA. But if it's touch DNA or hair fibers or something like that, his DNA is in that house. That's a defense.
Detective John, I got a question for you myself here. Do you have if I sent you a link, could you come up? I'm not saying you don't have to show your face or nothing, but if I sent you a link, could you come up and answer questions that you see in the chat?
Yeah.
You don't have to show your face.
But again, keep in mind, bro, I don't sit here all day and watch this. I just kind of catch. You're the only one I watch because I feel like out of all the outlets, you have an open forum. So I kind of I'm intrigued by what people say. So I've watched several others and I don't watch them anymore. I wanted to find one that had a call-in line and yours appealed to me the most. So
that's what I was saying. And on top of that, when I bring you up here and I take call-ins, you'll be able to actually hear it because I have the audio coming through my whole entire stream. So you'll be able to hear them talking.
Shoot it to me and I'll respond back and you can call me and I can answer it, dude. I'm all about it.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of people are
hey, listen,
dude, it's good to have
I'm
a detective that will come on and actually elaborate certain things that us, sleuthers and us people who look for justice can't answer. We know that. I mean, I've learned a lot, bro. I've learned everything from my grandfather. He was a homicide detective in Virginia Beach, but I mean, I still don't know everything. You know what I mean? He kept everything close to the vest, but I learned a lot of different things from stuff that he told me when I was a kid, and just watching shows and taking in all the knowledge from every single person that I've been a fan of, from Detective Anderson out of Memphis, Caroline Mason out of Memphis, just tons of different shows and detectives that I've watched and listen to, and I just use that, and that's why I just started. I was like, fuck it. I didn't know the true crime community was that big on YouTube, and that's the reason why I just started doing. I was like, man, you know what? Like, this is. I didn't realize it was this good.
I love it. Unfortunately, you're going to have a big case happen all the time to keep it going. So hopefully, you'll be able to latch on the cases all over. And
to be honest with you, bro, there's always cases. There's always cases. There's
always cases. You're right. So, but I don't think you're going to run into anything like this in a while. This is, again, the reason why this case is got so many people addicted is the method of the murder. The knife. If somebody would have walked in with a 40 cal and blew these people away, or an AR and blew these people away, you wouldn't have half of people interested in this case. Isn't that crazy how desensitized we've come to gun violence in this country? You live in the Chicago area, right?
Bro, everything is, and I ain't even gonna say the word because allegedly you can't say it on here, but everybody turns in them 9mm to a machine gun. Now I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, you can take. I own a Glock, and you can easily. I'm not gonna name it either, but there's something you can buy that turns it into a full automatic, and you can get an extended magazine and it's just like an Uzi. It's no different than an Uzi. Anyway, we could talk about that. I'm a former cop and I'm pro-gun, but do I think that everybody should have an AR-15? No. AR-15s are for the military and they're to kill people. You don't go out hunting with an AR-15. At least I never did. So these people that are all about people should own an AR-15, whatever. People that own an AR-15 should be highly trained and former military or former law enforcement maybe they have a reserve status or something like that. But I don't think any 18-year-old kid should be able to go out and buy an AR-15. Totally unnecessary. Handguns, absolutely 100%. That's just how I feel. I mean, and I have a lot of guns, and I own an AR-15, but I'm highly trained with it. I was on an entry team. I'd own an MP5 if I could find one, but But
two roomies? Hold up. There's a question coming in for you. Two roomies, heard nothing, big struggle, don't add up, detective.
Well, again, those two roomies, we haven't even heard what they did. Maybe they were partying all night and drunk. Obviously, they were probably drunk because they slept till almost noon. So if again, I'm just living in the real world. I mean, these kids, they go to school all week. They probably stay up late on the weekends and sleep into 1, 2 o'clock. You telling me you never slept into 1 or 2 o'clock in college or in high school or during the summer when you're on summer break? Dude, I did. I slept till freaking 1 or 2 o'clock if I was allowed to, every chance I got. And these kids today stay up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning playing video games. My 14-year-old son does. He'll stay up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning playing Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever, and he'll sleep till 1 or 2 o'clock. Back today, I was back for lunch and he was still asleep.
Here's another one for you. Detective John is lit. What does he think of Kaylee's fan no longer coming out supporting Jack D? Fam, I think they meant fam. No longer coming out supporting Jack D any longer. Is it interesting in general? Like, what do you think about that? The fam supposedly, allegedly, and this is what I heard also, is that they unfollowed Jack and stopped fucking with Jack. What do you think about that? Allegedly.
Where did that intel come from?
People snooping through their social medias and shit. Tons of people emailed me about it, and I've seen a bunch of screenshots of everything of them not following him no more. They followed him from the jump and then stopped following him. What do you think about that?
Just what 2 weeks ago he was standing on stage and hugging her mom.
Right, dad smirking at him.
Yeah.
Allegedly, all that,
Yeah. And here's my theory on that. I'd be smirking at him too if that was my daughter, and I found out that my daughter was trying to call him multiple times during the night, and she was murdered. I'd be smirking too. I'd be thinking, you're a punk. You because of you, my daughter's dead. If you didn't do it, I'd hold a serious grudge. I damn sure wouldn't be befriending him and showing him love. I would be like, why didn't you answer your damn phone? My daughter tried to call you 9 or 10 times. Her friend tried to call you. You didn't respond. You ghosted her, and now she's dead. I would be pissed. And you're hugging on my wife, like we should, like you're part of the family. No, man. I'd be giving him the same damn look. Men. It's the Venus Mars scenario. How's it go? Men are from Venus, women are from Mars, or vice versa. I don't know. I read the book twice. But
shit.
And you actually heard her mother telling him to calm down during one interview. She's like, just calm down.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of dissension between the two parents. Because she's probably favoring and doesn't want to believe, and came out and said 1,000% that we don't believe he did it because she's naive. She doesn't want to believe he did it. He's been a part of the family for 6 years. I mean, it might as well have been one of the family that did it.
Why would they say they back him 100% and then stop following him? Would there be a change in mind on that?
It was 100,000%, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Why would they say that and then start why would they unfollow him and shit like that?
Well, because the pieces of the puzzle are starting to be put together. The circumstances the circumstances they didn't know about, the conversations they didn't know about, the things that have happened since the breakup that they didn't know about are now coming to light. I guarantee you if that was my daughter and I saw that text that he treated and talked to my daughter that way, I'd be on her butt to dump him in 0.2 seconds.
Another question. Go ahead.
I'd probably confront him about it. For talking to my child like that. You don't disrespect my daughter. Period.
That's a fact.
You don't talk to her on a social media, format like she's a slut.
Yeah, nope. You're right about that. And then another one is question: if Jack D stays within close proximity, wouldn't his phone ping off the same tower regardless if he left it at home or took it to the scene, allegedly?
No, they triangulate. They're able to tell. They would be able to tell if he was within, a half a block of that place. But I don't believe he was living next door. I think that's been dispelled. I don't think he was actually living there.
You're spot the fuck on with that too. You are with that. Well, what you just said about JD and the social media shit, bro. You're spot on with that, because in general, like I said, your daughter passed away. She got hit up, stabbed to death, etc. Her, and it's so heartbreaking. And then you see come across on YouTube, people hit you up saying, "Did you see this video where he was talking about wiping himself off with a rag?" Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, come on. You think her parents saw that shit? No way, dude. That's her private, she probably only has, friends on there. She probably doesn't have her parents on there on some of that stuff. She doesn't want her parents to see how she's, partying sometimes. No kid would do that. But, if I saw that, if that was my daughter's 14, and my daughter's 18, my son's 14. My 18-year-old daughter is in college. If I saw one of her friends or boyfriend say something like that, I'd be having words with him. I can tell you that much right now. My daughter is not to be talked to like that. She's not to be disrespected like that. She's not some ghetto girl. She's brought up right, and she's I'm not saying people that are in ghetto are bad. I'm just saying that they're not. She's not exposed to that kind of behavior, and it's not going to happen. I'm not gonna condone any man talking to my daughter like that. My daughter knows that. She knows that, whoever she decides to be with, they better respect her, because they're gonna have to deal with me. I'm almost 55 years old. I've lived my life. They hurt my daughter, I'll go to jail. I'm telling you right now.
Damn, dude, this is.
But this is all passionate stuff we're talking about, and I'm telling you, that cat right there. Adam, is that Adam?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That cat right there knows a lot. That guy knows a lot.
Somebody wrong drip drop and JLR got receipts. JD lived at 1127, or Adam did, and he was there allegedly. I'm adding that to that too. Allegedly.
I don't know. Allegedly he was there. I heard he was at his parents' house. So there's all kinds of different reports. Why wouldn't she just go knock on his door if he's 30 seconds away?
Here's another question. It's kind of one of the questions that were asked earlier, but maybe they weren't here. She said, "What's his thoughts on the bunny and the dog? 2 incidents, same place, familiar, safe place, practicing." I can't get that out of my mind.
Well, again, you could very well have a serial killer. If that's how they want to start, they want to, they want attention, and they're not getting the attention that they seek, so they move up to humans, or they're laying a foundation of murder. This is how I started. This is what happened. Yes, that's a viable theory, but again, where I live, I've seen owls jump down on a rabbit and then pull their fur and their skin totally off of their skull and peel it back. Their talons are like razor blades. And I've even seen, my ex had a dog that was attacked by a hawk, and, sliced them open like somebody had a razor blade and sliced them open, because those talons on these birds, I don't know what I don't know if there's eagles or hawks or anything around Idaho. I'm sure there are, but those talons are like razor blades, man. And they, when they pounce on an animal, they pounce on their head typically to control the body. And you know, this could all just be, oh, it had to be somebody that did it. I'd like to see the police report. Go and find the police report and see what the police report says on those incidents. Post it on your thread. You can get it. It's public information. See what the investigation yields, and if there's any photos.
Somebody asked to hold up. Could law enforcement have asked the family to continue to act like they support JD just so he don't become suspicious? Do you think others were keeping Jay in the loop, allegedly?
Absolutely, that could be a tactic that law enforcement uses. You know, we often use deception. So like I said, I had somebody in the box one time that stabbed somebody 15 times in the chest, and all he was worried about was the fact that people found out that he was in a car with a homosexual, a known homosexual that picked up young boys in a place off of Main Street in Daytona that a bunch of male prostitutes hung out at. It was a wall they sat on. And you know, he was in the car. They took him down to it's actually called there's a Hard Rock in Daytona now. It used to be called the Desert Inn, and it had a parking garage underneath, and that's where this guy would go to get his oral sex because he was safe. He was in a parking garage that was a rundown hotel at the time. So he went in there, and you know, and we had a suspect based on witnesses, and the guy fled and went to Orlando. We wound up interviewing him in Orlando at 33rd Street Jail. They got him for us, and he bucked up against my partner and wouldn't say a thing. I said, give me a crack at him. And I sat down and I said, look, you know, excuse me, audience, I'm not like this. I don't care if people are gay, but I said, you're not a faggot, are you? Are you a effing faggot? And that's what ticked him off. I said, this guy was a faggot. He put his hands all over you. He's done it before. And I'd had reports, but I hadn't had any complaints. But he's picked up kids before, and he'd done this type of stuff before. He got forceful. I said, this guy put his hands on you. You weren't in there. You were just, what were you there for? Oh, I was just going to jack him. I was just going to rob him. He wouldn't take. I got him to confess. So in his mind, I gave him an opening of self-defense, which they actually tried to use, and dropped it down from a first degree to a manslaughter. It worked.
Now on this one, question: a former resident did an interview earlier saying you can hear all steps on floors and stairs. What does he think about the roommates not hearing anything, allegedly?
Again, I'm going to go back to, okay, what were the roommates doing? Were they out partying at a frat party too? Did they come home drunk and pass out? I mean, they slept. Again, what time did that 911 call in? Like 11:58 a.m. or something like that. So that tells me that those girls didn't crawl out of bed till almost noon. So they were probably out cold. They probably didn't hear anything. Plus, they're on the bottom floor of a 3-story building that has people walking around and pounding around all night. I mean, what are they going to hear? I mean, they're going to hear bam, bam, bam falling around like they always hear. I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't know. But unless there were crazy screams, like dead, blood-curdling screams, which, you know, and again, Ian may not have came out of that room because he heard something. I mean, again, I'm going back, you know, I'm going back a ways. You know, you go out with your girl. Even now, I go out with my girl. I come home after a nice dinner. I'm getting it on. You know, we're having sex. But I can tell you right now, this is a young kid and his girlfriend. They're probably just either getting done having sex or whatever after being out. And he probably came out to get a drink. Maybe she wanted a glass of water and caught the suspect coming down the stairs. They ran into each other. It was just a chance encounter.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Another question is, I think the case is going to come down to genetic genealogy. I also feel like law enforcement knows who the suspect is. That's why they don't want a reward. Thoughts?
They don't want to reward. They don't want to reward because that was it. Marlena, she's right. They don't want to reward because they already know they've got a good idea who the suspect is. They're putting the case together. They're waiting. They're waiting on the DNA. They're waiting on everything from the crime lab to come. They've got, over 150 pieces of evidence, and they've submitted them. They all have to be analyzed, and reports have to be done. They have to get their ducks in a row, and they know who the suspect is. It would be pointless. Could you imagine if they put a $100,000 reward out right now? Everyone would be calling in and saying, "Oh, I know it's JD. I got this information." Oh, and if they arrest JD, then somebody's going to be wanting their reward, and there's going to be even more senseless calls and leads. I think a reward at this point, a reward is not going to solve this case, man. Everyone keeps saying that a reward is not going to solve this case. Someone's not keeping their mouth shut because they want a reward. It's just not. And that's, again, it's my opinion. A reward is something you put out on a cold case that is, not this involved, where there is no viable suspect. We don't know what the hell happened. But something like this, there's no point in putting a reward out. It would shut people up. And, maybe they should do it just to shut people up, but I don't think I think it's counterproductive at this point to put a reward out.
Now, what do you think about our question? Does he think stabbing versus choosing versus shooting because he wanted it to be gruesome, closed casket, since the fam keeps saying how beautiful they were? Image was everything to KG, fam, in my opinion.
Well, was there any damage done to the faces? We don't know. I haven't heard anything about that.
Right.
I heard liver, lungs, ribs, lacerated bones. Don't know about the face. I mean, if it comes to fruition that Kaylee's face was lacerated from side to side, then yeah, I would say that would definitely be part of his revenge. But I do think because they said again, this is alleged, and I'm not sure if Kaylee was actually the one, but that's what Steve said, had the most significant, more gruesome damage than any of the other victims. Again, this is very personable. Killing somebody with a knife is personable. This is not any coward can shoot somebody. But, you kill somebody with a knife, he probably didn't have a gun. Not everybody owns a gun in this country. This is a kid. He probably didn't have a gun, and the gun, maybe the gun he had was a 30-06 for hunting. He may not have had a handgun or may not have had access to a handgun right then. And he's been steaming all night long because he just got bad news. But if the liver was virtually destroyed, like I think the ME said, and the lungs were destroyed, and the ribs were broken, and she was basically bludgeoned to death with a knife. When you take that knife, a military style knife, like a Rambo knife, like you see, that has a guard on it, if it's personable, just close your eyes and imagine getting in her face and saying, I told you no one could have you but me, jamming that knife in her and then twisting it. You twist it and then you pull it out in the twisted position, and it's going to come out from a different hole that it went in. And that may very well be why she was targeted and why her injuries were so gruesome, because it was more personal. This is coming from experience, man. I've seen this stuff. Shootings, you shoot somebody in the face, it's personal. Well, a witness that you're just trying to get rid of, you're probably not going to shoot in the face. How was Jack Showalter cleared when he supposedly drove 5 hours away? That hasn't been confirmed. Again, supposedly. I haven't heard anything to confirm that. Have you, Rev? Hello? Trevor, you there? Well, Jose, that's what I would say, Jose, is how is Jack Showalter cleared when he supposedly drove 5 hours away? Okay. Also, he went to Africa, remember? I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that's been said about Showalter. He could very well have been a suspect. I clearly think he was dissed at the food truck. I think he was totally dissed. I think he was pretty pissed because those girls dipped on him. They totally dissed him in front of Joe. Joe even pointed out, look, your girls are gone, man. And he's like, what the hell? You can see it in his body language. I'm a body language expert. I've been to schools just on body language. That guy was not happy. And I think his second stop at the light pole, I think he's flipping him off. Could that be enough motivation to go kill him? Yeah, it could be. Like I said, I've seen people kill each other for not thanking them for opening a door. Trev, where are you? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yep. John?
Are you getting some love from your girl, man? You walked away leaving me talking, getting some love from your girl, aren't you?
Nope, I'm right here. Did you read what is on the screen?
Yeah, I addressed it. I told him, also he went to Africa.
What about the knife question?
I didn't see.
Can you clean evidence off, or is it clean? Or if it's cleaned, will it still show characteristics like a bullet does from the gun that shot it?
If the knife's cleaned off, will it still show? Are you talking about where it entered the flesh? Are there going to be like serrated grooves and things like that? Yeah, because every knife is, has their own characteristics. Even if they're mass produced, they're going to have a nick, or they're going to have some kind of a dull area that would help identify, what knife was used. I would imagine if he's carrying that knife, those knives come with sheaths. So, he probably, reinserted the knife in the sheath that he might have had on his belt. He might have just had it shoved down in his pants. I'm just speculating, but, there's all kinds of things that need to be considered when it comes to that,
Yeah, no, let me see what else we got here. There's a lot of I see a lot of the same questions that you've already addressed. Let me see here.
I think what K-Star is trying to ask if it's like, you have striations when a round comes through the gun, the barrel of the gun. There's striations and there's angles and there's grooves and you count those, and they're very unique to every gun. It's like a fingerprint. So does a knife have those same characteristics? Not nearly as many, but like I said, if there's something about that knife and they recover that knife later, they can link it to the crimes, no doubt. And they're probably not going to be able to clean every bit of blood off of that knife.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, shit, bro.
Because where the handle meets guard, there's a void there where blood will seep into. Like I said, blood is very viscous. It's like oil. I mean, it'll find its way into places that even water won't.
Everybody's requesting take calls with him on stream. The only negative on that would be he would be able to hear the caller, but the caller wouldn't be able to hear him.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the only negative about when that goes down. If I pull him up on here right now, he will be able to hear caller, but he will not be able to. They won't hear him in case they're listening to the screen, and it's a 10-second delay.
Right.
That's the only negative.
They just want everybody to put a face with a voice.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everybody says when I was a kid I look like Scott Baio, so I kind of look like Scott Baio a little bit.
Elizabeth says, question, are you married? Just asking for a friend.
No, I'm divorced, but I have a girlfriend of 8 years.
There you go. Question. All right. So I'll take one more question. Let's see. What are some other reasons one victim could have worse injuries than the others? Which would, I think I can answer that, but I'm gonna let you answer it.
Well, first of all, if Kaylee's the prime target, it's more personable. So he's gonna inflict more pain on Kaylee than anyone else. Anyone else is collateral damage. Like I said, I don't believe he went there. Hey, but I could be wrong. Another theory could be that he's angry at all of them, because they're her friends, and they could be very well saying, "Hey, it's over, Jack. Move on." They could know. I mean, what would hurt somebody really bad in this scenario when you've been this close with this girl and her friends for at least 4 years of college, right? Or maybe just 2 years. I don't know how long the other 2 or other 4 have lived there, but you go there, you've been intimate with her, you've stayed there overnight, and then she blows you off and breaks up with you, and she has somebody else in there, and they all know about it. So now he's hurt not only by her, but he's hurt by all of them. They've betrayed him. They've condoned this conduct, again, alleged conduct, and he's angry at all of them. So maybe he could have gone there to kill all of them. Unlikely that someone would go kill 4 people with a knife. There's just too much room for error and too much room to lose that battle. But that's a viable conclusion.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Well, shit, bro. I'll let you go. I'll get off here and take some other calls. And
right on.
I appreciate you, man. We'll definitely get something set up when we do a panel for sure.
You want me to answer Jackie real quick?
Yeah, answer. Oh yeah, did you see what Gypsy said? Answer Jackie and then answer Gypsy's question on screen.
I didn't see Gypsy's because my feed went out for a minute. What was Gypsy's?
What does Detective John think of the Christ cult or Christ Church cult gang? Question mark. Probably haven't even seen about it.
I when I got home, I caught the tail end of that, and I actually went on Facebook and looked that guy up real quick. He's a preacher or something. He's probably part of some religious cult. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I can't form an opinion because I don't have any facts. And I heard when I came on that girl was a little, upset that was on here. She's pointing the finger at them. She needs to be very careful. People should be very careful what they say. Because we live in a litigious world. I mean, you can't outright come out and say, the things that she was saying. She can get in trouble for it. Just gotta be, it's alleged or an opinion, that's fine. But, that guy could come after her legally for saying those things. And, just knowing what I know. You see that picture you have with blood's coming down the foundation?
Mm-hmm.
That's where I believe a body laid and bled out. And, just picture a piece of concrete with a 2x4 laying on it with studs going up it. There's a void in between the concrete and that stud and that 2x4, and that the grade isn't probably perfect. It probably actually sloped away from the house, and that blood pooled right there and ran down that foundation. I believe that's blood.
Mm.
And the other one was what was it? Do I think this case is going to be solved? Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely.
They'll definitely get to the bottom of it.
I think it's sooner than later. But remember, I started to allude to it. I follow the drama, but I started to allude to it earlier. You know, when they get a grand jury to sign off on this for an arrest, then they have to select a jury pool. And where are you going to get a jury in Idaho of 12 people that are going to say they never heard of this case? It's going to be very hard. This is like almost O.J. Simpson, like, you know what I mean? Everyone is following this case. And again, it's because a knife was used. If this was a gun, we're so desensitized to gun violence nowadays, no one would care. I don't mean that literally, but
you would have people that care, but maybe it's not to this amount.
Yeah. That's
I
what
get
I
what
don't
you're
mean
saying.
that literally. Yeah, I mean it wouldn't be as dramatic. You know, oh my God, 4 people were brutally murdered with a .40 caliber or 9mm. Oh yeah, that happens every day. But you don't have people brutally stabbed every day.
Somebody asked you another question. They said, are the police able to get the Wi-Fi data from the ISP? If it was someone they knew, they definitely would have had the password, and phones would connect automatically when in the vicinity.
Yeah, that's what the search warrants yield. The search warrants will get all that. They'll get all the passwords. They'll get all the Wi-Fi, information they need. There's technology out there that you and I don't even know about, dude. I'm telling you, they could go on right now and they could find out who's trolling who. They already know. How many times did Jack view Kaylee? How many times did Jack F view Kaylee? Was he watching? Was he trolling on our social media that night? They're gonna know all this stuff. People don't think about that kind of stuff, but that's why I tell my kids, don't ever put anything that could be compromising online.
Dave V said the ex-convict neighbor is where I put my money. Enan? Yeah.
Nah. That guy's an idiot. That guy's
an idiot.
That guy's just looking for his 15 minutes of fame. He's probably making money off of this already. There's going to be money made on this. Unfortunately, people are going to make money. People are going to do interviews and make money. And the police can ask for a gag order, but they can mandate that someone not talk. I mean, it's a free country. They can, unless a judge orders them not to. If a judge orders them not to, then and that very well may have happened. They may have gone to a judge and said, "Hey, I don't want these witnesses talking to the media or the press," and the judge sent an order out, and they were served, and they were told, "Hey, you have a gag order, you can't." So that's very possible, and again, we can sideline quarterback what the police are doing all day long. I've seen things that I don't like, but the number one thing to me is being humble enough to allow the FBI to come in there. The FBI, someone asked the other day, can the FBI take over a case? If it's a federal offense, they can and will. But if it's a state offense, no. Then this is homicide. It's a state offense. So the FBI is not going to take over the case. They will if they're asked. But they're just there for support. And this ego-driven chief is not going to say, "Hey, you guys take it over. We can't handle this." That would make him look bad. So trust me, they may be lead like he purports, but they're not getting all of their evidence, and in the end, all of the high-tech things that are going to come out of this aren't going to come from the Moscow 36 sworn officer police department. I can promise you that. It's going to come from the support they got from the FBI and the state police.
That shit's crazy.
But that's real. I mean, that's absolutely the truth. You know, these you know, this is brutal, man. This is a lot of eyes are on this. The whole world is watching this, man. I mean, you've got followers in Europe, you've got followers in Australia, you've got followers. I know you guys have plenty in Canada, but you know, this is close to Canada. You know, South America, I saw somebody, you know, so I mean, people are following this.
Bangladesh,
yeah. I mean, everywhere, you know, like you said, the Middle East, you know, everyone's on. I wish they probably wish they were on the same time zone so they could call in.
Dude, I've seen tons of people say, I wish I could call in. I feel bad. I'm like, damn, well, there should be a way you could maybe get a VPN and make I don't know. I don't know how that works. I ain't never been in that situation where I wanted to call in.
Yeah, they could do it with a VPN. They could do it with like you could Skype them maybe. I don't know. But that's, you know, that's a lot.
All I know is I got slow mode on chat and it's still flying by 3,000 miles an hour. So it's like,
I know I couldn't read it, you know,
bro. I'm over here trying to pause it and catch shit and it's flying. But damn, man, I appreciate you being up. Well, damn, I mean, I was thinking, all right, well, I'll take
find some more questions. Ask me. Go ahead.
So glad Detective John called in. Love hearing his perspective daily on the case. Let's see. There's tons of people. Change up the phone line. Change up the phones. There's internal affairs involved. There's tons of different ones. A lot of people are asking me to pull you up on StreamYard. We value Detective John. Let's see.
What's the get internal affairs involved? I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Question: what does Detective John think the launcher has to do with anything? Jack wouldn't need to drive afterwards, and owns a black truck. That piece doesn't fit. T-REV 757 allegedly.
Well, we don't know. Again, remember when I was saying who owns a white Elantra? Does a friend own a white Elantra that he borrowed so he wouldn't be seen in his truck? I mean, does one of the other players own a white Elantra? I mean, I think the white Elantra has validity in this case, especially, I don't know, did you find that superimposed photo of when they were in the field interviewing those kids that were drinking? The car that drove by, they thought it was silver at first, and then, you know, when this guy superimposed on top of it, it's 100% an Elantra, and then they show light and it's a white Elantra. So there's a white Elantra driving by the front of that apartment complex, you know, on that road, whatever it's called, I forget the name of it, and heading toward the road that to the left that leads up to it.
Walenta?
Yeah, I believe.
Walenta, King Road.
King Road. So it's the body cam footage, the same footage that has the truck going by.
Right.
There's a white Elantra that goes by. I said that in the very beginning, that there was a white Elantra. That's where they got it from. I think that came, it might have not been from the body cam. I think it might have been from marine camera. I can't remember. Right there in the same area as the body cam. Mm-hmm. But they caught body cam of it as well. And then this kid superimposed an Elantra over top of it, and it's a dead match. So it's definitely a white Elantra. And I know one of your callers asked about that car that we talked about that I thought might be an Ultima that's parked down when he's on the roof. That's not an Elantra, dude. and I noticed you've taken that off, so that's not an Elantra. So we can dispel that. Actually, there's, that's a Chevy, that's a white Chevy right there.
Yeah, that shit, dude. This is blowing my mind. It's snowing hard as shit. They're about to make me shovel again.
It's about to get cold here. I mean, it was 78 today, but it's supposed to go down into the 30s tonight.
They'll find your ass around here if you don't shovel. It's like, damn.
Yeah. But there's, look at that room there. Is that the dorm room, or is that her house? Because there's 2 beds there.
There's a roommate. Everybody's like, that's a trans, and I'm like, I don't know that. I don't.
Well, there's a bed. There's a bed. They're footboard to footboard. So is there? I wonder if that Kaylee's room.
Right here, Dylan's new room, empty room, 2nd floor. They're saying Dylan. That a lot of people have been talking about this Dylan's new room, and that's one of the reasons why I just play this little slideshow. That it's.
Well, I think that's more of a storage. The pictures that I saw, there were golf clubs in there. There was other miscellaneous items in there. Maybe Dylan. I don't know if she had a boyfriend, but I don't know. But there was the photos that I saw that were, it looked like it was, used to store random things.
Let's see. Where is that? Now this part. Let's see.
This one right here. You asked me about the Elantra. Jack wouldn't need to drive afterwards, and he owns a black truck. Jack wouldn't need to drive afterwards. Why? Why wouldn't Jack need to drive afterwards? Because he supposedly lived right next door and went home. I don't know. I don't think any of that's been confirmed. If he wasn't next door, then he would have had to drive. Then again, from an emotional standpoint, if somebody is virtually driving themselves crazy because the girl just dumped them, and I'm telling you, everybody's been hurt probably on this chat line by somebody that they loved, and they've been rejected. And there's really not much of a worse feeling aside from death, and sometimes that's worse than death. Death is often expected. This kind of stuff isn't expected, and that's why people do things that are out of character. I mean, people will kill that you would never in a million years think would hurt a fly. Totally out of character. But the brain is we have yet to figure out the human brain. People will snap at the littlest things that are at the smallest things that normally, some people would be like, yeah, cool, I'm free now. I don't think that's the case here.
Please,
I think this guy.
Will we ever hear the 911 call? Do you think?
Yes.
Eventually, right? You think that's a trial process that we'll probably hear then?
It'll definitely come out in trial. I think it may come out before. There's from the beginning of this case, it was explained that when the girls downstairs woke up and they found Ethan's body laying there, they ran out of the house, and one of the girls allegedly was so distraught that she hyperventilated, she passed out, and somebody outside heard the commotion, and a call came in from another phone, or she picked up that phone that was already 911 and said, hey, somebody's passed out, we don't know what's going on. And then they went in and found the bodies. There's a lot of sideline quarterbacking as to, I mean, come on, you're basically a college kid, and you wake up and you walk up and you see a brutal murder right there. I mean, of course, we live in a social media age. She probably got on the phone, she's texting everybody she knows, she's freaking out. She doesn't know who to talk to.
Can you see this question on the screen right now?
You are appreciated, Detective John. Thank you for your time and insight. Yeah,
No,
I see
this
that.
one right here. Question: could the killer have left the house? This is by Paul Bird. He said, "Could the killer have left the house, ran to a nearby apartment that was empty, and cleaned up and left, or was in a Tyvek suit with gloves?"
I'm on a little bit of a delay here. Hold on a second. Let me look at this.
Yeah, that's he came with a deep one on that.
Let's try here. Oh yeah, it lagged a little bit. Let me catch up here. Could the killer have left the house and ran to a nearby apartment that was empty and cleaned up and left? Or was a Tyvek used? I don't think any Tyvek suit was used. I don't think it was needed. I think it's wintertime. You know, this is why I find it hard to believe that if he lived next door, they would have got a search warrant and executed it. He's the ex-boyfriend. He's got the most motive right off the bat. A judge would sign off on that warrant very easily, just on the PC that he's the ex-boyfriend and we don't know who did it. You know, I would interview him and try and get a consent to search, and get it witnessed and maybe get in that way too. But for the media to not have shown a warrant being executed at that house, just, 150, 200 foot away, blows my mind. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
So what would you want? First thing I would look for is shoes. I'd take every pair of shoes because he tracked through that house. Boots, tennis shoes, whatever, I'm taking them all. And then you want to look for, of course, clothes. You want to look for freshly laundered clothes or clothes that are in the washing machine. Or look in near bag trash containers, neighbors' trash cans, a dumpster. Look for clothes being dumped. Yes, he could have gone there and cleaned up, absolutely. And he could have changed, got rid of every bit of evidence, or he could have been borrowing somebody's white Elantra and driving away in it. Who knows? Again, Jack D may not be the guy. I'm only basing, and you're only basing, and everybody else is only basing their theories on what we know, or some they're thinking serial killer, but all we have is what we've been given. And I may 100% be wrong, but I don't have anything else to go on, guys. All I have is Jack Cord, Jack S, and Adam, and Enan, which, if Enan did it, I'd be very surprised. I just don't think that guy did it. But I think it's somebody involved in drama. I don't think it's drug related. I think that's a little far fetched. I don't think that Xana's mom being popped for fentanyl has anything to do with it. In fact, she didn't even have a relationship with her mother, from what I've heard. They hadn't spoken in a long time. Her dad did everything for her, and her stepmom, or a girlfriend, whatever she was. You there? Trev? Hello? Is one of those vehicles in that picture, is one of those vehicles a Range Rover? Didn't Kaylee have a Range Rover? I see a Jeep, I see a Chevy, I see a silver something, which that could be a Rover, Land Rover.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, that silver car is a Land Rover, right? Is that what that is? Yeah.
Take
So
over again, John.
You got a red Jeep there. You got a white Chevy, and I think that silver vehicle is a Land Rover, isn't it? Or a Range Rover.
You were like, take over again, John. Boy, I had to go look at the damage on the sidewalk.
Oh, nice.
Bro,
You
it
got
is
salt
so
out there?
cold outside. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like the storm of the century, right?
I mean, it's just super cold, dude. It's like negative 36.
Is that the wind chill or the actual temperature?
Wind chill, dude. It is bad, bro. I had to go check and see how bad it is. It's like so bad that it's froze over. Like you could shovel to a certain extent, but it's like all ice, layered ice underneath.
God bless you, man. I don't know how anybody lives in that stuff. Like I said, when I was a kid, my parents moved to Champaign, Illinois, a little town called Philo, just outside, and here I am, a surf rat, bleach blonde towhead, going to Redneckville, Champaign, Illinois, and the dudes hated me, man. Dudes hated me because the chicks dug me, and I'm a surf rat from Daytona, so but I was a fish out of water, literally. I hated it. I couldn't stand it. I wound up coming back home and living with my grandparents till my parents woke up and decided to come back home too.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. What the?
Any more good questions? I don't see any chat going on.
Nah, they're ready. They're ready for the phone calls.
All right, man.
They're ready for the phone calls. So
all right. Well, hopefully I didn't run anybody off.
Nah, you're good. You're good, brother. Nah, you're good. There's gonna be people that always say other shit, You're always gonna get
all right,
that.
well, hey, everybody have a Merry Christmas, and hopefully we'll have a New Year's present.
I mean, we had you on for 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds. About to go 122 right now. But, yeah,
as long as people were still sending questions, but
it was a good segment, man. It was a good segment. We'll have to pull you up on panel soon. I'll have to send you a link.
Right on. Go ahead. You got my info.
No doubt, brother. I'll when I send it, I'll text it to you, and then you can just click it, join in. It'll make you log in.
I'll send you you have a Facebook? I'm not gonna ask.
Yeah. I got a Facebook. I got your number too, though. I'll just text you a link.
Yeah, text me a link. I'll send you my Facebook link too, and you can look for yourself.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Shout out to Detective John. Shout out to Detective John, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you voice your opinion, man. We had the Detective John segment. The Detective John segment is now over. So much for the 5-minute rule. No, this was a different one. This was a phoned detective. Such a different thing. I wanted to see what he was talking about. Here we go.
Jeffrey Martin, Res. Movement Re Alabama.
Movement Re Alabama. You are live. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
I'm hanging in there. How about you, man?
Cool, man. I was calling back from yesterday, bro.
What's going on with you?
Still trying to see if what you think about the corner club theory, bro. Everybody still talking about Jack and Jack. Nobody's looking at what them girls was doing before they got home. And I really was hoping that you could ask Detective John, especially with Kaylee's dad saying that Jack ain't got nothing to do with it, or Kelly's family saying Jack ain't got nothing to do with it, and the police saying that Adam is cooperating.
Chat said something about mute. I don't know. I don't have headphones in, but I do hear like a little YouTube playing in the background. I think. Maybe.
Hold on.
You good, brother? You good? I pause on you. You good? Could we get back to the?
My bad.
Yeah, you good. You good. You good.
The TV is on, but
You good, brother. You good.
I just hate to see these kids get their reputations tore up when it's clearly somebody got that club, man.
Nah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, bad crime stories. You know, I started seeing the internet started to say it yesterday. The same thing that, hey, you know, why aren't we looking at some old suspects? You know, why aren't we looking at this situation differently? I think that's, you know, if you listen to the police, they talking about looking, you know, in the vicinity, in the surrounding areas. You know, I just think it was somebody that they were familiar with, somebody that all of them had access to, but somebody that probably ain't no student.
Right.
So, and I you know, I'm trying to get that idea pushed through the ether. So you know, just imagine, man, this kid Jack the Core, his whole world done fell apart, man. His girlfriend since 15 is gone, has been slaughtered, you know, feet away from him, and everybody's calling him a killer. What if he's not, man?
Right. Yeah, nah. I mean, that's a very fair assessment. I mean,
and Detective John said it right, man. We live in a litigious society. We throwing out names. You ain't heard me call nobody's name. I'm just saying, let's look at the whole scenario. Everybody's talking about what Ethan and Zayna was doing before they got home. What was Kaylee and Maddie doing? That's what the information that's leaking out. That's what they're showing us. What was Kaylee and Matt? Why? There's more significance than just them walking with that boy and you saying that they were familiar with him.
Right.
Why did they leave the club at that time? What was going on? You know, and what if what was going on in the club is what Maddie told Adam?
Mm-hmm.
This is about what happened in that club, man. And we should keep talking about that. You know, I went looking for. They were saying there was some videos of the people in the club, but we should find out who the regulars in that club is instead of tearing these kids down. That's all, man.
So I get it. Like, who was in that club? Because you're right, dude. There could be somebody in there that literally got attracted to one of them immediately and just was like, man, you know what I mean, and followed them from when they left. You know what I mean? Cased them, see where they were walking, drove down. You seen that truck pull up? Allegedly, that truck pulled up. You don't know who was in that truck. Could have been whoever. You know what I'm saying? It could have been somebody casing them. You never know.
I think there's a lot of innocent people getting pulled into the story too. You know, I don't every truck that ride down the road isn't. I'm not suspicious of, but what them kids were saying to each other tells you exactly what was important to them. You know, the fact that that she was worried what Maddie told Adam. You know, it didn't have to be about a whole bunch of ridiculousness. It could have been about what was going on in that club right then. She might have been, you know, in her final moments in life, dog, she might have been trying to protect this guy that now is being drugged through the mud.
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of that. There's definitely a lot of people getting drugged through the mud, and not every single one of these people work together to do this to these kids. Not necessarily nobody worked together to do this to these kids. I think it's one person.
Yeah. Well, like I told you, that's possible. If one person went up in there, they had the nerve of steels, man. Who walks into in a populated house with a knife? But you know, I think there was a lookout. I think that you get the right, and I think the police know exactly who this person is. They just trying to get enough evidence to make sure that they convict this person. Again, like they say, Adam is cooperating. If Adam is cooperating and Jack is guilty, wouldn't he be locked up already? That's easy. If Adam is cooperating with against some strangers, some guys that might have dipped in the woods somewhere in Idaho, you know, then everybody's scared and he's just cooperating.
Yeah, I mean, who did you? So you got your mind on somebody that in that corner club that night that followed him?
I have no idea who was in there, but Adam does. Clearly, that's why the police are talking to Adam.
So you don't suspect anybody from Sigma Chi at all?
Nah, man. Nah, the Loach theory really was something that made sense at one point in time. But again, man, this is somebody who this is something else, man. This ain't some frat boy stuff that done went sideways. You know.
Yeah, because how many times have they done partied together? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Before this.
and we all have rivals that, you know, in our circles. You know, that's part of growth, man. But this is something else, man. This is a monster. And I think it's somebody that they all familiar with, man.
A lot of people said it's the
all
best caller yet.
Yeah, so you know, but
Now, I mean, you're coming up. You know what? You do got a good point, man. The bar, the corner club, bro. Like that might be the biggest piece to this whole entire puzzle.
That's what I'm saying. And if we all turn our attention there, you know, let's tear them apart, man. At least we dealing with some adult, for the most part, probably some adults, man. You know,
Exactly.
these kids, man, with their whole life ahead of them. We pointing fingers at some kids who have gone through the worst scenario in their whole life, and it don't look like they guilty, man. The police have exonerated them. They're not telling you what they're doing, but I don't think they just running around lying to us either.
Somebody said Jack S. Aunt's friend in the chat. Tell her call in. You know, tell her call in.
Yeah, let me get off your line, man.
Hey, man, look, man, you bringing something to the table. I mean, you bringing something that we all need to look to the table and reminding you, hey, look, man, this corner club, you know, these girls were at a corner club where a bunch of adults go and drink, you know. There may have been a dude up in there praying, and that's something that we all need to really take into consideration, because how many times does stuff like that happen? A lot.
All right.
So, I mean, you pointing out the obvious that nobody is really, that a lot of people are overlooking.
And everybody keep talking about Arkham's razor. That's Arkham's razor right there, man.
I agree with you, bro. Like you really are pointing something.
Is the incidents of that night rolled over into something? That's Arkham's razor, not her. You know, some dude that her mom is saying that she was gonna end up back with. Got so mad that he was gonna hurt her. If her mom was vouching for the dude, man, you know, that should count for something. This kid is going through the worst, bro. The worst.
You got me thinking, bro. I'll tell you that much. You got me retracking who I think did this.
Again, the frantic phone calls was to keep Jack from intervening in something that had happened that night. The frantic phone call. Maddie, what did you tell Adam? Because if you told Adam what these guys did, if you told Adam that these guys groped me, if you told Adam that these guys called me out my name, if you told Adam that anything sideways, you know, might have happened in this club, and Adam tells Jack might engage with these guys, man.
Oh my
God. Man, I ain't gonna lie. There might be some people that don't like what you're saying, but good grief, bro. You got me rethinking like who I really think might have did this.
Ain't none of these guys y'all talking about did it, and what are y'all doing to their life?
Right, it fucks their life up. You are absolutely right. When we say things like this, and I could be man enough to say it. You know what I'm saying? That if I'm who I think, you know, this whole time, and I've been through two people who I think's done it so far, and you know, I dragged their name through the mud. And when it comes out to the end of that, you can bet your ass that T-REV 757 will make an apology video on everybody that I drugged through the mud, and everybody that I spoke about.
Anybody's name. You good, bro.
No. I'm
what you
saying in
did-
general though, like you're speaking.
Yeah.
No, I agree with what you're saying 100% because the people that I've talked about, I did drag them through the mud. And I'm man enough to say that. You know what I'm saying? I drugged them through the mud. They you know what I'm saying? They were in the scope of this investigation. And when it comes down to things like this, you gotta look at everybody that's close. And yeah, they're drugged through the mud. And yeah, and like you said, these kids' reputations are being fucking ate up, bro. And they're being looked at differently by thousands, hundreds of thousands of people.
Millions.
Exactly.
Millions.
You're speaking facts, and it's a true statement, bro. Like, and I'm man enough to say you're right about that. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you because you're absolutely right. Their reputations are being screwed up, and these dudes maybe they weren't involved. And you guess what? A lot of people owe an apology because they were pointed at. You know what I'm saying? They need their life back.
Let's look at again, like I say, the police telling you if Adam is cooperating, something in that club happened. Let's start focusing on who was in that club that night.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all good at that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah. Who was in the fucking club that night? Can we get the footage? I need because that footage. I bet you that footage tell you a damn story.
That I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they picked up the white Hyundai Elantra first. They know who they're looking for, man.
Bro, I appreciate this phone call, man. I really do. It opens up my eyes in a different aspect of the way that I talk about these young men. You know what I'm saying? It does. It really does. It opens up my eyes in a different perspective. And it from this point on, I'm gonna watch the way that I drag people because, and I know you didn't call up to say, yo, T-REV, you're saying these things. I know you didn't do that, but what you did do is you opened up my eyes on how I should speak a little bit better, and I should, watch my tone on certain things that I speak about. So I appreciate you for that, brother. I appreciate you for that.
Man, if you appreciate me, man, turn your audience's attention to that corner club. Let's check it out. Let's turn it upside down. Then you'll find your killer.
Ain't no doubt about that, brother. I appreciate you calling it. What's your name, man? You said what? Jeffrey?
That's cool, man.
We're gonna roll with Jeffrey. Hey, Jeffrey, I appreciate you, my brother. Hey, shout out to you. God bless you. I wish your family a Merry Christmas, bro. Thank you for calling in.
All right.
You have a great night, man. Thank you, man. Hey, look, that was a good phone call, and he's right. He's right, guys. We are we are dragging these people through the mud. We are dragging these people through the mud, and at the end of the day, not all these people are gonna be our suspect. Yeah, we do need to look at them, but I actually agree with what he said, and he did open my eyes on that. He did shine some light to a lot of things, and he actually just right there just sharpened me up a little bit more on how I'm gonna speculate from this point further. I'm gonna watch the things that I say about certain people. Yeah, I'm gonna look at people as suspects, and yeah, I'm gonna speak on things, but I'm gonna watch the way that I say things. I'm gonna watch the way that I say things. Shout out to Jeffrey. If you want to call, man, it's 219-885-9693. Shout out to that guy right there, though. Shout out to him, man. He made me think about things that I say, and I don't want to smear these kids. I really don't want to smear these kids at all. I don't want to ruin their reputation, but I do want to. I want to know who killed these 4 children. They're children, 21 years old. I'm old enough to be. Hold on, here we go. Let's see.
Call from
Nicole.
Nicole, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. So how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I just want to tell you I appreciate you. I'm visiting family in Tennessee, and my aunt and my grandmother and I have been sitting here watching your live. Lots of interesting topics. I love how you conduct that and kind of and see everyone's view. But so we've been talking. I got something to throw at you. I want to know your thoughts.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay. So the new video that came out of the girls walking, like the CCTV, where allegedly Kaylee says, "Maddie, what did you tell Adam?"
Mm-hmm.
And Maddie responds with, "I told Adam everything."
in my opinion, and this is obviously just my opinion, sounds like she was stressed about something, I mean, there was some passion in her voice when she said, Maddie, like, what did you tell Adam? So what if, I guess Adam and Jack D are friends. What if Jack D had some kind of like sporadic or crazy behaviors during this breakup? And, the girls are in the bar, they're drinking, they're telling Adam, like, you won't believe Jack did this, this, and this. Like, no, like, he's not like you think, doing what girls do, being a little bit loose lips, telling Adam how Jack's losing his stuff. And, knowing they left, and Kaylee ends up telling Maddie, like, or Maddie tells Kaylee, I'm sorry, this is what I told him, and that's when Kaylee's like, oh my gosh, he's going to tell Jack. Knowing that Adam's going to go home and tell Jack all these things. So the girls start blowing up Jack D's phone to try to like clear the air, smooth things over, things like that. And that's kind of where those phone calls came from. Not saying that that's the suspect, our suspect, but this is all just allegedly some thoughts. And that's why I was calling to see,
No. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Allegedly, speculation.
Right.
JD is still on my radar. That didn't change the fact of what I think that last call, but it does change the fact of the way that I'm speak on him from the rest of this point. So I do allegedly still think that it's possible that he could have, but you know what I mean? I am exploring elsewhere. And I do believe I do believe there could have been possibly somebody from that corner club, or somebody that was at that or in the grub truck footage that was in the back prowling on those girls and knew those girls in general and made their way over there. I believe that too. I believe that's a possibility. There's a lot of possibilities here, and we always got to keep an open mind and think about these things, because what he said, if you listen to the last caller and how he talked about the corner club, how many people are in that corner club? I seen a video of the corner club. Somebody sent me a video of the corner club, and I seen inside of there, and it's got a mixed crowd. It does. Right. It has a mixed crowd, and I don't know how often they went there. That's another thing we would need to know, how often they went there, because this could have been building up. If they went there on the weekends, this perpetrator could have went there on the weekends just to see them. Things like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I feel that, and try to put myself, in the girl situations at that age, and, my habits and things that we would do. And they're pretty predictable. You find where you're comfortable, where your friends are, so I definitely see that side of it. Has there been any information released that maybe we've all missed about? They're pretty tight-lipped about what that conversation was. I heard that Adam is, and it could be something simple, but I think for everybody's so anxious and so invested in this that we all kind of grab onto something like, hey, what could this have been? Is there any kind of information that's coming out about the conversation with Adam?
I haven't seen much on Adam, to be honest with you. I know he doesn't work at the corner club. I actually called the corner club myself, and they said he doesn't work there either. I called them myself and asked if Adam worked there, and they said nobody by the name of Adam works here. That's what I was told, and they said they could not speak any further. So when I called there, that's what I got when I called in. If you call in, I guarantee you're going to either hear the same thing or they're going to give you something else to tell you they can't say nothing. But they specifically, I told them my name, I told them my YouTube. I was like, I just want to ask you a question. Does Adam work there? And they told me that nobody by the name of Adam works there.
Okay. And last but not least, has anybody came to Jack D's defense? I know I saw the video of the at the memorial.
Allegedly, they're suing people right now. So
Jack D's family.
Allegedly, yep, they're suing a TikToker.
Yeah. Right. All right. Well, we're going to keep watching. We appreciate it. Like I said, we just got to talking, and I was thinking, like, wow, because I've done that. You're a little loose lipped. You regret what got out, and you start calling their phone, like, hey, listen, just talk to me. It wasn't like that. So I was like, what? I wonder if that had any relation at all. Knowing that Adam and Jack were friends.
Well, when this killer comes out and it comes down to it, anybody that I've ever talked about, and pointed at or even looked in direction and mentioned in any of my videos, I will make one big video apologizing to them. And I mean, it is what it is. But when I mean, the big thing that I want here is I just want to see justice. I want to see Steve get justice. I want to see Xana's family get justice. I want to see Ethan's family get justice. I want to see Maddie's family get justice. They all deserve the justice. They all deserve it. You know, just like my friend Chris, he got justice when he got shot and killed in front of me, and I seen him get killed in front of me. He got justice. Now I want to see justice for their family, just like I seen justice for him. I want to see the same thing. So I mean, I've always like justice. Seeing justice be served is one of the biggest things that can help a family somewhat move on. They're never going to be able to move on all the way, but at least they know that the bastard that did this to their kid is behind bars.
1,000%. Yep, I think 1,000%. We feel the same way here. That's what we were just saying. I mean, all the questions, you know, community, family, everybody's shaken up by this tragedy. So, well, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for calling in, and I wish your family a Merry Christmas. God bless you.
Same to you. Merry Christmas. Bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. I don't care who is looking. Make sure you call in right now. It is, hold up, new interviews out? Hold up, what about a new interview? What interview are we talking about? All right, I didn't take it off Do Not Disturb yet, so what interview are you talking about? What interview are we talking about? Please let me know. Do I need to go watch an interview? A professor is suing a person on TikTok. Okay, I see that. What interview are we talking about? All right. So did somebody email me to this, or did somebody email me this interview? Do I need to look it up? I can find it. I guarantee I'll find it in 2 seconds. Hold up. Let's see. Idaho for taxi interview. Is that what we're talking about here? So I guarantee it'll be the first thing that pops up. No, I'm not seeing that. Why am I not seeing it? Why am I not seeing it? I'm not seeing it. I think law enforcement. I think Ellie is already close. No one will give him attention. Where is this? Okay, hold up 1 second. We definitely need to look in the Corner Club's way, though, guys. I definitely want to look at the Corner Club's way. I mean, the connection to the Corner Club is Adam, right? Allegedly. I mean, we also need to know how often the girls went to the Corner Club. That would help us find out. We need to find out the regulars at the Corner Club. I don't know. I might have to take a trip down there after Christmas for real. Hopefully, I'm hoping it's solved before, and hopefully tomorrow there's a big arrest, or tonight there's a big arrest. Hopefully the killer is in the interview room right now. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully we have that. But hold up 1 second. I'm looking for this footage. Okay, here we go. I got it.
What's up, Mob Crew? I'm Chris. In today's video, the taxi driver that drove Kaylee and Maddie.
Shout out to Chris from the Mob Crew. Shout out to Chris from the Mob Crew. Mods, make sure you share the Mob Crew. The Mob Crew, I mean, Chris does a good job. I checked Chris out in prior cases, in the Delphi case. Make sure you show him some love. Rap Gang family, make sure you show him some love. Dude does some good work. He does great sleuthing. So
Shout out to the Mob Crew. First time. So we're going to go over his statement and more in today's video. Also, today's missing person case is Carly Jackson, just 14 years old, missing from Phoenix, Arizona. She will be featured at the end of my video, so please stay until the end for that. Thank you so much. All right, guys, so here is the Daily Mail. It looks like they did an interview with the private taxi driver that drove Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan home a few hours just before they were sadly murdered. So we're going to go ahead and read the article So it says the driver who took the 2 murdered University of Idaho students home that night they were killed has broken his silence to tell how he was haunted by the knowledge that his job was to get them home safe, but instead he delivered them to their deaths. Speaking for the first time and exclusively to Daily Mail. Quoted saying, "It's not lost on me that my job was to get these girls home safe, but that didn't really help this time." So it says, today the man who drove Kaylee and Madison home has recounted his recollections of that night and claimed that the community is living in fear with little faith in MPD. Speaking on condition of anonymity, he said, "I had known Kaylee and Maddie and Xana too. They would occasionally get rides home, and there was nothing out of the ordinary that night." Surveillance footage shows Kaylee and Madison showed the girls picking up pasta at the grub truck around 1:40 a.m. after ending their evening out at the nearby corner club in the downtown Moscow. The driver goes on to say, "I picked them up around 1:40, 1:45 a.m. They had their food. They were super excited about their mac and cheese, as girls are after they go to the club. They sat in the back and they chatted. They were normal, like any other night. They weren't upset about anything or talking about anyone." The driver said he was familiar with the surveillance footage in which one of the girls appears to be talking about somebody called Adam earlier in the evening, but he said they didn't talk about him or any boy on that ride. I think that's very interesting. Moscow police have contacted Adam, and who they have described as cooperating with the investigation. According to the driver, sometimes the girls would talk about boys, but that night they were just excited about their food. There was no apprehension, no weird feelings, no upsetness. There was no nervousness about them. They weren't afraid of anybody. There was nobody following them or following us. There was absolutely nothing about that ride that was different or abnormal. They were just typical sorority girls talking away, and half the time they don't pay a whole lot of attention to us drivers. We're just kind of doing our thing. The driver said he didn't pull right up to the door of the girl's house, stopping instead on the side out in front of the street. He said, "I just sort of pulled in front of the driveway. I didn't pull right into the parking lot. I usually try not to do that because that's an easy way to get robbed. I try to stay in positions where I can go in either direction so I can get away if I have to. It's never happened, but you hear about these things." But on that night, he saw and felt no threat. In fact, he said, "I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were 2 of them. It's a relatively safe place. It's not something I would usually sit and watch. Sometimes I absolutely will if I feel a kid needs help. I've taken kids to get their stomach pumped if I feel they have to.
Man.
This is a college town. These kids are trying to live their lives. We, drivers, try to look out for them. They don't need to be preyed on. The fact that Kaylee and Madison are friends were so brutally murdered within a couple of hours of him making that drop off as the driver said, has weighed on him. He said, "I've been driving for years and it weighed on me. It was rough to think I was one of the last people to see them alive. When I saw the news on Monday, it occurred to me I was in that neighborhood, but that was before they'd released any names. As soon as I knew for sure it was the girls, I went to the police." He said, swiftly eliminated from any inquiries, having provided officers with a wealth of digital data and the time receipt from the Taco Bell to which he went after dropping the girls back home. In the weeks since the murder, he has watched, he said, with dismay as police have shared little information and the families of the victims have grown increasingly impatient. He said, "I took about a week off of driving when I just stepped back from it all. Those kids deserve justice and they're not getting it. It feels to this community like the police aren't even trying," which is 100% related to how they aren't communicating with the community. People are scared. Most of us have very little faith in MPD. We can't tell if we are watching qualified investigators who have a handle on the situation or if they are completely at a loss and grasping for straws. Moscow police have pushed back at the suggestion that inexperienced officers, the lead investigator has only been a cop for 2 years, are hampering or have already botched the investigation. No murder weapon has been recovered, no suspects named, but police are still seeking the occupants of a white 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra with unknown license plates caught on CCTV in the area near the time of the killings. That's about it for the interview with the driver. This is one of the last people to see these two girls alive. You know, his job is to make sure they get home safe, which he did. He got them home safe, unfortunately. There was somebody that showed up shortly after that committed this heinous crime. I'm also doing another video regarding the source of the white Hyundai Elantra. We know we have their security surveillance on Linda Lane, but I do have some arguments against that they could have some other sources, which would be a good thing.
Shout out to you.
Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Please be respectful. Please smash that.
You hear that? Please be respectful. Shout out to Chris, man. Everybody give it up for Chris. Give it up for Chris, man. Give it up for Chris. Give it up for Chris. Give it up for Chris. Shout out to Chris, man. Hit that. I'm already subscribed, as you see. Shout out to Chris for that. Let's get back to it, man. I'm going to open up the phone lines. Voice your opinion. Your opinion matters. I opened up the time limit. I know I had some people on earlier. I seen a lot of unhappy people. So I increased the time limit for each talker to 7 minutes. If you want to call in, voice your opinion, the phone lines are open. It's 219-883 or 885-9693. My bad. 219-885-9693. I'll put the number across the screen so people can see it. Yeah, what's going on? FaZe TV. Why does that name look familiar? Why does that name look familiar, man?
Call from
Donna.
What's up, Donna? What's going on? You're live.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there. About yourself. You got 7 minutes. Let's go. I'm gonna try to get everybody in. You're fine.
I'm gonna talk about something kind of different.
Go ahead.
Well, one of the theories that I've been having is early on they talked about a what's that fan? What's that? I lost my train of thought. I'll think about it in a minute. Let me go to something else. Anyway, I think that this thing is something that was like the person was in weight. And what's kind of weird is I've noticed that everybody's kind of focusing on like everything has to do with college kids.
Right.
You know, this is a town that has other people in it that are not college students. And with the animal mutilations that are going on and that they've had, I have a feeling like this is somebody that's either actually had experience in some kind of serial killing, has previously done a killing, if not more than one killing. Because this is not something like you get a run from a food truck and run down a field, get to the house all out of breath. You know, this is something that you have to really, that's got to really be thought about. You know, they had to sit and wait because, you know how it is if you're running and you're in a hurry to get somewhere, you have to really stop. This is something that had to be just really planned out.
Right.
You know, and it may not be a college student at all. This may be a serial killer in practice because, I mean, they have no answers to these animals that are being slaughtered. You know,
Mm-hmm.
they have no leads on that. They haven't even brought anything up to the public about that. And at the
you
same
talking
time,
about OnlyFans?
What is it called?
OnlyFans?
OnlyFans.
Yeah, now the thing with the OnlyFans, and I dug into that rabbit hole, right? The only thing that I can find about OnlyFans is an Instagram that absolutely has nothing like the Instagram. It looks like it's a fake Instagram. I'll just put it like that.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up because that's where I was heading with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, this is your time. I'll pull up that fake Instagram right now, show it on the screen.
But the thing is, even with that, you know, say for instance they were dabbling in that, the girls, or maybe one or two of them, allegedly, you know, what if, you know, because if you look at it, there are people on there that they know, their boyfriends, friends are following them on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And say, for instance, when they were coming out of, maybe she, you know, maybe one of them was doing it, so they quit, and then, you know, was still doing it. Because I heard somebody, I think it was yesterday, say, well, how did she get the money? You know, how did she get money for that car? Well, you know, people are buying houses, paying for college.
Parents, maybe? Anybody ever thought that?
Parents, you know, I mean, they're getting, I mean, but people on OnlyFans, they can afford to buy a lot of things,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and they're doing it on the down low. So my thought was, well, what if a couple of them or all of them, you know, I don't want to point fingers at anybody or say anything negative, but it could, you know, if that is something that was being done, you know, maybe there was a time where they said they stopped doing it, and, you know, she told Adam about that she was still doing it or something, and she got upset about it. That's where I was going with that.
The only thing I find interesting about this page, and I've done deep dove the shit out of this page right here, that people say, hey, it's an OnlyFans, she has OnlyFans or whatever. I deep dove this page. The only thing I find interesting about it is the followers from there or that are on here are either from Boise or Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's what I found interesting about it, but I mean, my heart says I want to say it's fake, but the only thing interesting, which I dug through every follower in here, was that they were from Washington or Boise or somewhere in Idaho. So that was the only thing I found interesting with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a little thing that I was thinking about. Mainly, my biggest thing was about, you know, somebody lying in wait, someone that's like a practicing, you know, someone that doesn't even have to be a student. It's someone that lives in the town, you know, that is doing, you know, these animals could have been just practice getting ready to do something. They may have already had it in their mind they were going to do this. But in the meantime, they were mutilating animals, just trying to get the nerve, trying to maybe, you know, satisfy some kind of something until they could, you know, get into, I think they may have even just kind of picked a victim. They may not even known these victims, you know, but like they said, a lot of places left their houses unlocked, whatever. You don't even know if they even left their bedroom doors open. I mean, they may have been close enough that some of them left their doors wide open, you know. Who wants to keep opening and closing a bedroom door unless you know, you're not home or whatever. But then again, it may still be open. Who knows?
Right.
You know? But if they got in there, they could have walked right in the front door when nobody was home, knowing that everybody was gone.
Right. The only thing, like I said, I want to know when that all right, so I'm just gonna go with what I think on that OnlyFans topic that you were talking about. I think it's fake, but the only interesting fact that I can find from digging, and I dug through everything, people that the page was following and the followers on the page, most of them were Washington and Idaho. That's the only thing that I found interesting about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could that mean that somebody hated her so much that they wanted to drag her through the mud by making a page and following a bunch of people in the area? Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that page does look kind of, you know, different to me from other OnlyFans pages that I have seen.
Now, not to cut you off, but I want to say that I got that page was sent to me. It was like a day and a half before JLR made a video on it. JLR actually made a full video on that page, and I was like, damn, I already looked at that page. I already said it was fake, but the only, like I said, I think it was fake, and my heart of hearts tells me that OnlyFans page by Maddie Mogan is fake. But the only thing that I found interesting is I dug through the followers and I dug through the following, and like I said, it was just Washington and Idaho is what I mostly found in there. So that was the only thing that fucked with me. Audience, what do you guys think about that? I don't know. That's the only part that fucked with me. Now I think that it could be somebody trying to make her look bad. That's what I honestly think. Could I be wrong? Yeah. I just don't think she made that. That's just, I mean, but hey.
Or just some troll making up something.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate it, Tony. But it's just like, I don't know, guys. What do you think about it? I mean, everybody that's in here listening, what do you guys think about that page? But you're fine. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your opinion. I'll let somebody else call in. What's your name and where you call? Oh, you're calling from the 757.
That's right.
I ain't even fucking noticed. Shout out to my 757. What part of the Hampton Roads are you in?
Norfolk.
Shout out to you in Norfolk. My dad lives there now. I lived there for years. I went to Granby High School, so I know what's up.
Yeah, I spoke to you a few days ago.
Yep, I know. I remember. Oh yeah, that's right. We did speak a couple days ago. I got a couple people that called from the 757, but I forgot. I didn't even pay attention to your number when you called in. I just hit.
Yeah, no problem. It's cool.
Shout out to you, Donna, right?
I love your channel.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Donna, right?
Yeah.
God bless you, Donna. Thank you for calling in. And I wish you have a Merry Christmas. Stay cool.
Big old smile on that dude. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate you. But now I want to talk to you guys here. What do you think about that page? Right? I want to look. Donna is a real one. People are so terrible. What do you guys think about this page here? Before I open everything up, the lines again, I want to see what you guys think about that. Because like I said, I deep dove that page. And it was funny because right after JLR had dropped a video on the OnlyFans topic, right? And I deemed it to be fake. But I was like, damn, somebody must be trying to smear her name. Because every follower, mostly every follower anyways, and every person that they're following is Washington and, like I said, Idaho. So I found that interesting. But, I mean, take a look for yourself if you don't believe me. Go look. You'll see what I'm talking about. I look through. See, when people send me shit, I don't just go to the page and like, yeah, it's fucking fake. I dig through followers and I dig through the following. So I think it was somebody trying to smear her name personally. But hey, fake. JKR said FBI took it. It's bullshit. That's what I think. I think it's bullshit too. Fake. I like looking at followers. Right. Exactly. Well, I'm glad a lot of you guys think the same thing. Like I said, when you're sent something like that, you got to dig through. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, man, make sure you call in, voice your opinion. What's your theory? What are you thinking? Where should we, you know what I mean? I think my man earlier made she said, yep, gaslighting her. Exactly what I think. But what is your opinion? What do you think? What's your theory? Where should we be looking? I agree with Jeffrey that called earlier. We should be looking at the corner club. We don't have no footage to look at, so that's the sad part about that.
Call from
Nick.
Nick, what's going on, man? You're live.
Hey, man, just hanging out, taking it easy. Been hanging out with my boys before Christmas.
That's what's up, brother.
Yeah, man, just been having this case on my mind, man. I've been following it pretty much since the beginning, and I kind of feel like everything I think, it's just totally wrong. Like every way, every avenue I go, it's just nope, no way, you know. And we talk, but it's just like there's such a small amount of people that know what's going on. You know, right. Like we could talk, and it's just pretty much like, I would say like a total of probably 100 people at most that know what's going on with this case.
Right.
And I feel like it's just anything they tell us, anything we hear, like News Nation is trash, like Fox News is trash, CNN's trash, all of them are trash, man. Like people like you and other sleuths doing this case, that's who I go to, and that's what I think people should really go to, because at least it opens up our minds to like things outside the box. Because like there's nothing, we just don't know anything, man. Like the one thing that kind of comes to mind, maybe, is that it's someone of authority in some way, whether it's
personally, like I have authority over you. That's why I can just storm up in his house and just do whatever I want to do, and just totally, I mean, lack of a better word, annihilate 4 people.
Thank you, Doug.
Just go into a place and annihilate 4 people. There's a sense of authority, like arrogance, like in a way, like, and I don't know, that could be authority in the legal sense, like, like campus cops, or it could be a boyfriend, I just that's where I kind of lie in, is like someone with authority that kid just has the audacity to go into a place and just do this. It's wild. It's wild. It blows me away. But whatever, like, I'm always getting black. I don't know if you know the word black pilled. It's like when you, it's like, there's like red pilled when when you realize what's going on in the world, kind of. And then there's black pilled where you just are negative about everything. And I'm getting to the black pilled, like negative, like shit's going cold. We're not getting anything. And, it's just wild, man. It's wild. Blows me away. It just blows me away.
They're, and you got to think about it, man. They got so many tips right now. They're digging through shit. They're digging and digging and digging and digging and digging and digging, and that's probably what they're doing right now. They're probably going, like I was saying before, they're going through footage. They're going through all types of shit. Now, I know the FBI is assisting them in this, but like it scares me because of the fact that one dude that came up, what is that dude's I can't remember the detective's name, the lead detective, right? He's like, this is our case, we're taking it full force, and it scares me because of all the shit that they've already fucked up, in my opinion. You didn't take I speak this a lot, you didn't take the vehicles off the lot. You didn't, you know what I mean? You didn't do you waited 2 weeks to take those vehicles off the lot. There's evidence there smearing. You know what I'm saying? Like what did you? They just did all types of fucked up shit with the case.
Yeah,
they misled the community. They let the community down. They told the community they're safe. They did a bunch of fucked up shit. In my opinion.
That's my point. It's like that's why I'm going to the point where it's like it's cold because they have fucked up so bad, and I understand there's 4 individuals. Like I've seen the there's one YouTube channel that showed the like rare footage of them on social media, and man, it tears me apart, dude. Like they seem like such sweet people, man, and I think about, they're so sweet. I feel like there's just some lackluster investigation going on, and it's sad, dude. Like it's unfortunate, and one thing that really drew me. I'm glad I'm on here right now because I've been wanting to say this. I don't know if y'all remember, but there was that one footage. I think it was like News Nation or some shit. There was the FBI investigators. Mm-hmm. They were in the house and they came out, and I guess it was News Nation, I think, and they were trying to interview them. Like, hey, what are you doing here? And they totally ignored them. Like I feel like there might have been more than one person because there was obviously more than one. There was like 3 people there, I think. Yeah. And they were going through the house. It was almost like they were like kind of like doing like a reenactment of it's just me, but it was just usually like if you have someone go on the case, I would think it'd be one person going through the case, going through the house, investigating everything, figuring everything out. But there was like 3 of them or 2. I think it was like 2 or 3 in the house.
Right.
It kind of made me think like, are they sort of reenacting like if there were more than one person? So maybe there was more than one person because, again, to go into that house and annihilate 4 people, I just feel like it was audacious just to go in there and do it. Like, I don't think even a serial killer would have the audacity to go in there and do that shit. It's like someone's authority that knew the place, had been there multiple times. It's wild, man.
Had a vendetta with one of the girls. Maybe not even that. I mean, I don't, man.
Maybe all the girls. Maybe all of them. It could have been. Maybe had something out for all of them.
Look who ended up. I mean, and it's still proven till innocent till you get what I'm saying.
Proven guilty.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Innocent till proven guilty.
Like with Richard Allen, for instance, innocent till proven guilty, right? But look who ended up being the person on that one. And a lot of people, I've seen people point the finger at their family. I've seen people point the finger at all different types of people when it comes to the Delphi case.
Yeah.
And for me, I always thought it was somebody. And when like after 4 or 5 months of the Delphi case, I was like, man, this is somebody that we don't know about.
Right. Yeah. Because I mean, no one mentioned Richard Allen. It was always Keegan Klein or the guy that owned the property. I can't remember his name. There was countless amounts of people like Keegan Klein's dad. There was the dude that had the girl. It was so fucked up. The guy that had the girl locked up in the basement and shit. Mm-hmm. Like I thought it could have been him. I was like, why not? That's why we got to like think outside the box. We got to just keep our minds totally open. It's almost like anything you have your mind on, don't even because it's going to go somewhere else.
Absolutely.
There's a small pocket of people that know what really is maybe going on. They might even know. They probably don't even know what's going on, but they're in the house. They know all the evidence. They know, if there was tracks within those police lines. So it's like whenever we have one thing on our minds, it's probably not going to be it. It's wild. This case. I've been on it since the beginning, and I watch y'all, man. I watch the sleuths. I don't even really pay attention to even like News Nation, like they're trash. I watch you. I watch a few others, and thank y'all for what y'all do. And I really appreciate it, y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Appreciate you, brother. I'm glad you came up and shared your voice and voiced your opinion, man. And God bless you and your family and your boys, man. I hope you guys have a Merry Christmas, brother.
Likewise, brother. Likewise, Merry Christmas, and then y'all be safe and God bless.
Thank you, brother. You have a good one.
Right. Thank you.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, man, make sure you call in, voice your opinion. Good call, great call for sure, man. Are we gonna be mind blown with this one? Is it gonna be somebody we haven't talked about or mentioned? I don't know. I think it's looking like it. I mean, but then again, you gotta get. It's been a month. It's been a month and about what? Put it together. In about 10 days now. So about 40 days altogether, 41 days. Let's see. Which one? Who am I picking?
Call from.
Hey, what's up? You're live. What's going on?
Hi, Tina from Maryland. I just wanted to have share my thoughts on observation, basically. But basically, some people been saying that the dog, that there are some animals being slaughtered and things like that. I did see a couple videos on that. But I mean, I got worried about that. I was thinking maybe this is some monster that is doing this to animals as well,
Mm-hmm.
But then I thought, no, it can't be. It just contradicts the story because this dog, whoever did this, cared to put the dog in a room, didn't harm the dog. If this was a psycho that wanted to scare the victims before killing them, he would have gone and skinned the dog, make them scream, and then go after them, killing them. But he didn't do that, or she didn't do that. He actually went and protected the dog. I thought that he or she actually cared enough for this dog to be safely put away in a room, shut the door, and then went after the victims, right? So I don't think this person is the same person that's murdering these animals. I think this is another person. Yes, it's definitely a psychopath for doing what he's doing for these animals. But I think we're looking here at two different individuals. But it's just my observation.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wanted to share in regards to the killing of these animals that is happening in that area. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Where you calling in from?
Maryland.
Well, shout out to you in Maryland. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas.
You too. Merry Christmas to you also. God bless you. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Call in and voice your opinion. Voice your opinion. Voice your theory. Voice what you're feeling. Was anything stolen in like a room key? We need you 7 days a week. Damn near. I'm already on damn 7 days, right? Damn near. Maybe one day I've missed. I don't know. Much for taking. All right, here we go.
Call from
Elvis.
Elvis, what's up, Elvis?
Hey, T, I've been trying to get in for 2 days.
Well, you're in there, man. You're in there like swimwear.
I got something I want to throw at you. You know, the other day, some woman mentioned how perfect stuff was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a perfect storm, right? You got this deal that happened all around the campus. Supposedly, you know, I'm not 100% on all this, just with news. You don't know what to believe or not. But their source for internet and everything went down the same night. All their cameras were out.
Yes, sir.
So then you got like the car in another state that they found. Also, you got in a similar time frame a guy that holds 2 roommates up, and then the police kill him. But he allegedly worked for Moscow at the university in a tech department.
Mm-hmm.
So what if it's, you know, what if this was all like a false flag? You know, you follow what I'm saying? Maybe there's something really take the public's mind off what's going on in the DC area, where they just pushed this big bill and all that in there and put it on this. And I know it's reaching, but to see something like this happen with 4 young individuals, you know, it seems crazy anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, so what's your full theory on this? Like, what are you thinking all the way out?
Well, if you had operatives of some source come in and create a public situation that is nationwide, meantime, they got what's going on down here in DC, where they're pushing and passing bills and everything, and then they just absolutely had one horrendous bill they just pushed through right before the holiday. 3,000 pages, no one voted on it, billions of dollars going to other countries and everything, when we need that, you know, we need that stuff here ourselves. You know, when I grew up, you know, we had Son of Sam when I was a kid. Son of Sam was in New York.
Right.
But he was going around shooting people. But then they kind of moved that off afterwards. You know, 10 years later, he was part of a cult and part of some type of religious group. And they showed where they hung out, and they showed where he had wrote letters, and they showed where these letters corresponded with different individuals and dogs, and they tied it all in. And I'm looking at this from the outside, kind of looking in, saying, okay, let's just take out all the kids right now, other than the tragedy that actually happened, you know, loss of those lovely lives, and think about, okay, there's really, you know, when you look at a motive, it's just like you got to have somebody that's crazy. But if you go, wait a minute, the perfect storm, you got 4 kids coming across, going up the sidewalk at exactly the time. You got police down there around about the time. You got the internet goes down, all the cameras go out. Less than 2 weeks later, you got some guy that worked there that holds up 2 kids in another college, and police shoot and kill him. It's just, it seems like ironic.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's, you know, if this was, you know, remember when Trump first got in office and had that shooting at that concert in L.A.?
Mm-hmm.
No one really got the real truth on that, what was going on. But there was a Saudi prince that was in these casinos that they rushed out of there, and they thought there was a threat on their lives, and they had proven different sources that there was more than one shooter, and just, but we're, as the public, what the news tells us, some guy, just was selling weapons and freaked out and wanted to shoot a bunch of people in the concert.
So, I mean, like, what do you think about, you don't think anybody close to these kids did this? You don't think anybody at the corner club could have did this? Where you at with that?
I'm not 100% on anything. I look at the parties involved, and you would have to be, you would just have to be at that age to have that much anger inside of you. You'd really have to be, to do that. You would have to be out, and not get caught and to be perfect about it.
Mm-hmm.
That just don't happen. But if you got a professional, and I've watched a bunch of different stuff where they showed the brick in the window, and the guy could come in and go in the brick and walk in the window, and it's a party house. And I understand all that, but it just seems like a perfect storm to me that just all of a sudden, that the one lady the other day was mentioning that the community, the churches and stuff were different and all that. And I'm not 100% on nothing. It's all speculation.
Yeah, no doubt. It all is speculation at the end of the day.
It's almost like a psyop of some sort, in a different country. Let's take them, all of a sudden when she said that, I go, wow, the biggest thing that happened was they just passed that big ominous bill or whatever they call it for billions, trillions of dollars. We're gonna get crushed by that here soon. So I'm saying, is this something, maybe I'm just kind of looking at it maybe from,
you don't think anybody in the close circle in that town is just preyed on these kids? You don't think it, you know what I mean? You don't think it could have been anybody from that corner club, that food truck, that, anybody that lived nearby, maybe, maybe an older gentleman.
I've got close members that talk, they mentioned that, you got the two Jacks, you got the one guy's a hunter and he's quiet. The other guy's with the family and he acts odd to begin with. And then, of course, does that guy have it in him? I mean, he couldn't even stand up. He couldn't even stand up in public and tell his love for the woman, the young lady. He couldn't even tell that. So did he have that rage in him to do that?
Yeah, no doubt, man. You may be on to something. I appreciate you calling in, man. I'm gonna give another person a call since the 7 minutes is up. God bless you, brother, for calling in and bringing. Yeah, man. Like you said, a lot of shit swept under the rug these days, man.
I'm right here with you, Monroe, Indiana.
I appreciate you, boss, man. Hey, thank you for calling in, boss. And I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and God bless you.
God bless you too. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Voice your opinion. Voice your theory. What is your theory? Shout out to my guy, though,
Call from Miller.
Miller, what's up?
Hey, so I've called in before, but one thing I've noticed, it pops up in my mind, is if Jack D didn't know that Maddie was in town, why was the dog over there? So either he knew she was in town and let her take the dog for the weekend, or if he is the potential allegedly offender, then he took the dog with him to the scene. And I could see, like, I'm taking the dog to bring all the, I'm on my knees and here's our puppy, like that stuff. But that's one thing I'm like, if he didn't know she was there, why was the dog there? And so that it's kind of stood out to me why no one's asked that question. So either he knew she was there and he didn't care and things were fine, so that would potentially eliminate him completely, or he was desperate and brought the dog with him at this 11 o'clock hour, middle of the night, dark 30 time frame to plead with her. But then why would the dog be in another room if the second thing was the case? It just seems really strange to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of people bring up that aspect, actually.
Yeah, I haven't heard it brought up, but it's, I mean, this case is so weird. The last caller's not crazy. I was listening to him and going, you know what? There's so much going on in this world right now. We're locked down. We're all put in our own little prison cells for how many months? It creates people going crazy. There's a lot of crazy theories there, but and then here this pops up, and this case for some reason is attracting a lot of people's attention. But there's a reason for it. Like I've said this before. I've never followed cases like this before until they hit Netflix or you know, some like, let's go watch this documentary. This is like real life stuff.
Right.
Why is this case so high profile? Why are so many people attracted to this case? It could be because we need that. I don't know, you know. Anyway, I don't want to drag on. I don't have any theories on who did it. I've been down a million rabbit holes, 100,000 rabbit holes. I could connect everybody in the world at this point to this case. So I don't want to make any speculation. I definitely don't want to drag any person through this, whether they're guilty or not guilty. But I think there's something about this case. And maybe if everybody in chat can figure out, why are we connected? What about this case draws us to this? And then obviously we're all drawn to you. Why? There's something in common there that we can pinpoint and go from there. I want to trust the police. I want to give them a way more credit. I like the detective that shows up. I like that he called everybody out today. Props to him. He shouldn't have had to do that. I questioned him myself, won't lie. But
sure, because anybody can hop up on anything and say, "Hey,
well,
I'm this."
I Googled Jack Detective. I could Google Jack Detective in Florida, and I could find all kinds of different Jack Detectives in Daytona, Florida, and there's a lot of different ones. So there is. It's easy to question that stuff if we don't know how to properly source. I do search people for a living. I'm not perfect at it. I've done it for 20 plus years, not in the law enforcement sense, but I don't have all those things. But we can screw up, and you can connect anything to anything. But that was the one question, is like, if the dog was there, Jack G knew she was in town. If the dog was there and Jack G, he didn't know she was in town, then he brought the dog with him. But that seems so weird if he planned on killing them. And so that would lead me to believe he went over the plead, and maybe Ethan had a knife there. That was a hunting knife. And he just out of, emotion grabbed that, used it, and ran off and left the dog behind. I don't know. But I think this case is crazy. I think everybody could say about, why are we so drawn to it? There's something here. And anyway, thank you. I'm rambling.
No, you're fine. You're welcome. You're welcome. I've had tons of people bring up the dog theory, like with the dog, her being in town. He had another dog was there, dog, and it's talked about a lot. And they say the dog wasn't part of the crime scene, and that's something that I like early on. I think I want to say on the 18th, and I remember this specifically. It was either the 18th or the 19th of November that I specifically read on the Moscow Facebook page is Murphy was no part of the crime scene whatsoever. Like he was not in the crime scene, so they had him either. I don't know if he was crated. I don't know what, but I know when I looked up, because I kept getting that question and emailed to me constantly. And ever since I brought the lines to the air, like, the phone lines to the air, a lot of people ask Murphy, they bring up Murphy. And I'm like, dude, you got to go to the Facebook page. If you don't know about Murphy, you need to go to the Facebook page and read that section about Murphy not being a part of that crime scene.
No, he wasn't apparently he was away from it.
But I get what you're saying about Jack D having to know he was the dog was there, etc. if she's in town. Yeah, I understand that 100%.
I emailed you the other day my name, and I don't want to bring up who I am and what I do for a living and stuff. As the paperwork came across the desk, and I was like, "Are you joking me? This is weird." And I did very little work because, as I had dogs. I had to rush them to the hospital. I didn't have time to look stuff up. They're home now, safe, by the way. But
that's good.
There's so many things you can find that connect this, and it's so weird that you could be all over the world in the United States and still find these clues. I think the point I'm trying to make is that it would be weird if JD didn't know she was in town, but the dog was there the whole weekend, and then it'd be weird if you brought the dog to there and pre-planned this.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get that information.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying.
If anybody else digging, I'll make this quick. If anybody else is digging into this, I feel like I saw somewhere where either Maddie or Kaylee mentioned something about what the kids do and stuff like that. Like one of them maybe involved with somebody who is married or with kids, or they knew something. I could be way off. I don't go on 4chan. I don't do all that crap. I don't have time for it. I got a life. But there was something somewhere I thought was within the community that felt legit, that there was a comment made. And so that thought, I was like, what if one of them knew something about somebody, and it could be a lover scorned, but it's not JD. It could be somebody who should not be having an affair, or you know what I mean?
Right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get to some other callers, though. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in, and God bless you. And I wish you a Merry Christmas.
You too. Be safe.
You too. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Voice, what's your theory? What's going on? What are you thinking about? A lot of people bring up the dog, and I encourage people who bring up the dog. I get the other little things about the dog. We know that Jack D and her had a dog, etc. We touched up so much on this channel, but I mean, hey, talk about the dog, I guess. Much love to her.
From Alexandra.
Alexandra, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Great, thanks. Happy holidays, and you have a great heart.
Thank you so much.
And so just a couple things. One thing is everyone keeps saying that they broke in. We don't really know that for sure. What if Ethan had, someone came to the door, he might have known, could have been an officer, whoever, and let them in. And something went wrong there, and that's why he was found maybe in the hallway, and the rest continued.
Right.
And with the two roommates not hearing anything. First of all, these are rented rooms. They know it's a party house. People come and go. So they're used to hearing people walk upstairs, noise. Now, if it was my house living alone and I heard that, I'd be freaked out and call the police. But for them, there was no need to, because there was always, noise going on. And that's it. But I think maybe they could have been let in before. And then another thing is the Maddie and Kaylee calling Jack. Maybe they were calling saying, "Oh, you won't believe who's here," and they couldn't get hold of them. So that's why they weren't calling the police, that they knew the person there, and it could have done something with what happened at the bar, and was just letting him know that, you know, who was in the house. But they never got to talk to him, and I don't think there were any text messages. So it was all done by just calling. And that's it.
Well, thank you for calling in, and I appreciate you voicing your opinion. Thank you so much. God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. Where we at? Where we at? Where are them theories? What are you thinking? Who do you got your eyes on? I want to hear about that. 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. What are you thinking? I mean, who's your POI? You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to hear these theories. I want to hear where everybody's mind's at. What did you dig up? What did you find?
Call from Teresa.
Teresa, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? I've been trying to get through for days.
You're through now.
Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
I'm really worried. I have a new feeling about the church and the Wilsons, which I want to dig into.
Okay.
But my theory was the frat guys and Jack D got kicked out of the frat. In order to get back in good graces with the frat, he was the lookout for when they went to bed. And then he either tipped off the frat guys, or he was involved, or he was a lookout. That's my opinion. So that's all I got. But that was my opinion.
Okay. So you don't have no theory at all? Like in general, all the way?
No. Well, I do. I'm thinking that the frat guys got Jack S. to watch the girls and tell them when the girls got home. And he either stayed there and watched the lights go out, tipped the guys off, or he stayed there while they did it and was their lookout, or he just tipped them off and got the hell out of Dodge because he knew what was going to happen. I don't know. That's just my theory.
Okay.
But then I also heard about this church thing a long time ago, and I didn't really get into it, but I'm going to get into it now. But thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome.
And you guys have a lovely Christmas, and I hope we get this solved.
Well, thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. God bless you. And I wish your family and you a Merry Christmas.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her, man. What's up? Dig them theories out. Where we at? Where my 7-minute theorist at? I say theorist. Bring them to the table. I want to hear. Come on, like I know there's people that think different than me. A lot of people think the same of me or the same shit as I have, or just have like some wild theory. I'm ready to hear out what you were able to find and dig up. A lot of people say they email, call. I'm running a call right now. Let's get it.
Call from
Jen.
Jen, what's up? You're live.
Hey, T, how you doing today?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Trying to survive this cold weather.
Yes.
I'm calling in because I have a theory, but it's not on a whodunit theory. I have a theory about where the white Elantra can be found.
Okay.
What we know is that the gas station, the Exxon on 8th, they reviewed the footage and submitted it to law enforcement. But in Troy and Kendrick, the way the news reported it is that law enforcement went to those locations requesting video surveillance. Now, in Troy, they didn't get it, at least from the shop owner that spoke to the news, but Kendrick, they did.
And a while ago, you had a resident of Kendrick on saying that it was a really funky way to try to get to Boise, unless you were going up to Montana.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think is the Dvorak Reservoir is where they were going. I believe the car is in that reservoir. And the reason I believe that, not that it has any relation to this case, but 10 years ago, there was a fraternity brother who drowned on a fraternity camping trip. Now, what that insinuates to me is that the fraternities use this area for like recreational outdoors activities. So therefore, any of the frat would know about it. A college, about 6 or 7 years ago, the dean of students was found submerged in that same reservoir. So it is a very, it's an hour and a half east of where Moscow is. Ditching a car in water would be very, very good as far as like evidence collection and things like that. And it looks to be a pretty deep reservoir. So I'm thinking it's going to be by the boat ramp there or just north. And no one's really mentioning it.
What's telling you that?
Because law enforcement typically starts by the scene of the crime for video footage, which they did, and then they work their way out. And you could see them working their way out to the cities of Troy and Kendrick. But after Kendrick, there's not very much. I mean, there's other towns on the way to this reservoir, but none that would garner video surveillance. There's homes and things, but if people do have any type of cameras, chances are it's pointed on their land, their driveways, and their front doors. These homes are set so far back off the street. I mean, no one's really going to be wasting footage on the country road or the street. They're more concerned about protecting their property and what's on their property. Right. So you wouldn't see a car whiz by after, if we took that trip to the reservoir. After Kendrick, that would be pretty much the police's last opportunity to try and garner video footage. Because even when you get to the town by this reservoir, the street you take to actually get into like the campgrounds and stuff like that, there's no video surveillance there. There's no opportunities for that. But if the fraternity, if it was a college student, someone familiar with the college, a lot of these people, it tells me that there is a link to that university, to that reservoir. So therefore would be known. There's not really much water.
You got some very good points.
There's not really much water around Moscow. There's a few ponds here and there in the Arboretum. The creek that unfortunately the college student was found drowned in, but those aren't deep enough to conceal a whole vehicle. If you were getting rid of a whole vehicle, this is a vast land. Although it would be pretty easy because if you look at the reservoir, there's not many places you could drive a car into this reservoir.
Right.
So, I mean, no one's focusing on that. And if I wanted to hide something as big as a car, I would put it in water.
Yeah, why not? You get rid of that car, but then again, they would have to have somebody either A, pick them up, B, a Uber or something to, drop them back off to their destination, C, walk, and they live close by. And then
correct. Or have somebody with them to drop the car off to the campground prior to any type of act.
Which means somebody else is holding a dark secret.
Not necessarily, because if I was going to do something and I said, "Hey, T, can you drive with me, follow me up here? I got to leave a car for my friend or something at the campground. His broke. You take me unknowingly,
right,
up to this campground. You know what I'm saying? And then I ride back with you. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, or if I was at the campground with you and I skipped out for some reason, with someone else and came back to Moscow. There's ways to do it. I'm just thinking that the trail might have been leading the police to this reservoir before the trail went cold. Because you don't see them in any other towns, like on the way to Boise. It seems like people are very excited to tell the news when law enforcement comes in to request footage, or I submitted footage. It seems like once that happens, people are very excited to tell the news that, hey, this is what happened. This is what occurred. You don't see that trail going down towards Boise. We don't see it going anywhere. It kind of just stopped at Kendrick.
So look in that immediate area.
Correct. But like I said, it's about an hour and a half out of ways. The fraternity, at least one of the fraternities, has history of holding events at this reservoir. And I've heard people mention, like, look at the traffic cameras. Now, do you remember in the beginning of this year, by us here in Indiana, there was a young woman who got in a car crash on 65 and disappeared?
Where did it happen at?
It happened on I-65 by the I-80 change off.
I actually didn't. I didn't see about that.
There was a young woman who got in an accident around 3 a.m. She flew off the expressway. Her car was found, but she wasn't. There were search parties for her. Tons of cameras. You had cameras from I-65. You had them from I-80. Apparently, those traffic cameras, unless there's an issue, only take 2-minute still shots. There's no database to record previous activity.
Wow, I didn't see about that.
So I'm not sure if it works the same for every state or if that was just like particular to Indiana. But I mean, I do know that where we expect like constant data to be stored, it's not always the case.
All right, that was weird. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. That was fucking weird. My spirit box just turned on by itself. The fuck? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That was super weird.
Does that mean I'm onto something? I really don't.
No, I'm dead serious. I was just listening to you, and then all of a sudden, in the drawer, my spirit box turned on by its fucking self. I just heard shh.
Yeah, I'm not personally into that, but yeah, I was asking if that was a sign that I may have been onto something.
I have no clue, but that sucker just literally turned on by itself.
But yeah,
and my monitor's been shutting off. My monitor shut off in the beginning of your conversation. But hey.
Oh. I say the reservoir is where they should look. And I mean, there's lots of people who want to, assist or anything like that. You can't really do much in the city of Moscow, but a public reservoir, if you had a fish finder like some of these search and rescues do on YouTube, you would be well within your right to go to these.
I feel sick to my stomach right now.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird something. That was weird. I'll just say that. But all right, so when you first called, you started talking, and then you started talking about Kendrick, and then all of a sudden, my stomach just, I don't know, like turned, and then literally, I don't care what nobody says in this chat. My spirit box just turned on by itself in my drawer. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear it on the mic, but it said.
Well, I could hear the interference.
I had to open it and literally turn it off. That was weird. That's never happened. That's never happened. That's never happened for me.
To do some more research into the reservoir.
I have no idea, but that was super weird and creepy as fuck, to be honest with you. But I'll say that. I'll leave it at that.
Well, that was all I really had to say. And yeah, I just think that maybe that area should be looked at, not necessarily by law enforcement, because obviously they have to follow a chain of evidence. but definitely like some of these people who are interested in assisting, I don't see how it would hurt if you had a boat with a sonar and you scan that lake for any potential vehicles and reported it to law enforcement. I don't see how that would actually hurt a case. If, you know, like say I went out there and I scanned it and I found the vehicle and reported that to law enforcement, how that would potentially hurt a conviction if it turned out to be the vehicle that law enforcement was looking for.
Well, I appreciate you giving the call. That was pretty weird. I'll talk. What? Oh my God, I can't even think straight right now. I can't even get my own words together. Yeah, God bless you, and I wish your family a Merry Christmas. And that was just absolutely fucking weird. I don't know what happened. I got my stomach's over here turning right now. That was weird. You like started off this talk about Kendrick and leading up to Kendrick and that. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I feel a different energy in my room specifically right now, and I think I might have to end this live and set up a session.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's been quite a few I want to say a couple deaths that are linked to the university per se, not this case, that happened at that reservoir. So, I mean, if you're spiritual and you do believe in that type of stuff,
I'm very spiritual. I know that there's another side. I've seen it. I grew up through it. I mean, not the way that I wanted to, because I mean, I didn't know that side at first because my mom, my brother, everybody, when I was growing up, they were fucking around with the Ouija board and shit like that. And our house was very haunted and stuff like that. So, I mean, I was introduced to the spirit world at a very early age and knew it was real after the things that I seen happen in front of my own eyes. I mean, stuff that you can't explain, like a cabinet door opening up and smacking someone in the fucking head, and shit moving around. And you know, I walk into the living room and walk back out 12 years old and every cabinet's wide open and shit, like just stuff like that. You know, I've seen.
And see, I've heard about it. I've never experienced for myself anything like that. But yeah, I mean, based off of what I know in the area we're talking about, if, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things there are a few things that link to death to that reservoir. So that could have something to do with the supernatural.
Yeah, no, sure. I think I'm going to end this live, and I think I'm going to come back and open up people that I've been doing paranormal for 15 years, so I know about the other side and demons and stuff like that. So I mean, I appreciate you guys trying to educate me, but trust me, I've done deep dive and researched the hell out of the paranormal. So, and if you don't believe me, go back and listen to the Idaho 4 spirit box session I did, and you'll be mind blown at the things that you hear in that spirit box session. I'll tell you that much right now. 6-7 hours of straight spirit box session, and it was crazy. I blacked out in certain parts of it. There's a lot of different weird. There was a voice that came through this a guy. He goes, "Frats are involved," and then it goes, 2 of them, like a female. First it was a guy, and then a female came through and said 2 of them, like that. It was as clear as day, like it's me and you talking right now.
Well, there are a few fraternities in the last 10 years that have had no homicides, but, you know, strange deaths occur within the fraternities, but outside of the fraternity property. But none of them are the fraternities that any of the victims belong to.
Right.
In this. But as someone who doesn't really know much about paranormal, what is your make on what just happened and the connection to what we were talking about?
Well, I've done spirit box sessions before, and I've been to many haunted locations and investigated myself. Something. I don't know, when my mom, when you started speaking about going up towards Kendrick and all that, and how I had a previous caller bring that up, my monitor literally flickered off twice. One, Then all of a sudden, I opened up my right drawer, and I was reaching out to get my blood pressure medication to take my blood pressure medication. And then all of a sudden, a little bit further on into that conversation, when I was getting my blood pressure medication out of the drawer, my spirit box turned on in my left drawer, which is the bigger drawer in front of me that's under the mic. And I've never had that happen ever. My spirit box has never turned on by itself ever.
Oh, wow.
Super weird.
So, yeah,
just super weird. Just super weird.
I'll check out your spirit box show for the first time.
But I like to when I do it, I'll end this live. I don't like to mislead people. But for some reason, I feel a different energy in my room right now. I feel something, I don't know. I feel like I gotta, it's calling me. I'm about to set up here in a minute and start up. Okay, I appreciate you calling in. I'm about to start it. If you want to tune in, you can. It's not for everybody. A lot of people don't believe in it, and that's fine. And I respect you, but I ask other people respect me. I don't go out there saying check your priest that you talk to every Sunday at your church. I don't do none of that shit. I'm a man of God. I do believe in God, but I'm not into any religion. I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Baptist. I'm not none of that. I just believe in God, period. And that's that. And I do what I believe in my heart. So, I mean, don't judge a book. You don't judge people. Judgment. This is a judgment-free zone. If you judge people like that, this ain't the place for you.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's just something I've never really watched. I mean, I've seen like the postings on YouTube for it, but it's not something I've ever really clicked on and watched in depth. But no, for sure, I will check you out when it comes up. And yeah, you might see me in the comments.
Go back to my video where I dropped. It's only a 1-minute video where I ask Autumn, where I ask Kaylee, is there anything you say to your sister Autumn? She wants justice. She goes, I love her.
Okay, I will do that.
And I matched her voice from the food truck with her voice on that spirit box, and that was her. Oh my God, the cold energy behind me right now is crazy. All right, let me end this, and I appreciate you. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. This is crazy. I'm getting this crazy feeling. The spirit box is calling me right now. I have to do it. I have to do it. Something is telling me right now. I feel it around me. I'm an empath. People don't believe in that shit. I believe in it. I feel it. I know what I feel through my soul. It's time to do it. Thank you guys. Love you all. I'll be starting up a new live here shortly. It'll be a spirit box session about the Idaho 4, and I will be asking questions. If you want to join that chat, make sure you join that chat. If you have some questions, I may be picking random questions that you guys have to ask. Love you all. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. God bless you. I wish you a Merry Christmas, and I'll see you guys in that live.
Thank you. Bye.